Zhou Yulin's eyes were wide open, filled with terror. As if in his final moments, endless questions still lingered in his mind. Who exactly was this person in front of him? Could he be the one who caused Hong Lian's uproar and killed his son? Of course, he had no way to find out. He slumped to the ground, his body rapidly stiffening. Behind him, the 30 or 40 people wielding weapons almost simultaneously took a step back, their eyes filled with dread and fear. In Jiang City, they were Wang Zhen's henchmen, usually acting like local tyrants. But murder was something that was still far too terrifying for them. Moreover, Tao Dingyun had been sent to the hospital, and Wang Zhen was now lying in the hospital, covered in blood, with his life hanging in the balance, while Zhou Yulin had been killed. Everything had happened in a flash. The way they looked at EXN was filled with utter fear. EXIN ignored them. He walked to the front of Qin Xiaowei, covering her ears with his hands, so she couldn't hear what he was about to say. Send Wang Zhen to the hospital. Then when he wakes up, he will know how to handle the aftermath, EXIN said calmly. Whether Wang Zhen chose to conceal the truth or report him to Hong Lian, EXIN didn't care. He was already in a life-and-death struggle with Hong Lian. 3 years ago, Hong Lian was one of the participants in that battle. Number 2 and Number 7 were Yi Xin's comrades in arms. Regarding Number 7's death, although Yi Xin hadn't said anything after regaining his memories, the suppressed rage in his heart was something only he himself knew. After he said that, none of the 30-odd people present dared to say a word. They only watched Yi Xin with fear. After all, just now, Yi Xin had solved all of their leaders right before their very eyes. After Yi Xin spoke, he lowered his head and untied all the ropes binding Qin Xiaowei. Qin Xiaowei's eyes were still closed. When Yi Xin had covered her ears, her heart had begun to beat faster, and her face had turned slightly red. In fact, she was a bold girl, as evident from her frequenting bars. But at this moment, her feelings were somewhat different. Just as she was about to react, she felt herself being picked up. Almost instinctively, she hooked her arms around Yi Xin's. Quite skilled, aren't you? Immediately, Yi Xin's voice sounded in her ear. Qin Xiaowei opened her eyes, and the first thing she saw was Yi Xin's face. Yi Xin had a faint smile on his lips as he carried her, facing 30 or 40 armed men, walking step by step towards the outside. Inside the internet cafe, the group of thugs did not dare to move for a moment. As Yi Xin approached, they even instinctively chose to retreat. And so, Yi Xin carried Qin Xiaowei through the internet cafe and out into the street. From beginning to end, Qin Xiaowei looked at Yi Xin, a hint of infatuation slowly appearing in her eyes. Downstairs, Yi Xin lowered his head, their eyes met, and Qin Xiaowei's face flushed red. Ahem! Yi Xin coughed slightly. He put Qin Xiaowei down, and she looked at Yi Xin and smiled, saying, I owe you another huge favor. Yi Xin smiled slightly and said, So, how do you plan to repay me? Offering yourself? I wouldn't refuse. And of course, physical compensation is also acceptable. Qin Xiaowei's expression shifted. Without rejecting or agreeing, she changed the subject, saying, Speaking of which, you're so good at fighting. Why did you run away that night? I told you, I discovered an even stronger opponent at that time and went to deal with him, Yi Xin said. Qin Xiaowei subconsciously wanted to deny it, but suddenly, she remembered the broken floor at Jiang Wanyuan's house. A thought struck her, and she looked at Yi Xin in shock, saying, Did you break the floor at Jiang Wanyuan's house? Yi Xin was speechless for a moment, then nodded, saying, I guess so. Qin Xiaowei's expression became a little unnatural again. After a moment, she took a deep breath and said, Okay, after I deal with the internet cafe issue, I will thank you properly in person. Where are you going later? I'm going back to work, Yi Xin said. I'm Jiang Wanyuan's assistant now. I came here because I saw the SOS signal you sent to Jiang Wanyuan. Qin Xiaowei was stunned. Looking at Yi Xin strangely, she said, Do you like Wanyuan? Yi Xin said speechlessly, You're overthinking things and I just got divorced. For a man like you, it's really strange that a woman chose to be with Han Shua and divorce you, Qin Xiaowei said, looking at Yi Xin. Yi Xin touched his nose, not telling her about his 3 years of amnesia. I'll take you to Wanyuan and report that you're safe. Qin Xiaowei took out her car keys and pressed a button on the side of her car. Yi Xin was secretly surprised. If it had been an ordinary girl, being kidnapped and then rescued, even now, she would still be in a bit of a daze. But Qin Xiaowei had quickly regained her composure. Her mental fortitude is quite good. Xian licked his lips and said, "Maybe I can bring her into the Night Watchman." Every Night Watchman member, in addition to carrying out missions, would also seek out new recruits, bringing them into the Night Watchman for training. Just like how Xian was discovered in the beginning. Of course, this would require repeated evaluation. In the car, Qin Xiaowei drove while constantly glancing at Xian. She finally understood why Jiang Wanyuan was so curious about Xian. This man was as mysterious as a fog and impossible to see through. When they arrived downstairs at Dingxing Building, it was almost lunchtime. They entered the Dingxing Building, and this time no one stopped Xian. The two smoothly obtained their passes, entered the elevator. After stepping inside, Xian touched his nose and said, "Oh, about how I rescued you, don't tell Jiang Wanyuan. I prefer to keep a low profile." Qin Xiaowei looked at Xian with surprise. After thinking carefully, he really did keep a low profile. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed that Xian was so powerful. There were dozens of people with weapons. When they appeared in Jiang Wanyuan's office, Jiang Wanyuan and Jiang Zhenan were standing together, pacing back and forth with anxious expressions. Jiang Zhenan was holding a phone, dialing a number again and again. Seeing Qin Xiaowei appear, Jiang Wanyuan rushed over, hugging her tightly, saying, "Xiaowei, are you okay?" "I'm fine." After Xian arrived, he delivered Uncle Zhang's message, and they let me go. And they shouldn't come looking for trouble again, Qin Xiaowei said to Jiang Wanyuan. Jiang Wanyuan let out a sigh of relief. And Jiang Zhenan next to her turned his gaze to Xian. Jiang Wanyuan didn't know, but he knew very well that if his words had been effective, Wang Zhen would not have stopped answering his calls. He glanced at Xian. He knew who Xian was, so he didn't mention it too much. Qin Xiaowei stayed with Jiang Wanyuan for a while. They ate lunch, and then she left. Meanwhile, at Jiang City's First People's Hospital, in the emergency room, a doctor walked out of the ward, looking a bit tired. He took off his mask, and several people quickly surrounded him. "Doctor, is our boss okay?" One person asked. "He's fine. He just needs to rest at the hospital for a while. The patient is awake now." "Who is Ahua?" the doctor asked. A middle-aged man stepped forward, quickly asking, "That's me." "The patient wants to see you," the doctor said, walking past them. Ahua quickly entered the ward. Inside the ward, Wang Zhen was lying there, his head wrapped in thick bandages. He looked a bit weak. "Boss." Ahua quickly went over and asked, "What do we do now?" Zhou Yulin's body was still inside the internet cafe. This time Xian had killed someone in broad daylight. He couldn't deal with it using the Night Watchman's methods. Wang Zhen let out a breath, saying weakly, "Move the body. Find a secluded place in the suburbs and bury the body. Don't worry, no one will investigate this. Also, tell everyone who was there that if they don't want to die, they're not to leak a single word about what happened today." "Okay, I'll do it right away." Ahua nodded quickly. "Wait, there's one more thing." Wang Zhen sighed, saying, "Find Qin Xiaowei and apologize in person. Overpay for her internet cafe. We really can't afford to mess with that person." The matter seemed to have passed just like that. Qin Xiaowei didn't mention a word, passing the credit to Jiang Zhenan. Wang Zhen also instructed everyone on his side, telling them not to leak a single word. In Xian's acquaintance's eyes, he was still the Xian, the loser who used to move bricks on construction sites and was cuckolded by his ex-wife. Of course, a few people knew that he owned a logistics company in Jiangxing. And now, he was just an assistant under Jiang Wani's command. After lunch, Jiang Wani still had to go to work. In fact, her work content was very relaxed, just looking at some documents and then signing them. She would also find ways to arrange some things for Xian to do, mostly trivial matters like buying coffee. When Xian was in a good mood, he would do it. When he was not happy, he would lie on the sofa and play on his phone. Jiang Wani would tease Xian, saying things like she had hired a big boss with her money, but she wouldn't get angry. If it weren't for the fact that people from the Red Lotus were ready to strike at Jiang Wani at any time, this job would indeed be very worthwhile. After all, it was easy, and he could also get 5% of the Dingxing Group shares. The entire afternoon was indeed a bit boring, and Xian's but was sore from sitting on the sofa. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, In a suite of the most luxurious hotel near White Elephant Pagoda, Red Rose was sitting by the window, wearing a semi-transparent red dress. With fiery red lips, holding a glass of red wine in her hand, and a seductive expression on her face, she looked at the Jiang view outside the window, exuding endless charm. Beep, beep, beep. Beside her, she was dialing a phone number, and a line of words was displayed on the number. Blue card, Zhou Yulin. Hey, this useless guy. I asked him to find a prey for me, and now he dares not answer my call. Red Rose's red lips moved slightly. A flash of killing intent passed through her eyes. Behind her, a middle-aged man with a buzz cut, upon hearing Red Rose's words, spoke. With Zhou Yulin's level, he would never dare to not answer your call. The fact that he hasn't answered now probably means only one thing. He might be in danger. Has his son's body been found? Red Rose asked. Yes, it's been found. He died instantly, and the opponent's ability far exceeded his son's. The person behind said, this means that the person who did it is very likely one of the top 10 Night Watchers. Of course, it could also be someone from the killer rankings. After all, the young master's reward is still hanging in Sin City. What about Jiang Zhenan's side? What's their explanation? Red Rose asked again. Control is the main objective. The target is still Jiang Wani, but the person behind hesitated as he said, the Night Watchers have been constantly showing up in Jiangqing during this time. There hasn't been much of an opportunity to strike. Also, the person behind paused for a moment and said, also a few days ago, 2 people died in Linhai City. They were people who participated in that battle 3 years ago. It is now suspected that it was done by the missing Night Watchers 0 or 2. Red Rose's finger slid across her lips, exuding endless temptation, causing the man behind her to gulp involuntarily. All right, I won't interfere with Jiang Zhenan's matters. You can decide for yourselves. After all, he's not a big figure. Although his son is dead, you still have 2 red cards and 4 blue cards. Avoiding the Night Watchers shouldn't be a big problem. Red Rose said indifferently. My purpose in coming to Jiangqing this time, besides sightseeing, is to see if I can find any news about that box. The box was taken away by Night Watcher 0 back then. You mean 0 might not be dead? The face of the man behind slightly changed. And he might be in Jiangqing? Yes, it was fear. That person from 3 years ago had brought endless fear to their organization, even causing their leader, Helan Tian, to not dare to show himself even now. He was hiding in the highlands, running all over the world. Back then, Yi Xian had said a sentence. He would take Helan Tian's doghead. Without confirming Yi Xian's death, he dared not show himself. This was the Yi Xian who once made the entire underworld tremble with fear. Who knows? Red Rose licked her lips and said, in fact, this kind of man is worth pursuing. If I could sleep with him once, the taste would probably be very good. After speaking, she turned around and said, you can leave now. If there's nothing important, don't disturb me. Also, don't let anyone else know that I've come to Jiangqing. At 4:30 in the afternoon, the door to Jiang Wani's office was pushed open, and 2 beautiful figures walked into the office, namely Bai Yao and Chen Yining. I'm about to get off work, Jiang Wani said with a smile. You guys wait a little bit. Bai Yao and Chen Yining saw Yi Xian. Chen Yining frowned and asked, what are you doing here? Wani, didn't I tell you not to interact with this Yi Xian? He was once a rapist. Yi Xian frowned. He looked up at Chen Yining and said, what's it to you? I just want you to know what kind of person you are. Chen Yining sneered. Yi Xian had no impression of this person. She should be a friend that Bai Yao had met after he left Linhai. Seeing that things were not right, Jiang Wani quickly said, Sister Yining, he's the assistant my dad found for me, and I feel like he's a pretty good person. So, just relax. Chen Yining quickly said, you can know a person's face but not their heart. He seems like he's reformed and is making a fresh start, but who knows what he's thinking inside. Rapists won't write those 3 words on their faces. Yi Xian was also annoyed by her words. He looked up and said, rest assured, even if you strip naked and beg me to sleep with you, I wouldn't touch you. You. Chen Yining's face flushed red. She glared and said, how dare you talk to me like that? Do you know who I am? Who you are has nothing to do with me, Yi Xian said dismissively. You. Chen Yining was so angry she couldn't speak. She glared at Yi Xian. Then, she was resolutely ignored by Yi Xian. Jiang Wani quickly changed the topic and said, by the way, what about Senior Zhou Rui? Why didn't he come with you? He went to play with Lan Xing. Bai Yao also changed the topic. Lan Xing said she wanted to treat us to dinner. You know, I don't really like her, so I didn't go. After speaking, she looked at Exin again and said, Exin, there's something I want to talk to you about alone. Chen Yinin said anxiously in her heart. Yao Yao, don't be alone with this person. Your cousin was ruined by him. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Bai Yao glanced at her. Exin didn't pay any attention to Chen Yinin anymore and walked out with Bai Yao. They arrived at a quiet place in the company, and Bai Yao frowned and said, Exin, what you said just now was a bit too much. Yinin is from the Qin family. You finally got a pretty good job with Wani. Don't lose it because of a slip of the tongue. With the Chun family's power, it would be very easy to get Uncle Jiang to fire you. As she said this, she added, but don't worry, Yinin and I have a good relationship. I'll talk to her nicely later, and it'll be fine. Exin chuckled inwardly and shrugged indifferently. Seeing Exin's appearance, Bai Yao frowned and said, Exin, don't give up on yourself. Although you can't return to the Yi family, you can still live better than many ordinary people with Uncle Jiang. Now that you're back, just settle down and be an honest person. Exin sighed. Clearly, Bai Yao still didn't believe him and thought that he had indeed done what he was accused of, but 9 years had passed and things had faded. He stopped explaining and frowned and said, Did you come to me just for this matter? No, after I talked to you alone the other day, I thought about it when I went back. Bai Yao said, Actually, I could feel that you had some feelings for me back then. After all, I'm a girl, and I'm more sensitive. Exin was speechless. At this time, Bai Yao said again, But you also need to understand now that we can't be together. You said the other day that you could help. After thinking about it, I still think I should tell you, don't interfere in my affairs with Zhou Rui. You finally got out. Don't do something foolish for me and end up going back in again. Although I don't want to be with Zhou Rui, being with him means I can live comfortably in the future, and he also promised that he wouldn't control me too much. Hearing these words, Exin sighed. He could foresee just how difficult it would be for him to change the way those people viewed him. Even Bai Yao, who he considered to be his closest friend back then, still didn't believe him now. These words weren't pleasant for Exin to hear, but considering Bai Yao's perspective, they were meant well. Of course, they also indirectly confirmed that Bai Yao had some feelings for him, be it friendship or something else. So Exin didn't argue, he just listened quietly. As for the misunderstandings, he was used to them long ago. He didn't care about such things anymore. Bai Yao looked at Exin's calm face and continued, And there's a third thing. Saying this, she looked at Exin and asked, Can you please ask that doctor you know to take a look at my grandfather? Exin looked at her. Bai Yao's grandfather was an exceptionally talented man. He had built their family's business from the ground up, making them one of Lin Hai City's top families. Exin had met her grandfather, but her grandfather had never thought highly of Exin. He thought Exin was just a descendant of the Yi family side branch, with a somewhat lowly background, and was even unwilling for Bai Yao to interact too closely with Exin. Later, after the incident between Exin and Bai Yao's cousin, Bai Yao's grandfather wished he could flay Exin alive. Dr. has already left Jiang City. As for where exactly he went, I don't know either, Exin said. He was telling the truth, but in Bai Yao's eyes, it might not be so. She thought Exin was holding a grudge against her grandfather, so he was unwilling to introduce the doctor. She frowned and said, Exin, it's been 9 years, I've moved on, so why are you still holding a grudge against my grandfather? Back then, something like that happened to his granddaughter, so it's understandable that my grandfather was so relentless. Exin waved his hand and said, Whether you believe it or not, Dr. has indeed left Jiang City and can't come back for the time being. Actually, I also have some knowledge in the field of medicine, although I'm not as good as Dr. Zhe and can't do surgery, but if you trust me, I can take a look at your grandfather when I go to Lin Hai. Bai Yao was stunned. Indeed, as a night watcher, they would learn basic medical treatments because it's impossible to have a top doctor by your side every time you carry out a mission. Bai Yao frowned, neither agreeing nor denying, and instead said, You'd better not go back to Lin Hai. If you do, my cousin's family won't let you off easily, and you've already seen Zhou Rui's hostility towards you. You can live a good life here in Jiang City. At this, Exin laughed and looked at Bai Yao, saying, You still don't believe that I was framed, so I have to go back. My parents are still in Lin Hai. Although they might be living well materially these past 9 years, mentally they're probably not having an easy time. After all, they have a son with such a bad reputation. So, I will prove my innocence. Those people who framed me will not escape. Bai Yao looked at Exin, sighed and said, do as you like. In any case, try not to provoke Zhou Rue. Even if you do go back, try to keep a low profile. After speaking, she turned and walked towards Jiang Wanwan's office. Looking at her slender back, Exin touched his nose, thinking in his heart, although you still don't believe I was framed, at least for these past 3 years, you're the only one who still hopes I'm doing well. Just for this point, I won't let you fall into the hands of someone like Zhou Rue. Saying this, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Humph, the Zhou family. In fact, from the information that Bai Yao revealed, he could roughly guess many things. The Bai family's old patriarch was plagued by a serious illness and had no heart for business matters, which led to the Bai family falling into a passive situation. And Zhou Rue and his group probably seized this opening, gaining control of some of the Bai family's business lifelines. So Bai Yao was forced to sacrifice herself and marry Zhou Rue in order to protect her family's business. Exin let out a breath. At this time, Zhang Jinan suddenly walked over. Looking at Exin, he took out a pack of cigarettes and offered one to Exin, asking, want one? Exin didn't refuse. He smoked, but he wasn't addicted. After lighting up, Zhang Jinan exhaled and said, I just confirmed with Wang Zhen. We need to thank you for Qin Xiaowei's matter this time. It's nothing, Exin said with a smile. Don't publicize this matter. You know, we're all relatively secretive and low-key. I understand. Zhang Jinan nodded, saying, I just bought the villa next to Wanwan's house. If you have time, move in and live there. Exin looked at him in surprise. Damn, being rich really allows you to do whatever you want. He knew Zhang Jinan's intention, which was to have Exin stay closer to Jiang Wanwan, so he could better ensure Jiang Wanwan's safety. Exin naturally wouldn't refuse this request. He even intended to have Yang Chong move there with Unan. Otherwise, living alone would be too boring. Zhang Jinan looked at Exin and then said, By the way, Exin, I want to ask you something. Are you really not at all tempted by our Wanwan? Who? Exin was speechless. This guy was at it again. Is our Wanwan not pretty? Zhang Jinan asked suspiciously. Exin shook his head and said, That's not it. Jiang Wanwan is indeed very beautiful. She can even rank at the top among the women I've encountered. Is it because she has a bad temper? Zhang Jinan asked again. It's not that either, Exin said. Her temper is not bad. She is usually cold as ice to others, but quirky and interesting with those she is familiar with. Then why do you have no feelings at all? Zhang Jinan sighed and said, That Lan Xing has been pursuing Wanwan for several years. Besides me not agreeing, Wanwan also finds him particularly annoying. He'd do anything just to have a meal with Wanwan. And you are one of the boys Wanwan has been closest to these past few years, and she clearly has some feelings for you, Zhang Jinan said. How about I make the decision and have you two get married first, and then slowly develop your feelings in the future? Exin was dumbfounded. Zhang Jinan was too eager to marry off his daughter. Uncle Zhang, stop worrying about your daughter's marriage. She's so beautiful, and she also has you as such a strong backing, a standard rich and beautiful woman. As long as she wants, the men lining up would circle Jiang City once, Exin said. Zhang Jinan sighed and exhaled a long puff of smoke. That's exactly what I'm worried about. She hasn't been dating any boyfriends these past years, and all the people she seems to get along with are girls. Speaking of which, he looked at Exin, moved closer, and whispered, I'm even suspecting if she has homosexual tendencies. How about you help me test the water sometime? Once the rice is cooked, we can just have you two get married. Damn. Exin looked at him in shock and said, Uncle Jiang, your thinking is too unrestrained. Ahem, keeping up with the times, right? Don't you want to seriously consider it? Zhang Jinan looked at Exin, saying, Anyway, I'm very satisfied with you. Exin looked at him and strangely smiled and said, Then I'll seriously consider it. Zhang Jinan patted Exin's shoulder and said, Go for it. After saying that, he put out his cigarette and left the smoking area. Exin looked at Zhang Jinan's back and shook his head. At 5 o'clock, Jiang Wanwan left work on time, taking Bai Yao and Chen Yinyin with her, as they left the company together. Exin, of course, didn't leave directly, although he should be off work too. Now that all the night watchers of Jiang City were gone, he had to ensure Jiang Wanwan's safety, so he followed the 3 girls secretly. On the way, Chen Yinyin frantically tried to convince Jiang Wanwan to fire Yi Xian and to not interact with Yi Xian. Jiang Wanwan just brushed her off with a few perfunctory words. The three girls went shopping at a mall, ate some snacks, and then went back to their respective homes. There were 10 bodyguards at Jiang Wanwan's house, making it relatively safe. After Jiang Wanwan got home, Yi Xian finally relaxed. He was planning on going back to the Garden District first to move his clothes and other things over. He called Yang Chong and told him about the situation. Yang Chong immediately agreed. As someone who was used to being frugal, although his salary was good now, he still hadn't changed his mindset. After Yi Xian sent him the address, he started to prepare to move the things. Yi Xian, on the other hand, took a taxi and rushed toward the Garden District. As soon as he reached the entrance of the Garden District, his brow furrowed because Bai Lianxiang was sitting there. Seeing Yi Xian get out of the car, she quickly stood up and ran over to him. Haunting spirits. One of the reasons Yi Xian wanted to move out of Garden District was to completely sever ties with Bai Lianxiang's family. He knew this family too well. If Lin Qingxue were still with Han Shuo, that would be one thing, as Han Shuo could provide them with financial resources. Now that Han Shuo had dumped Lin Qingxue, although he gave the mother and daughter some expensive bags and clothes, those things weren't cash, and reselling them wouldn't bring in much money. They'd lost their financial support. Bai Lianxiang wouldn't be able to work, and while Lin Qingxue was young and educated, she'd been idle at home for 3 years and had never worked after graduating. She had no work experience, and in this day and age, she wouldn't be able to find a high-paying job. In fact, Yi Xian used to bring them an income of about 20,000 yuan a month. That monthly income was already much higher than Lin Qian's salary at Shengshi. Lin Qingxue was very lazy and couldn't work. Even if she did, it would be difficult for her to earn 20,000 yuan a month. So, for the two of them to live the way they used to, or even more comfortably, they had to come to Yi Xian. Even though Yi Xian's words were harsh enough before, Bai Lianxiang and Lin Qingxue would definitely not let it go so easily. He didn't usually appear at Shengshi Company, so if Bai Lianxiang and Lin Qingxue's family caused a ruckus there, He Gang would take care of it, and he wouldn't have to see it. Living in Garden District was different. For example, now he ran into Bai Lianxiang. Bai Lianxiang jogged up to Yi Xian. But this time, she wasn't as arrogant and disdainful as before, but instead spoke in a polite tone. Yi Xian, you're back. I've been waiting for you all day. Before Yi Xian could speak, she added with a smile, I made some of your favorite dishes at home. Come home and have some. They say a day of marriage is 100 days of grace. You and Qingxue were married for 3 years. Although you're separated now, don't let things get so tense. You were the one who paid for the house, and Qingxue and I thought carefully, no matter what, your name should be added to the property certificate. Yi Xian scoffed inwardly. Make my favorite dishes? Do you even know what my favorite foods are? In the past 3 years, aside from lunch, wasn't I the one who made dinner every time? For 3 years, I was like a servant to you. He frowned and said, Didn't you tell me before to stop bothering you? Now please don't bother me either. With that, he walked around Bai Lianxiang and towards the residential area. This time, Bai Lianxiang wasn't angry, nor did she resort to harsh words. She quickly followed Yi Xian and said, Yi Xian, I know you're upset. I was really out of line before. It was all my fault. It had nothing to do with Qingxue. Yi Xian stopped and looked at her. So it was you and not Lin Qingxue who was with Han Shuo? You cheated within the marriage and immediately kicked me out when you hooked up with a rich man? Bai Lianxiang looked startled. She knows she was wrong, and I know I was wrong too. We really regret it. We were so blind. No matter what, Qingxue's father saved your life. Qingxue wants to live well with you now too. Just agree to marry her again. I promise in the future. Yi Xian sneered and ignored Bai Lianxiang, continuing towards his residence. He had to move to Jiang Wanwan's place as soon as possible. Yi Xian, how can you be so heartless? Bai Lianxiang, seeing that Yi Xian still ignored her, stamped her foot and said, You're rich now, so you're completely abandoning our mother and daughter? Your life was saved by our family. Stop harping on that point, Yi Xian said. If it weren't for Uncle Lin saving my life, do you think you could live in that house in peace? Although your names are on it, it was marital property bought with my money. Even in court, I could get half. Now I'm giving up my half, and I've supported you for 3 years. I've done my part. Fine. Bai Lianxiang ran in front of Exin, opened her arms, and blocked his way. You don't want to remarry, that's okay, but we want half of your company's shares. With that, she turned her face aside, reverting to her shrewish appearance. Otherwise, I'll harass you at your company every day. As long as you're not afraid of losing face, be my guest anyway. I don't usually go to the company. Exin shrugged and said, as for suing us, please be my guest. By the way, lawyers aren't cheap these days. You'll have to hire a good one. Having said that, he walked past Bai Lianxiang and quickened his pace. Bai Lianxiang continued to chase after him, saying a bunch of nonsense. Exin ignored it all. And of course, Bai Lianxiang couldn't keep up with Exin's speed. Soon, Exin created some distance and ran into the elevator. Bai Lianxiang stamped her feet with a dark expression and then returned home. Inside the house, Lin Qingxue was still looking haggard. Lin Qian was unemployed and sitting next to her. Seeing Bai Lianxiang return, Lin Qingxue quickly got up and asked, how was it? Did you wait for Exin? I did, but he's not willing, Bai Lianxiang cursed. That ingrate, he's turned his back on us as soon as he got rich. Lin Qian sighed and said, AI, who would have thought he would suddenly become so rich? I lost my job too, it's really bad luck. Sister Qingxue, what do you do now? How about we go find a job together? Lin Qingxue's expression changed slightly. Go to work? With a salary of a few thousand yuan, it's doubtful if she could even pay off the mortgage for this house. She gritted her teeth and said, no, I must find a way to marry Exin. If I have to, I'll find a way to get pregnant with his child first. Exin returned to his room. He didn't have much stuff, and as he packed his clothes, he frowned and said, looking at these clothes just makes me angrier. That mother and daughter didn't treat me like a human being these past 3 years. These clothes were all from street stalls. None of his summer clothes cost more than 50 yuan. Thinking about the current situation of the mother and daughter, he sneered in his heart. After packing quickly, he left the room, locked the door, and took a taxi to the villa district where Jiang Wanwan lived. The villa was right next to Jiang Wanwan's house. When he arrived at the gate, he looked towards Jiang Wanwan's house. 2 people were guarding her gate, and there were several strong men inside. Jiang Jinan had spared no expense when it came to the security of his daughter's house. At the gate of the villa next door, Yang Chong was sitting, holding large and small bags, with a cigarette in his mouth, curiously looking at Jiang Wanwan's house. Seeing Exin come over, he quickly stood up and said, dude, are you serious? Are we really moving here? Exin smiled and said, why would I lie to you? With that, he pulled out the key and opened the door of the house. Yang Chong swallowed, with an expectant look on his face. When Enin gets discharged, if he sees the great house he's going to live in, he'll probably be very happy. As he spoke, he seemed to think of something and added, oh yeah, Enin's mother came to the hospital today. Exin frowned. Your ex-wife? Not really an ex-wife. I haven't even filed for divorce yet. Yang Chong sighed and said, when Enin hadn't had surgery yet, she didn't show up. Now, I don't know where she heard that I was rich, and she came to see Enin again. It looks like you're not the only one dealing with opportunistic people. Don't be soft-hearted with that kind of woman. Exin reminded him. I understand. Yang Chong nodded and said, let's go in first. Exin's eyes narrowed slightly at this moment, and he looked toward the entrance of the residential area. You carry your things inside, I have something to take care of. Before Yang Chong could react, Exin had already run towards the entrance of the residential area. Orchid Fragrance Garden, the most expensive residential area in Jiangcheng, is also the only villa district in Jiangcheng. This location is where Jiang Wanwan lives, and now Exin also lives here. At this moment, not far from the entrance of the residential area, Exin jogged out and looked around. Seeing cars constantly coming and going, he frowned slightly and said, did I feel wrong? When he was about to enter the room, he felt a sense of danger, but after walking a bit, that sense of danger disappeared. However, Exin still chose to run out to take a look. He suspiciously frowned, walked to a place not far from the residential area, bought some barbecue to take away, and at the same time quietly observed his surroundings to see if there was anything wrong. But there was nothing amiss. Exin packed the barbecue, breathed a sigh of relief, and walked home with it. Jiang Jinan had obviously handled things well. The villa was cleaned very thoroughly, and everything inside was complete, including bedding and so on. The refrigerator was also full of food and drinks. When Exin returned, Yang Chong was excitedly looking around. Seeing Xin come back, he excitedly said, "My goodness, I never thought that in my life I would have the opportunity to live in such a big, luxurious house." "Stop yapping, come and eat something," Xin said speechlessly. Yang Chong chuckled, and the two sat down at the table. Xin looked at Yang Chong and asked, "By the way, when will Linen be discharged from the hospital?" "The doctor said about another week or so," Yang Chong said, frowning. "I'm just worried that that woman will stir up some trouble." "When she ran away, why didn't you divorce her?" Xin asked, frowning. Yang Chong sighed and said, "At that time, I couldn't bear to. I married this girl early. When I came to Jiangxing from the countryside, I was only 20 years old. Then over the years, it just dragged on and I couldn't contact her. It's also my fault for being so talkative." Yang Chong cursed. "After you gave me this job and salary this time, I couldn't help it, so I bragged to my relatives and friends. It probably reached her ears. Anyway, be careful yourself. Don't give her even a penny, understand?" Xin said. "Yeah." Yang Chong nodded. At this moment, Xin's phone suddenly rang. He picked up the phone and saw that it was Zhou Qianqian calling. Xin answered the phone and said, "Hello, Manager Zhou." On the other end of the phone, Zhou Qianqian smiled and said, "Don't be so formal. You can call me Qianqian or call me by my name, Zhou Qianqian." Xin said speechlessly, "Okay, is there something?" Zhou Qianqian nodded and said, "Tomorrow is my birthday. I plan to have a birthday party and invite some friends and colleagues. Would you do me the honor of coming over?" "Of course, that's not a problem," Xin said with a smile. Then he asked, "By the way, I'm working at Dingxing Group now, as Jiang Wanwan's assistant. I might have to ask for her permission." "Don't worry, Wanwan and I have such a good relationship. How could I not invite her to my birthday party?" Zhou Qianqian said with a smile. Xin breathed a slight sigh of relief. Before the people of Red Lotus in Jiangxing were completely dealt with, he had to stay closer to Zhou Qianqian in case anything unexpected happened. "Then it's settled. Tomorrow night, we'll go to the Marriott Hotel for dinner first, and then go to the Imperial KTV." Zhou Qianqian said. "No problem." Xin nodded. After hanging up the phone, Xin pondered. Since it was a birthday, he had to prepare a birthday gift. Moreover, before he recovered his memory, Zhou Qianqian had indeed helped him a lot. From the beginning, she was the one who brought him into the Zhonghai Bank. If it wasn't for confirming that he had money, he would have still thought that Ming Xiaonan was a liar and probably wouldn't have gone to meet Chichuyu, and he wouldn't have been able to recover his memory. After that, Zhou Qianqian also helped him acquire Lin Qian's logistics company. Of course, for Xin now, this was nothing, but for him back then, it was a huge favor. "I have to prepare carefully." Xin let out a breath. After eating the barbecue, Yang Chong cleaned up the boxes and things, and the two went back to their respective rooms. The night passed without incident. The next day, after confirming that Jiang Wanwan had left, Xin followed her out the door. When he arrived at the company, he walked into Jiang Wanwan's office. Seeing Xin arrive, Zhou Qianqian pouted and said, "You don't have to stay at the company today. Come out with me." "What are you going to do?" Xin asked. "Today is Sister Qianqian's birthday. I'm going to pick out a gift for her." Jiang Wanwan said with a smile. "She also invited you, didn't she? You don't plan on going empty-handed, do you?" Xin clicked his tongue inwardly. "You're going to pick out a gift, so you're not going to work?" In fact, Jiang Wanwan didn't seem to have much work to do. She just looked at documents and signed them every day. She wasn't in charge of any projects, and all the decisions were made by Jiang Zhenan. "Okay." Xin nodded. Jiang Wanwan threw the car keys to Xin and said, "We're going to Sihai Garden." Xin was surprised. He knew about Sihai Garden. This place was an antique market in Jiangxing, and even one of the largest antique markets in the country. This place was also one of Jiangxing's landmarks. Many wealthy people from other places would come here to find things. Of course, because it was a tourist destination, there were naturally many fakes as well. Xin was no stranger to this place. Before, he and Yang Chong would often come to Sihai Garden to do part-time jobs. Of course, all of them were physical labor like unloading goods. "It's Zhou Qianqian's birthday. What are you going to buy at Sihai Garden?" "You're not going to buy her a chamber pot from the Qing dynasty as a gift, are you?" Xin asked speechlessly. Jiang Wanwan glared at him and said, "How vulgar. Sister Qianqian likes to collect antiques. My dad has a lot of them, but they're all his precious possessions. and he's not willing to part with them. So, I plan to go to Seahai Garden to see if I can pick one out for her. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. She likes antiques? Zhang Wanwan nodded and said, yes. Yi Xian pondered and nodded, not saying anything more. Soon, the two drove towards Seahai Garden. Seahai Garden was a very mixed place with many large shops and, of course, many stalls. After Yi Xian and Zhang Wanwan parked the car, they walked into Seahai Garden, strolling around. Zhang Wanwan seemed to have agreed on a place, and she went straight to a large antique shop. At the entrance of the shop, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a long gown greeted them and said, "Oh, Wanwan, you've finally arrived." Zhang Wanwan smiled and said, "Uncle Peng, I don't know much about antiques, so don't try to trick me." "How could I do that? If I dared to trick you, that guy Jiang Jinan would skin me alive," the middle-aged man said with a smile. Then he saw Yi Xian and said in surprise, "Oh, Yi Xian." Yi Xian touched his nose. He knew this middle-aged man. He had worked here a few times. Because he was strong and moved things quickly, it was easy to be remembered. The middle-aged man's name was Peng Hai, and he owned the largest antique shop in Seahai Garden. Of course, Yi Xian also knew that this kind of person was often the biggest swindler. "You guys know each other?" Zhang Wanwan asked in surprise. "Yeah, Yi Xian used to work here for me. He's very strong. How did you two get together?" he asked with a puzzled expression. In his mind, Yi Xian and Jiang Wanwan were people from two completely different worlds. One was from the bottom of society, while the other was a wealthy daughter. Jiang Wanwan smiled slightly and said, "He works for me now." Peng Hai was stunned for a moment, and his expression when looking at Yi Xian was a little strange. Jiang Wanwan didn't care too much. She said with a smile, "I don't know much about antiques either, Uncle Peng. Around 300,000 for something exquisite. Can you show me a few items to choose from?" "Wow!" Just as she finished speaking, there was a burst of noise from across the street. Yi Xian looked in the direction of the sound and saw a commotion inside a shop across the street. Immediately afterwards, a crowd of people began to gather. "What's going on over there?" Zhang Wanwan asked suspiciously. Peng Hai revealed a cold smile and said, "Probably just another out-of-town tourist about to get scammed." Yi Xian's heart stirred slightly. He knew the shop across the way. It was called Jubao Xian. It had been built 2 years ago. Yi Xian had worked there during its construction. He'd also moved things for them a few times. If Peng Hai was a shrewd businessman, the owner across the street was a shameless bastard. Back then, when they were moving things, one of their co-workers had been scammed. He'd accidentally broken a piece of porcelain, something that was obviously a fake, but the co-worker was extorted for 30,000 yuan. At the time, Yi Xian and the others had only dared to be angry, but not say anything. They never worked for that shop again. Now, from Peng Hai's words, it seemed they still often scammed tourists from out of town. "What's going on?" Zhang Wan asked, puzzled. "In our line of work, we say once you buy, it's yours. That means if you buy a fake, once you've paid, you can't return it," Peng Hai explained. "But the people at Jubao Xian are different. They'll create a situation, pretend the customer damaged something, then say it's very valuable and force the customer to pay compensation." Zhang Wanwan frowned and said, "They can do that. This industry is very deep." Peng Hai said, shaking his head, "And because of them, our business has also been affected because the reputation of Seheiyuan has become a bit bad." Zhang Wanwan frowned and said, "Then I'm going to go over and take a look." Peng Hai frowned but didn't say anything. Jiang Jinan was the richest man in Jiang City. He held a certain status. If Zhang Wanwan could put a bit of pressure on the Jubao Xian across the street, it would be a good thing. Yi Xian glanced at Peng Hai, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He knew Peng Hai was intentionally using Zhang Wanwan as a tool. He didn't point it out but followed behind Zhang Wanwan, squeezing through to the front of the crowd. At the entrance of Jubao Xian, a middle-aged man with a mustache was holding a girl's arm, saying, "Little girl, this thing is a genuine Tang Yin painting. You just ruin it like that." In his hand, he held a scroll that was broken into 2 pieces. One hand gripped the short-haired girl, while a sneer was on his face. Beside the girl was a woman. Both the girl and the woman were quite beautiful. The middle-aged woman protected the girl and said, "Don't make false accusations. We just heard there was a genuine Tang Yin painting and came to have a look, but this painting suddenly fell off the wall and broke in 2. It had nothing to do with us. This painting is the treasure of our shop. It's been hanging on the wall for so long and has been fine. Yet as soon as you looked at it, it broke. Who would believe that? The mustached man said with a sneer. Yi Xian frowned. He recognized this man. He was the Jubao Xian owner, Chun Baiyun, who had scammed his coworker. Everyone secretly called him Chun Pi Ba. Oh, pretty lady, if you broke it, you broke it. You don't look like you're short of money, so just pay some compensation and be done with it. That's right, if you broke it, you have to pay. It's only natural. Several people around started to stir things up. Yi Xian knew with his eyes closed that these people stirring things up were definitely stooges hired by Qin Baiyun. Hearing these words, the girl and the beautiful woman's faces changed slightly. The beautiful woman gritted her teeth, seemingly preparing to pay compensation and be done with it. She looked deeply at Qin Baiyun and said, "How much?" "Not much, 15 million, Qin Baiyun said. A collective gasp of breath rose from the crowd. The girl and the beautiful woman stared intently at Qin Baiyun. At this time, the beautiful woman said, "All right, I'll give you 15 million. You better keep it safe." Clearly, these two were not short of money, nor were they ordinary people. Qin Baiyun was probably counting on this, which was why he dared to scam them like that. As for the hint of threat in the beautiful woman's words, he didn't care. In Jiang City, in his territory of Seheiyuan, outsiders weren't much of a threat to him. At this time, Jiang Wanwan couldn't stand it any longer and was about to rush out, but Yi Xian quickly pulled her back. Jiang Wanwan frowned. "This is clearly a scam. Are you going to stand by and watch? Xiao Wei is right. You're just a coward." Yi Xian scratched his head and said, "You don't even understand antiques. You wouldn't be able to tell anything even if you did go." Jiang Wanwan was stunned. At this moment, Yi Xian smiled at her and said, "Let me go." "You understand?" Jiang Wanwan asked in surprise. "A little, just a little." Yi Xian coughed slightly, walked forward, and said, "Oh, Boss Chun." Chun Baiyun looked at Yi Xian and obviously recognized him. He frowned and said, "What are you doing here? I don't have any work for you today. Go find somewhere else. I'm busy here." Yi Xian, however, smiled and stepped forward. "Boss Chun, I didn't realize we're actually in the same business." Chun Baiyun's face showed disdain as he said, "Who's in the same business as you? You're just a laborer. Get lost." "How are we not in the same business?" Yi Xian said, pursing his lips. "We're both robbers." Chun Baiyun's face changed slightly, and a burst of laughter rose from the crowd. "Boy, what do you mean? Be careful what you say. Get lost." He glared at Yi Xian, then looked at the mother and daughter and said, "You too, pay up now." The short-haired girl pursed her lips. The beautiful woman's face was unsightly. She looked deeply at Qin Baiyun, then took out her bank card. "Wait!" At this moment, Yi Xian raised his hand and said, "Boss Chun, you're selling this poor-quality fake for 15 million. Aren't you being too damn greedy? You won't get a good night's sleep with a guilty conscience, will you?" As his voice fell, the scene erupted in an uproar. Qin Baiyun's face turned unnatural. He glared at Yi Xian and said, "What does a laborer like you know about antiques? This is a genuine Tang Yin painting." When the mother and daughter heard Yi Xian say this, joy appeared on their faces. Yi Xian smiled slightly, then reached out and grabbed the half of the painting from the boss before he could react. Then, Yi Xian took out a lighter from his pocket. "What are you doing?" Qin Baiyun's face suddenly changed. Below, the faces of the crowd of onlookers also became horrified. Whoosh! Yi Xian ignored them, suddenly opened the lighter, and put the half of the painting to the flame. The half of the painting instantly caught fire. "You're crazy." Jiang Wanwan, who was nearby, was also stunned. She hadn't expected Yi Xian's solution to be to just rush up and burn half of the painting. "Boy, you're done for." Qin Baiyun looked at Yi Xian, his face dark. Yi Xian, however, said with a cold smile, "Everyone, please use your noses and take a deep breath." The onlookers were stunned for a moment. Then many of them started breathing deeply. "What are you doing?" Jiang Wanwan asked, puzzled. However, at this moment, a knowledgeable person in the crowd said, "After it's burnt, there's a pungent smell. This proves that the paper of this painting is made of a modern synthetic fiber material." The crowd was in an uproar, while Qin Baiyun's face changed drastically. Yi Xian smiled and said, "That's right, Tang Yin lived in the Ming Dynasty, unless he traveled through hundreds of years to the modern times to bring this paper back. So this painting, obviously, is fake." As his voice fell, Qin Baiyun's face completely darkened. Nearby, the beautiful woman stared intently at Chen Bayun and said, "You dare to cheat me?" A wave of discussion rose from the crowd. I've long heard that Jubao Xian has a bad reputation, that people always break their things and have to pay compensation. Now it seems like it's true. I'll never buy anything from them again. Chen Bayun's face was dark. He gritted his teeth and said, I spent 12 million to buy this painting. I thought it was genuine. Now it seems that I've been cheated too. That was his explanation. In this industry, he could indeed say that, and there wasn't much anyone could do about it. Oh, what a crook. Everyone should avoid coming here in the future. They are really shameless, this Jubao Xian. All sorts of comments came out from the crowd. Chen Bayun's face was dark. He looked deeply at Yi Exen. Yi Exen shrugged nonchalantly, and then, ignoring the noisy crowd, walked to Jiang Wanwan's side, took Jiang Wanwan by the hand and squeezed out of the crowd, returning to the opposite side. Back in Peng Hai's shop, Jiang Wanwan was still in awe as she said, Yi Exen, I didn't expect you to understand antiques. How did you know that thing was fake? Peng Hai had clearly witnessed this scene as well. He looked at Yi Exen and said, I didn't expect it. I thought you were just strong, but it turns out you also know antiques. Yi Exen smiled. He did have some knowledge. As a night watchman, he needed to have knowledge in various fields. He smiled and then looked at Jiang Wanwan, saying, Let's choose first. I prepared some things here. Have a look and choose what you like. Peng Hai took a deep look at Yi Exen, then said to Jiang Wanwan. Jiang Wanwan was still immersed in the shock of Yi Exen exposing Chen Bayun. After hearing Peng Hai's words, she came back to her senses and looked curiously at Yi Exen, saying, Then I'll go choose first. Yi Exen looked at Peng Hai and said, While she's choosing, I'll just look around the store. Is that okay? Peng Hai frowned. Although Yi Exen had exposed Chen Bayun's scam, in his mind, Yi Exen was still the laborer who came to work for him, just a bit stronger. However, considering Yi Exen was brought by Jiang Wanwan, he nodded and said, Look around as you like, but don't touch anything. If you accidentally break something, you really won't be able to afford it. Yi Exen smiled, not caring too much. Jiang Wanwan followed Peng Hai to choose items. With Jiang Zhenan's connection, he wasn't worried about Jiang Wanwan being cheated. As for him, he began to wander around the antique shop. The shop had a lot of items, porcelain and jade, displayed on shelves. After browsing for a while, Yi Exen discovered that there were indeed genuine items, but there were also many fake ones. Yi Exen didn't know what kind of item to buy for Zhou Qianqian. He wasn't a stingy person, and he remembered Zhou Qianqian's kindness. Just as he was browsing, a slightly pleasant voice suddenly sounded in Yi Exen's ear. Excuse me, sir. Yi Exen turned around and saw that the mother and daughter who had been extorted earlier were standing there, not sure when they had arrived. Is there anything? Yi Exen asked. The origin of this mother and daughter was definitely not simple, judging by their Beijing accent. The girl now had a large drawing board. She was probably studying painting. Thank you so much for helping us, sir. Otherwise, we would have been ripped off by that swindler, the beautiful woman said. My daughter and I are tourists from out of town, bringing my daughter for inspiration. And I like antiques, so I heard there were genuine Tangyin pieces here. I want to take a look, but didn't expect to almost get scammed. Yi Exen waved his hand and said, Don't mention it. I just couldn't stand by and watch, so I helped. There were so many people at the time, but only you dared to step forward. We mother and daughter should naturally thank you properly, the beautiful woman said. Yi Exen looked at the two of them, a thought flashing through his mind. Thank me properly, a pair of beauties. At this moment, the beautiful woman said, I would like to treat you to lunch as a thank you. Please don't think it's too bothersome. Yi Exen was speechless, realizing he had misunderstood. He coughed lightly and said, I'm afraid I can't today. I have things to do all day. The beautiful woman pondered for a moment and took out her phone, saying, Then let's add each other on WeChat. We can see when you are free, and I'll invite you then. Yi Exen didn't refuse. He took out his phone, found his WeChat QR code, and both the mother and daughter scanned it and added him. Then the beautiful woman introduced herself, saying, Oh, right, I still don't know how to address you. I'm Chun Mei Xian, and this is my daughter, Chen Shi. The daughter had her mother's surname, a wealthy single widow. Annie, I don't want to work hard anymore. Many thoughts popped into Yi Exen's mind, but he smiled and said, Yi Exen. The beautiful woman smiled and said, Mr. Yi. Then we won't bother you anymore. I'll contact you when you're free. Saying that, she seemed to think of something and took out a business card from her wallet and handed it to Yi Xian, saying, "Oh right, this is my business card. If WeChat doesn't work, you can call my phone." Yi Xian nodded and took the business card. Chun Meixian nodded and left with her daughter. After the two had left, Yi Xian picked up the business card in his hand and looked at it. Chairman of Huanyu Group, Chun Meixian. No wonder she was so willing to give out 15 million. A chairman of a group company. She must be quite wealthy. Yi Xian thought suspiciously. He didn't pay too much attention to it, putting the business card in his pocket and continued looking around. After a while, he saw a jade bracelet and said to the staff next to him, "Miss, can you let me see this jade bracelet?" The staff member frowned. The items sold here were already relatively expensive. The bracelet Yi Xian wanted to ask about was priced at 2 million, and she was only responsible for reception. When it came to negotiation, their boss had to do it himself. And based on Yi Xian's clothing, she didn't think he could afford it. At this moment, Jiang Wanwan and Peng Hai happened to walk over. Jiang Wanwan had already bought her items and had them wrapped up. Seeing Yi Xian talking to the staff, the two approached. Peng Hai frowned when he saw Yi Xian pointing at the jade bracelet, saying, "You have a good eye, but this bracelet is quite expensive." His implication was, "Can you afford it?" Yi Xian had actually seen that this bracelet was quite beautiful. He wanted to take it out and look at it carefully to confirm. If possible, he planned to buy it for Zhou Qianqian as a birthday gift. Boss Peng is in business. "There's no harm in me looking, right?" Yi Xian said. Peng Hai frowned, looked at Jiang Wanwan next to him, frowned, and gave the staff member a look. The staff member nodded, took out the box containing the jade bracelet and said, "You can just look at it here." Yi Xian didn't pay attention to all of that. He took the box himself. Peng Hai's face changed slightly and said, "Be careful. Don't break it. If you break it, you won't be able to afford it even if you sell everything you own." "I'll buy it." At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly smiled at him. Peng Hai was stunned, looking at Yi Xian in shock. He thought he had misheard. "I said, I'll buy it," Yi Xian said again. Peng Hai swallowed and said, "Yi Xian, this thing is priced at 2 million. Jiang Wanwan also frowned. She had checked Yi Xian's background. Before coming to work for her, Yi Xian had only worked on construction sites. Where would he get 2 million? "I know." Yi Xian looked at Peng Hai and said, "I don't have that much cash. Can I pay by card?" Peng Hai frowned and said, "Brother, don't joke around with me. This is 2 million. Can you really take it out?" Yi Xian smiled slightly. He took out a card from his pocket and handed it to Peng Hai, saying, "Swipe it." Peng Hai was suspicious, but when he saw the azure blue card, he trembled. Next to him, Jiang Wanwan's beautiful eyes also widened. "A diamond card? How can you have a diamond card from Xinhai Bank?" Peng Hai looked at Yi Xian in shock. Next to him, Zhou Qianqian was also looking at Yi Xian in shock. A diamond card from Xinhai Bank. Even her father wasn't qualified to have one. In an instant, she understood a lot of things. Why would Yi Xian end up with Zhou Qianqian? Why would Zhou Qianqian have Yi Xian pretend to be her boyfriend? Logically speaking, Yi Xian used to work on a construction site and was in no way in the same league as Zhou Qianqian. Similarly, she also understood why her father was so submissive in front of Yi Xian, even though she still didn't know how Yi Xian had saved her father. This diamond card, only 9 of which have been issued worldwide, was a symbol of status and power. Under their shocked gaze, Yi Xian calmly touched his nose and looked at Peng Hai, asking, "So, what about it? Are you still selling? Are you still selling this?" Yi Xian coughed lightly and asked. His voice quickly pulled Jiang Wanyuan and Peng Hai back to reality. Peng Hai's voice was a little shaky as he said, "Sell, sell, sell." But in his heart, there were still endless waves of shock. He couldn't understand why this person who had previously worked hard for him would possess a diamond card from Xinhai Bank. He also had an account at Xinhai Bank, but it was only a silver card. As for the diamond card, this was the first time he had seen a real one, having only ever seen it in the pictures from Xinhai Bank itself. Peng Hai quickly took the bank card and handed it to the nearby waiter, saying, "Quick, the POS machine." His hands were trembling slightly. The beautiful waitress obviously didn't know what this card meant. Her level of access didn't reach Xinhai Bank at all. At most, she had only heard that it was a place where only very wealthy people could handle banking business. She took out the POS machine and successfully swiped Yi Xian's card. The transaction was successfully completed. Yi Xian closed the box without too much fanfare. A smile appeared on his face as he looked at Zhang Wanyuan and said, "If you've finished buying, shall we go?" Zhang Wanyuan nodded blankly, still obviously immersed in the shock of Yi Xian possessing a diamond card. She swallowed her saliva and asked, "How do you have a diamond card from Shanghai Bank?" Yi Xian scratched his head and said, "This was passed down from my ancestors. It's been passed down for more than 30 generations, and it just happened to end up with me." "Get out!" Zhang Wanyuan glared and said, "Tell me quickly, where did you get it?" "Secret." Yi Xian smiled mysteriously at her. This made Zhang Wanyuan want to beat Yi Xian to death. But since Yi Xian wouldn't say, she had no choice but to grit her teeth in frustration. In her heart, Yi Xian became even more mysterious. "Let's go first," Yi Xian said. Zhang Wanyuan nodded. At this time, Peng Hai hurriedly said, "By the way, you two be careful. Chun Baiyun has some influence in Jiangxing and is considered one of the local bullies. Yi Xian, you ruined his plans just now and even caused him to lose money. Now their Jubao Xian's reputation is completely ruined. Given his character, he definitely won't let you off the hook. Moreover, he doesn't hold grudges overnight. You might be targeted when you go out." As he spoke, Peng Hai looked at Zhang Wanyuan with concern and said, "Why don't I send someone to escort you back? You shouldn't dare to touch my people." Before Yi Xian could speak, Zhang Wanyuan sneered and said, "Let him try to touch me. I'll make him bankrupt." She had confidence when she said this. Not to mention that her father was the richest man in Jiangxing. Her father also had a good relationship with Wang Jin. In Jiangxing, she did have the confidence to say such words. As for Yi Xian, he didn't care. He didn't take such ordinary threats to heart at all. Hearing Zhang Wanyuan say this, Peng Hai smiled and said, "That's true. He shouldn't dare to touch you. Anyway, just be careful." Yi Xian nodded. The two of them walked out of the store ostentatiously. In the Jubao Xian store opposite, Chun Baiyun was sitting there. After seeing Yi Xian come out, Chun Baiyun sneered and said, "That grandson Yi Xian actually dared to ruin my plans. I must cripple him." "Boss." Beside him, someone said, "Look at the woman next to him. Isn't that Jiang Zhenan's daughter, Zhang Wanyuan?" Chun Baiyun took a few glances, his brows furrowing as he said, "It is her indeed. Find someone to follow them. When they separate, take action and beat them to death. Then bring the person to me." The person beside him nodded and said, "Understood." Chun Baiyun exhaled, took out a cigarette, lit it, and then squinted his eyes, looking through the glass window at Yi Xian and Zhang Wanyuan as they walked away. His eyes were filled with cold light. At the same time, in a modified auto repair shop in Jiangxing. Inside the auto repair shop, as usual, Lan Xing called a group of rich second-generation heirs and a group of beautiful women. They were having fun in the repair shop. Zhou Rui was also among them. He was holding a beautiful woman in his arms, touching her up and down, with a smile on his face. The beautiful woman leaned into his ear and said, "Oh, wait, have a drink. You've been touching me all morning." "Ha ha ha." A burst of laughter rang out around them. Lan Xing looked at Zhou Rui with a smile and said, "Ruiji, tonight we'll take you to another place that will guarantee to leave you mesmerized." Zhou Rui's eyes lit up slightly. Then he shook his head and said, "Forget it. I have an appointment tonight. You know Zhou Qianqian from Shanghai Bank, right? She's a university classmate of me and Yao Yao. This time we came here not only for travel, but also to send them our wedding invitations and attend her birthday party." "Zhou Qianqian's birthday today?" Chun Fan's face lit up beside him. Then he became dejected and said, "Oh, she didn't invite me to attend. When chasing girls, you have to be shameless. She didn't invite you. You can go yourself. You've been hanging out with me for so long. Why haven't you improved at all?" Lan Xing looked at him with disdain. Chun Fan pouted and said, "Xingji, don't talk about me. You've been chasing Zhang Wanyuan for so long, but you haven't succeeded. Moreover, both of them dragged Yi Xian as a shield." Hearing this, Lan Xing couldn't help but cover the scar on his head, a hint of anger flashing across his face. At this time, his cell phone rang. He picked it up and gestured for everyone to be quiet, then answered the phone and said, "Hello, Dad, what's up?" On the other end of the phone, a middle-aged man's voice sounded, filled with endless exhaustion. "Hello, is that Lan Xing? You're in your repair shop, right? Lan Xing's expression changed slightly. Just as he was about to deny it, his father's voice rang out. Sell your abandoned repair shop and find someone you trust to give all the money to. Use it for future living expenses. It should allow you to live a good life for a while. At this moment, Lan Xing's face changed drastically as he said, Dad, what's going on? Our family might be finished. On the other end of the phone, his father's voice sounded, somewhat melancholic. Hearing these words, Lan Xing was thunderstruck. His whole body trembled violently, and he collapsed onto the sofa. On the other side, Yi Xian and Jiang Wanyuan were eating at the most renowned restaurant in Sihai Garden. This restaurant had a good reputation in Sihai Garden, but the quality of its cooking was far inferior to that of the Wanhao Hotel. While eating, Jiang Wanyuan kept asking Yi Xian why he possessed the diamond card. Yi Xian still replied with the two words, secret. This little girl, her curiosity is just too strong. After asking for a while, Jiang Wanyuan saw that Yi Xian wasn't going to tell her, so she puffed out her cheeks and refused to talk to Yi Xian. Yi Xian was happy to have some peace and quiet. At this moment, he was looking at a text message on his phone. The text message was sent by Zhiqiu. Within 3 days, the Lan family will go bankrupt. It was just a short sentence. Seeing this, a disdainful smile appeared on the corner of Yi Xian's mouth. Putting away his phone, Yi Xian looked at the sulking Jiang Wanyuan and said, Are we going back to the company after we finish eating? Jiang Wanyuan glared at Yi Xian angrily and didn't say anything. Yi Xian didn't mind and just followed beside Jiang Wanyuan. After eating, Jiang Wanyuan took the initiative to pay the bill and left Sihai Garden with Yi Xian. Yi Xian noticed that someone was following them, but they had never dared to make a move. They were probably really afraid to touch Jiang Wanyuan, so Yi Xian didn't pay much attention. They successfully drove away from Sihai Garden. Jiang Wanyuan obviously didn't intend to return to the company. She took Yi Xian to the mall, wandered around randomly, and then watched a movie. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the two came out of the mall and drove to the Wanhao Hotel to attend Zhou Qianqian's birthday party. Zhou Qianqian's birthday banquet was being held in a banquet hall on the 3rd floor of the Wanhao Hotel. When the two arrived, it was already 5:30 p.m. At the entrance, Zhou Qianqian was standing there wearing a long dress. Her expression wasn't too good. However, when she saw Yi Xian and Jiang Wanyuan, a bright smile appeared on her face as she said, You've finally arrived. Jiang Wanyuan ran over and said, Qianqianjie, are you in a bad mood? I saw that your expression wasn't very good just now. Zhou Qianqian sighed and said, The bank manager's son and Chun Fan both came. I didn't invite them in the first place. Jiang Wanyuan's expression changed, and then she sneered and said, If they dare to act up at your birthday party, I'll never let them get away with it. Yi Xian touched his nose. From their conversation and Chun Fan's previous attempts to pursue Zhou Qianqian, he could tell that the son of the Jiangqing branch manager of Xinhai Bank was also pursuing Zhou Qianqian. Jiang Wanwan looked at Yi Xian and said, Oh right, didn't you pretend to be my boyfriend last time? Why don't you have him pretend again this time? Zhou Qianqian pouted and looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian was speechless. These two women were really something. Moreover, Jiang Wanwan had already used him as a shield before, and Chun Fan and the others knew about it. Now, if he pretended to be Zhou Qianqian's boyfriend, they wouldn't believe it for shit. Zhou Qianqian looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian shrugged and said, I don't mind, but if I keep jumping back and forth between you two, they'll never believe it. Zhou Qianqian smiled wryly and said, That's true. They probably wouldn't believe it. Forget it for now. You guys go in and find a place to sit. Bai Yao and Zhou Rui are already here. Yi Xian was surprised and said, You know Bai Yao and Zhou Rui? Zhou Qianqian nodded and said, Bai Yao, Zhou Rui, and I are all university classmates. But speaking of it, back in university, Bai Yao always looked down on Zhou Rui, and I didn't really like Zhou Rui's personality either. I never thought they'd actually end up together. Yi Xian chuckled and thought to himself, End up together? They'd be damned if they end up together. He looked at Zhou Qianqian. He didn't expect that Zhou Qianqian also graduated from Linhai University. As one of the top universities in the country, it made sense that she was able to work at Xinhai Bank. After a few words, Jiang Wanwan and Yi Xian entered the banquet hall. There were already quite a few people inside. The banquet hall wasn't very large. It only had 4 round tables, and many people were already seated at them. These people weren't very old and were probably Zhou Qianqian's friends and colleagues. As for the older generation, she probably chose to celebrate separately with her family. Jiang Wanwan looked around and quickly spotted by Yao and the others. Then, she went over with the Xin and sat down. Seeing the Xin also coming over, Zhou Rui frowned and said, "Can you go sit at another table? Sitting with us will lower our status." Besides Zhou Rui, Bai Yao, and Chen Yining, there were also Qin Xiaowei and a few others the Xin didn't know at the table. Chen Yining also curled her lips and said, "Exactly. Do you even know Zhou Qianqian? You just came here to sponge off a meal." Yi Xian frowned. Jiang Wanwan said, "Sister Yining, Yi Xian was invited by Sister Qianqian." Her words made the two of them slightly stunned. Zhou Rui spoke up again, "Whatever. There are still some empty seats over there. Go find a place to sit." After Wanwan sits down, there's only one seat left at this table, which is reserved for Qianqian. You don't have the right to sit with us. Bai Yao remained indifferent, neither helping nor saying anything. Jiang Wanwan glanced awkwardly at Yi Xian. Yi Xian touched his nose. He was too lazy to waste words with Zhou Rui. He looked around and saw Chen Fan. He smiled slightly and walked over to Chen Fan's table to sit down. When Chen Fan saw Yi Xian walking over, he instinctively shrunk back, clearly remembering the scene of Yi Xian beating up Lan Xing that day. There were an equal number of men and women at this table. When they saw Yi Xian, a few of them had a knowing, mocking look on their faces. At this moment, a man who wasn't very tall, had a slightly dark complexion, and was dressed a bit flashy spoke up. Chen Fan seemed to remember something, and his expression flickered slightly. He said, "This is Yi Xian." The man's eyelids twitched slightly, and he looked at Yi Xian and said, "Yi Xian, let me introduce you. This is Mao Yusheng, the son of the Xinhai bank manager." Yi Xian's expression flickered slightly. He looked at Mao Yusheng. Mao Yusheng smiled and said, TSK, you're Yi Xian. I heard you pretended to be Qianqian's boyfriend, and then you pretended to be Jiang Wanwan's boyfriend? You mess with Lan Xing, and you're still alive and kicking. You've got some good luck." Beside him, Chen Fan's mouth twitched, but he didn't say anything. Clearly, Lan Xing hadn't let the incident spread because it was a great humiliation for him. Yi Xian smiled and said, "I guess." Mao Yusheng scoffed and said, "How much do you charge for pretending to be a boyfriend? I heard you were a bricklayer before? How could Qianqian and Jiang Wanwan hire someone like you? If they were going to hire someone, they should have found someone better." At the table, the others all laughed along. Chen Fan also had a sinister smile on his face. At this time, it seemed that everyone had arrived. Waiters began bringing dishes to the tables. Zhou Qianqian also gracefully walked into the banquet hall. She smiled sweetly and said, "Thank you everyone for coming to my birthday banquet today. Enjoy the food and drinks. After we finish eating, I've booked a private room at the Emperor KTV. We'll continue the fun there." While talking, she approached the nearest table. A girl took out a box and said, "Qianqian, happy birthday. This is a gift I prepared for you, a pair of earrings." She opened the exquisite small box, revealing a pair of delicate earrings. "Thank you, sweetheart." Zhou Qianqian smiled sweetly at her, took the box, and handed it to a nearby waiter. Clearly, she had anticipated that many people would give her gifts. Sure enough, one gift box after another began to appear. These gifts might not be considered precious, but they were definitely not cheap. At the very least, they all cost over 1,000 yuan. After most of the people had finished giving their gifts, Jiang Wanwan stood up with a smile. She walked over to Zhou Qianqian with a gift box and opened it, saying, "This is a piece of blue and white porcelain. I know you like collecting antiques, Sister Qianqian. I specifically chose it from the Sihai Garden." Zhou Qianqian's eyes lit up and said, "Thank you, Wanwan. I really like it." Beside her, Zhou Rui said with a smile, "This blue and white porcelain is quite good. It's probably worth around 300,000 yuan." As soon as he spoke, the surrounding area was filled with gasps. At Yi Xian's table, Chen Fan frowned. He had also prepared a gift that was considered expensive. He had thought would be the best gift of the night, but after Jiang Wanwan's blue and white porcelain, this was probably not going to be the best anymore. At this moment, Zhou Rui smiled slightly and said, "Everyone knows that Qianqian is from the dance department of Linhai University, and she dances incredibly well. Yao Yao and I thought long and hard about what to buy for you. And just before we left for Jiangcheng, we saw a pair of crystal dance shoes at an exhibition. As he spoke, he took out a gift box and opened it. In an instant, under the light, the crystal shoes glittered with a dazzling brilliance. They were absolutely stunning. Zhou Qianqian's expression changed slightly, and she said, This is too precious. I can't accept it. It's not precious, Zhou Rui said with a light laugh. It's only worth 800,000 yuan or so. It's nothing. The people around them all wanted to curse. What he said was too irritating. Bai Yao said with a smile, Qianqian, accept it. This is our heartfelt gift. Zhou Qianqian was stunned for a moment and then nodded, saying, Okay, thank you guys. Bai Yao smiled slightly. Meanwhile, beside Yi Xin, Chun Fan's expression immediately turned ugly. The gift he had prepared was similar to Jiang Wanwan's, worth about 300,000 yuan. Now, compared to Zhou Rui's gift, it was in a completely different league. He shrank his neck and was too embarrassed to take it out. At this time, next to him, Mao Yuxing glanced at him disdainfully, then slowly got up and took out a car key from his pocket, saying, I was thinking and didn't know what to give you. I noticed that your car seems pretty ordinary, so I went and bought you a Porsche. Don't mind it, okay? Beside him, Chun Fan's face turned bitter. A Porsche? The price of this car was probably not less than the pair of crystal shoes. At the same time, Mao Yuxing picked up a bouquet of flowers from under the table, walked in front of Zhou Qianqian, holding the flowers in one hand and the car key in the other, and knelt down on one knee, saying, Qianqian, be my girlfriend. Zhou Qianqian's expression changed slightly. She looked around and then shook her head, saying, No, I have a boyfriend. We all know that. Your boyfriend is just some random guy you pulled in to pretend. Mao Yuxing looked at Yi Xin. Suddenly, he rolled his eyes and asked, Oh right, Yi Xin, since you've already pretended to be Qianqian's boyfriend, and you've come to her birthday banquet today, I wonder what gift you've prepared. As soon as he spoke, almost everyone turned to look at Yi Xin. Zhou Rui had a mocking, knowing look on his face. Yi Xin was called out in public, naturally drawing everyone's attention to him. Zhou Rui, sitting beside him, chuckled and said, Let's see how this kid gets out of this. Even if he prepared a gift, it's probably very shabby. Now, with my crystal shoes and this Porsche as a backdrop, if he dares to take it out, he'll definitely lose face to the point of death. Bai Yao frowned slightly, but Jiang Wanwan had a hint of a smile on her lips. Zhou Qianqian also looked at Yi Xin. For some reason, she was also a little expectant. She knew Yi Xion's situation, and no matter what Yi Xion prepared for her, even if it was something worth only 1 yuan, she would feel very happy. This feeling was very strange. Yi Xin touched his nose and, amid everyone's surprised gazes, stood up. He took out the prepared box and handed it to Zhou Qianqian, saying, I only heard from Jiang Wanwan today that you like antiques, so I went with her to Seahai Garden and picked out something. He didn't even open it, just handed it to Zhou Qianqian. Zhou Qianqian felt a slight joy in her heart and was just about to reach out to take it. However, Mao Yuxing, who was kneeling on one knee, had been watching Zhou Qianqian. He clearly saw the change in expression on Zhou Qianqian's face, and a surge of anger rose in his heart. I absolutely have to make this kid lose face to the point of death, he thought furiously. Before Zhou Qianqian could reach for the box, he suddenly stood up and snatched it away. He glanced at Yi Xin darkly and said, Wow, let's see what kind of gift it is. As he spoke, he opened the box, revealing a jade bracelet inside. Tiske. I heard that before you pretended to be Qianqian's boyfriend, you were a migrant worker, Mao Yuxing said to Yi Xin. This bracelet must have been bought at a stall in Seahai Garden, right? The box is quite exquisite, though. I wonder how many hundreds of yuan you spent? I can tell you, the things on the stalls at Seahai Garden are all scams. This bracelet of yours probably cost only a few tens of yuan. You've been cheated. Ha ha ha. Zhou Rui joined in the jeering, saying, Yi, your gift is so precious. Everyone could hear the sarcasm in his tone, and the surrounding people burst into laughter. Yi Xin touched his nose, not minding their laughter. He calmly took the box from Mao Yuxing and handed it to Zhou Qianqian. Zhou Qianqian smiled sweetly at Yi Xin and said, Thank you. As long as it's something you sent, whether it's expensive or cheap, I'm very happy. These words were somewhat ambiguous, especially for the men present who had feelings for Zhou Qianqian. It was practically a critical hit. Even if it was just a pretense before, After these words came out, it didn't sit right with them. Upon hearing this, Bai Yao's eyes narrowed slightly. She looked at EXIN and Zhou Qianqian, a hint of emotion flickering in her eyes before fading and returning to a state of calm. Qin Xiaowei frowned, pursed her lips, and seemed to be deep in thought. Zhou Rui chuckled and looked at EXIN, saying, EXIN, Qianqian has already said that, yet you still send such a cheap gift. It's a bit unreasonable. That's right. Why don't you pay for this meal for Qianqian? Mao Yuxing also looked up at EXIN, a sinister smile on his face. This meal at the Wanhao Hotel was definitely not cheap. With 40 people here, even the lowest consumption would cost at least tens of thousands of yuan, and the meal Zhou Qianqian ordered would certainly be of high standard. This was simply not something EXIN could afford. I agree. At this moment, Chen Fan also said with a sinister smile. Zhou Rui looked at EXIN with a half smile and said, EXIN, I think what they said makes sense. After all, your gift is really too cheap. Senior Zhou Rui. Jiang Wanwan seemed unable to bear it any longer. She frowned and said, a birthday gift shouldn't be judged by money. Haven't you heard of it's the thought that counts? And EXIN's bracelet isn't cheap either. Yes, for EXIN it's not cheap. Indeed, he doesn't have much money. I didn't think it through, Zhou Rui quickly said. To be able to spend a few hundred yuan to buy a bracelet at a stall in Sihai Garden is already quite impressive for him. Jiang Wanwan frowned and said, this bracelet was bought by EXIN for 2 million yuan. Whoa! In an instant, the scene was in an uproar. Neither Zhou Rui's car nor Mao Yuxing's car had a price exceeding 1 million yuan. But now, Jiang Wanwan was actually saying that EXIN's bracelet had cost 2 million yuan, which they had never expected. The hall fell silent in an instant, including Zhou Qianqian, whose hand holding the box trembled slightly. She had not expected that the bracelet would be so expensive. It was one thing for others who didn't know EXIN to think he was just a poor person, but Zhou Qianqian, as the manager who received EXIN, was very clear about this. EXIN was a diamond card user. She looked at EXIN, whose face still wore a calm smile. Zhou Rui laughed and said, Wanwan, I know EXIN is your assistant, and you want to save his face, but there's no need to fabricate such a lie. For him to be able to take out 2 million yuan, are you joking? Why would I lie to you? Jiang Wanwan said, we bought it from Uncle Peng Hai at Sihai Garden. If you don't believe it, you can ask him. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. In fact, when Jiang Wanwan herself stepped forward to speak, everyone had already believed her. This was Jiang Wanwan, the daughter of Jiang Zhenan, the richest man in Jiang City. Her words carried a high degree of credibility. Mao Yuxing and Zhou Rui were dumbfounded. They had not expected that the bracelet EXIN had taken out would be so precious. EXIN hadn't even mentioned it, but they had forced Jiang Wanwan to reveal it. They had originally intended to humiliate EXIN, but instead, they had given him a chance to shine. Originally, they thought their gifts were the best, but now, compared to the value, their gifts were overshadowed. Zhou Rui glanced at EXIN, then at the serious Jiang Wanwan, and whispered, where did he get so much money? EXIN ignored Zhou Rui's words. He smiled and looked at Zhou Qianqian, saying, don't worry about these things. You helped me a lot before, so this is what I should do. This is too precious. Zhou Qianqian shook her head. EXIN smiled slightly and said, it's okay, happy birthday. Zhou Qianqian bit her lip, looked at EXIN, and then put away the box, a feeling of sweetness welling up in her heart. Mao Yuxing's expression was uncertain. Then, gritting his teeth, he knelt on the ground again, holding the car key and flowers, and said, Qianqian, be my girlfriend. Zhou Qianqian pondered for a moment and said, no, I can't accept your gift, otherwise the bank manager won't be happy if he finds out. Mao Yuxing was stunned, while the others laughed. At this moment, Zhou Qianqian directly bypassed Mao Yuxing and said to everyone, thank you for your kind intentions. Today's birthday is the happiest birthday I've ever had. Everyone can start eating. Mao Yuxing was a little embarrassed. He stood up with a dark face, walked to a seat beside him, and looked at EXIN with resentment. Beside him, Chun Fan shrank his neck. He didn't dare to take out his gift until the end. The people at the table all started to look at EXIN secretly and discuss in low voices. EXIN calmly sat down with a faint smile on his face and began to eat his food. Mao Yuxing looked at Yi Xian's calm face. The more he looked, the more he felt that Yi Xian was putting on an act. Especially when he thought of what Zhou Qianqian had said earlier, his anger surged. After a moment, he seemed to have thought of something again. A sinister look flashed in his eyes. He walked towards Chun Fan, patted Chun Fan on the shoulder, and gestured for Chun Fan to go out with him for a bit. Yi Xian saw his little actions, but didn't mind it. He just showed a faint look of disdain at the corner of his mouth. Mao Yuxing and Chun Fan stood up from their seats and walked out of the banquet hall. In a deserted place, Mao Yuxing looked at Chun Fan and said, "What's up with that kid? Wasn't it rumored that he was a migrant worker? How could he afford to spend 2 million on something? How the hell would I know? That kid is really weird." Chun Fan cursed beside him, saying, "Didn't you ask before why he provoked Lan Xing and is still doing fine?" The truth is, Lan Xing did try to get back at him. Oh? Did he escape? Mao Yuxing raised an eyebrow and asked. Or was he rescued by Zhang Wanwan? That day he was caught in Lan Xing's modified car shop. In front of more than 20 of us, he almost beat Lan Xing to death. Chun Fan swallowed, saying, "You mean Lan Xing was beaten by him?" Mao Yuxing asked in astonishment. "Yeah, that kid is ruthless and quite skilled. He smashed a bottle on Lan Xing's head, then poured a glass of wine on it. Just thinking about it gives me the creeps." Chun Fan gritted his teeth. Mao Yuxing shuddered, gritting his teeth. Daring to move against Lan Xing. Does that kid Mo Fei have money and background? Not really, he is indeed a migrant worker. Han Shua's ex-girlfriend can prove that. But this kid is fierce. If you really push him, I'm afraid he will take drastic measures against us. Even trading one life for one with him is a loss for me," Chun Fan said. Mao Yuxing's expression became uncertain. He pulled Chun Fan out to ask about Yi Xian's background, so he could scheme against him. But after hearing what Chun Fan said, he felt a bit panicked. "And that guy is like a plague." Chun Fan looked towards the banquet hall and said in a low voice, "The first ones to provoke him were me and Han Shua, and then we got beaten up by Tao Dingyun. Then it was Tao Dingyun who provoked him. I heard that yesterday he was beaten very badly somewhere, and he's still in the intensive care unit, not sure if he'll survive. And then there's Lan Xing. Not only was Lan Xing beaten, but this morning I was hanging out at his modified car shop, and he got a call from his dad, and his face turned ugly. He asked us who was willing to take over his modified car shop. I suspect something might have happened to Lan Xing's family," Chun Fan said in a low voice. Mao Yuxing's expression kept changing. Then after a while, he snorted, "I don't believe in this kind of stuff. As long as he doesn't have any background, and my dad is the head of the Jiangqing branch of Xinhai Bank. Maybe he's not as rich as you guys, but his status is completely different." As he spoke, a look of arrogance flashed across his face. Chun Fan didn't want to admit it, but he had to. As the head of the Jiangqing branch of Xinhai Bank, Mao Yuxing's father did have considerable status in Jiangqing. Mao Yuxing pondered and asked, "How do you think that kid got the 2 million? After spending 2 million, does he have any other money?" Chun Fan shook his head. "How could he possibly have 2 million? Han Shua's ex-girlfriend said that Yi Xian didn't have a single cent when they divorced. But recently, he seems to be close to Jiang Wanwan. I guess the 2 million is borrowed from Jiang Wanwan. It's good that he's broke. I'll play him to death later." Mao Yuxing licked his lips, saying, "I remember that in that Emperor KTV, there are 3 very expensive bottles of red wine sealed." Inside the banquet hall, Yi Xian sat calmly in his seat, not interacting with the others at the table. At this time, many people in the banquet hall were whispering about him buying the bracelet for Zhou Qianqian. 2 million, that wasn't a small number. Behind Yi Xian, at Zhang Wanwan and Zhou Rui's table, their conversations also clearly fell into Yi Xian's ears. They were not discussing Yi Xian's gift of the bracelet. Zhou Rui seemed a bit embarrassed and changed the topic, saying, "By the way, you probably don't know yet, but something happened to Lan Xing's family." "Oh?" Zhang Wanwan asked with a flicker in her eyes. "What happened?" "The industries of Lan Xing's family were the direct competitors of their families in Jiangqing." Zhou Rui sighed and said, "I was with Lan Xing this morning. He even asked me to support him. It seems his family's capital chain suddenly broke. Several partners suddenly terminated their cooperation, even willing to pay breach of contract. Major banks simultaneously cut off loans, causing a huge cash flow problem. Now several projects have been suspended, and there's not enough money They might have to declare bankruptcy in a few days. Wow, how could this happen so suddenly? Someone at the table asked in surprise. In Jiangsheng, the Lan family could be considered true giants, on par with Jiang Zhenan. This news was quite sudden. Jiang Wanwan was also stunned. She couldn't help but glance at Yi Xin, wondering why she felt that this matter might have something to do with Yi Xin. A smile appeared at the corner of Yi Xin's mouth. For a night watcher, a small family like the Lan family was no different from a shrimp. He didn't care too much. The Lan family's business itself was unscrupulous, as could be seen from how Master Su was injured. Moreover, Lan Xing was a bully in Jiangsheng, and when they went bankrupt, there would probably be many people seeking revenge. He would have no way to cause trouble for Yi Xin anymore. While he was thinking, Chun Fan and Mao Yuxing returned to their seats. Chun Fan, seeing Yi Xin, slightly shrank his neck, a trace of fear still in his eyes. And in Mao Yuxing's eyes, a cold glint flickered. The entire meal was uneventful. After dinner, they were going to Emperor KTV to have fun. Of course, a small group of people chose to leave, such as Chun Fan. After dinner, he even slipped away without even saying goodbye to Zhou Qianqian. There were about 24 or 25 people left, driving their cars and heading towards Emperor KTV in a grand manner. In the luxurious private room of Emperor KTV, a large group of people sat down. Countless snacks and beer began to be brought into the room. Qin Xiaowei, who often went to nightclubs, became the key to livening up the room. Under her lead, the atmosphere in the room quickly became lively. Jiang Wanwan was pulled by Bai Yao and the others to play games and drink some wine. Zhou Qianqian was busy greeting her friends. As for Yi Xin, he wasn't very familiar with the others. He found a spot to sit down and then took a bottle of wine and a glass, drinking on his own. Not far away, Mao Yuxing looked at Yi Xin, licked his lips, and smiled sinisterly. When the atmosphere became lively, Mao Yuxing went out, closed the door, and took out his phone to make a call. After a few minutes, a waiter carefully walked over with a bottle of red wine on a tray, stopping at the door of the room. Seeing Mao Yuxing, he said, "Mr. Mao, the ship of silence you requested." Mao Yuxing licked his lips, saying, "Didn't Huagu explain it clearly to you? See that person sitting there?" He pointed at Yi Xin. Then, he whispered something into the waiter's ear. After listening, the waiter nodded, saying understood. Then, he pushed the door open and entered the room. Everyone was having a good time. Some were singing, some were playing games, not even noticing the waiter's entrance. The waiter walked up to Yi Xin, put the wine in front of him, and said, "Sir, this is the ship of silence you ordered. Because this wine is very expensive, it needs to be paid for immediately. It's a total of 91 million. Since today is your birthday, our boss said we'll give a discount, making it 9 million. Would you like to pay by card?" Yi Xin raised an eyebrow, looked at the waiter in confusion, and calmly said, "You must have the wrong person." The waiter was about to speak when a voice came through the microphone. Mao Yuxing, who didn't know when he had entered the room, was holding a microphone, exclaiming, "Wow, that's the 1907 Blanc de Blanc's ship of silence. The Emperor KTV's prized possession. Yi Xin, you are indeed generous. You're actually willing to open a bottle for Qianqian's birthday. This is a world-class top wine worth almost 2 million. Hiss." The moment Mao Yuxing's voice fell, the room became quiet for an instant. Mao Yuxing quietly paused the music, and the entire karaoke room became somewhat silent. Everyone turned their heads in unison to look at Yi Xin, their eyes full of shock. The instant Mao Yuxing spoke, Yi Xin roughly understood what he meant. Clearly, Mao Yuxing felt he definitely wouldn't be able to produce the money, so he had colluded with the people at the karaoke bar from the start, wanting to set him up. Now that Mao Yuxing had said this, under everyone's gaze, he would be in a difficult position whether he refused or not. If he refused, he would inevitably lose face in front of everyone. If he didn't refuse, Mao Yuxing was sure he couldn't produce the money. Moreover, the person who could run such a big karaoke bar must have a strong background, possibly someone of Wang Jin's caliber, who might forcibly make him bear this debt. Yi Xin instantly sorted out his thoughts. He slowly looked at Mao Yuxing. Mao Yuxing was also looking at him with a smile, but the treacherousness in his eyes was very obvious. Beside him, Zhou Qianqian's brows were slightly furrowed. She felt that something was not quite right, but she couldn't rule out the possibility that Yi Xian had actually ordered an expensive bottle of champagne for her. Bai Yao frowned. In her and Zhou Rui's understanding, Yi Xian definitely couldn't afford this amount of money. They thought the jade bracelet was also something Yi Xian had borrowed money from Jiang Wanwan to buy, possibly in advance on his salary. So, they both guessed that this was one of Mao Yuxing's tricks. Zhou Rui's lips curled into a smile, deciding to add fuel to the fire. He clapped his hands and said, as expected of someone with a lot of money, even I rarely open a bottle of wine at this level. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the waiter looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, Sir, please settle the bill first. 1. 9 million. Yi Xian shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, I said I didn't order it. Whoever ordered it, go find them to pay. Don't come to me. As soon as his words fell, everyone in the room was stunned. From thinking that Yi Xian was wealthy, to Yi Xian denying it, strange changes began to occur in their hearts. In fact, they were also somewhat eager to taste what the world-famous wine was actually like. The waiter frowned and looked at Yi Xian, confirming, Mr. Yi, are you playing us? You were the one who asked us to open the wine, and now you're denying it? What do you think of our Dihao karaoke? After Yi Xian denied it, Qin Xiaowei instantly understood what was happening. Thinking of the boss behind Dihao karaoke, she smiled slightly and didn't go over to help. Yi Xian, just pay the money. You could buy a 1.2 million jade bracelet so easily. 1.9 million shouldn't be a big deal for you either, Mao Yuxing said with a grin. Beside him, Zhou Qianqian's brows were tightly knit. Things were getting a little tense. It was her birthday party, and she still wanted it to end happily, not wanting any problems to arise during the process. That was why she hadn't invited people like Mao Yuxing and Chun Fan in the first place. She was worried that something might happen during the process. Now, the thing she was worried about had finally happened. She was thinking of paying the bill herself to end the matter. But the price of 2 million was indeed too much pressure for her. Yi Xian glanced at Mao Yuxing, then looked at the waiter in front of him and said indifferently, I'll say it again, whoever ordered it, you go find them to pay. This is my friend's birthday party, don't come disturbing us. Are you trying to renege on the bill? The waiter asked, his gaze sinking. As he spoke, he placed the tray on the table, then took out a walkie-talkie and said into it, Hey, Huaji, the person who ordered Ship of Silence is trying to renege on the bill, saying he didn't order it. Roger, coming down immediately, a voice came from the walkie-talkie. Hearing this, Zhou Qianqian's face changed drastically. She knew that her birthday party was likely going to be ruined by this incident. Beside her, Jiang Wanwan wanted to say something, but Qin Xiaowei pulled her back. Zhou Rui sighed and said to Bai Yao, I didn't expect Yi Xian to be such a person. He asked someone to open the wine, but now he's trying to renege on the bill. It's Qianqian's birthday party. Isn't he ashamed? Soon, the door was pushed open, and a middle-aged man walked into the private room with a dozen people. He looked at Zhou Qianqian and said, Manager Zhou, I didn't mean to disturb your birthday party, but Ship of Silence is our store's prized treasure. There are only 3 bottles in total, and we've never opened one before. Today, one was opened, and someone is trying to renege on the bill. That's really unacceptable. As he spoke, he glanced at Mao Yuxing and nodded inadvertently. At the same time, the waiter in front of Yi Xian stepped aside and said to the people who had come in, Huaji, that guy is trying to renege on the bill. After he stepped aside, Yi Xian's figure was revealed. Faced with this situation, Yi Xian remained very calm, holding a glass of wine, and sat there composed. When Yi Xian's figure appeared in Huaji's sight, Huaji's entire body trembled violently. He looked at Yi Xian in shock and took 2 steps back. Yi Xian had no impression of him. In fact, he had seen him before at Qin Xiaowei's internet cafe. This person was called a Hua, and he was Wang Zhen's right-hand man. That's right, Dihao Karaoke was also a property under Wang Zhen's name. As the local tyrant of Jiangcheng, Wang Zhen's businesses were mostly entertainment venues like bars and karaoke rooms. Seeing Yi Xian, he couldn't help but think of what had happened at Qin Xiaowei's internet cafe. Yi Xian had beaten Wang Zhen and Tao Dingyan to the brink of death under the eyes of more than 30 people wielding weapons, and had even directly killed Zhou Yulin. This was a terrifying person. The moment a Hua saw Yi Xian, he felt his scalp tingle. At the same time, he saw Yi Xian's gaze sweep over. He swallowed his saliva and quickly took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, walked over to Yi Xin and shakily offered him a cigarette, saying, Mister. Mister. Yi, we didn't know it was you. That's why we did this. It was all our fault. That what? This bottle of wine can be our treat to you. Please be generous and don't hold it against us. Beside them, everyone except Qin Xiaowei was surprised. This was Dihao Karaoke, Wang Jin's property. And now, the people at Dihao Karaoke were actually so polite to Yi Xin, and judging from their tone, they seemed very afraid of Yi Xin. Yi Xin's eyes narrowed, and he looked at Ahua and asked, So you did this on purpose? Cold sweat instantly broke out on Ahua's forehead. He knew how miserable Tao Dingyun and Wang Jin were. He was afraid that Yi Xin would suddenly erupt and beat him up, or even kill him. It was all Mao Yuxing. As he spoke, he couldn't suppress his anger. He walked to Mao Yuxing's side and slapped him across the face. Mao Yuxing's mind was blown. He didn't understand what was happening at all. He finally thought of Chun Fan's reminder that Yi Xin seemed to be a real jinx. After being slapped, Ahua glared at him and said, You want to kill me? Then he turned his head and said, It was all this son of a bitch. He asked me to open a bottle of wine, then told you it was you who ordered it, so you'd lose face. And if you didn't admit it, he told us to surround you and force you to owe us money. If we had known it was you, we wouldn't have dared to do this even if we had 100 guts. And you know, Mao Yuxing's dad is Mao Yuhan, the president of Xinhua Bank. He does business in Jiangqing. Who would dare not to give him face? Ahua said nervously, This bottle of wine is our gift to you. Please be generous and don't hold it against us. Mao Yuxing's brain was completely overloaded at this time. For a moment, he even thought he was dreaming. He couldn't understand why things had turned out this way. He was being held by the collar by Ahua, and at this moment, Yi Xin stood up, rubbed his nose, and walked towards him. From the opening of this famous wine to Yi Xin's denial, and then the arrival of a large group of people, the situation kept reversing. It was even more addictive than watching a drama series. Yi Xin walked in front of Mao Yuxing, then raised his head, looking directly at Mao Yuxing. This is Zhou Qianqian's birthday banquet, not a place for you to make a fool of yourself. Yi Xin said calmly, You're causing so much trouble, jumping up and down like a clown. I don't want to make too much of a scene. After all, this is Zhou Qianqian's birthday banquet. Yi Xin said casually. Mao Yuxing gritted his teeth, but he couldn't figure out the situation now. He didn't know why Ahua was so afraid of Yi Xin. He was cursing Chun Fan in his heart. Yi Xin looked at Zhou Qianqian and then said, Qianqian, this is your birthday banquet. You can decide how to deal with Mao Yuxing. Zhou Qianqian frowned and then walked in front of Mao Yuxing, saying, Mao Yuxing, you should leave on your own. I didn't invite you to my birthday party in the first place. I didn't say anything because of the bank director's face, but you've been causing trouble. It's really spoiling everyone's fun. Mao Yuxing gritted his teeth. Looking at everyone's gaze, he wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Yes, now everyone knew that he was the one who deliberately caused the trouble. He failed to make Yi Xin lose face, and now it was him who was losing face. Hearing Zhou Qianqian say this, Ahua quickly looked at Yi Xin and said, Mister. Yi, let me help you take him out. This guy is really inhuman. Yi Xin nodded calmly. Ahua quickly nodded and then pointed to the red wine and said, You guys drink this bottle of red wine. Anyway, it's already opened. Just don't hold it against me. Mao Yuxing's face looked terrible. He was dragged out by Ahua's men. The room returned to silence again, but everyone's expression towards Yi Xin became a bit strange. Of course, there were also people who occasionally glanced at the bottle of red wine, swallowing their saliva, looking expectant. Ahua had said that the bottle of red wine was given to Yi Xin, which meant that Yi Xin had the right to control the bottle of red wine. This was probably something that was worth tens of thousands with just one sip. Next to him, Zhou Rui sneered. Look at how capable this guy thinks he is. Then he said to Bai Yao, I told you, this grandson has a record. He can't possibly be good. You saw it too. Those people at this Emperor KTV, in the past they were definitely involved in organized crime. Those people are so polite to Yi Xin. This Yi Xin is probably also involved in that kind of world. He probably knew someone in prison. Chen Yinin also nodded and said, I suspect so too. Their voices were very small, but Yi Xin heard them clearly. He grinned, not paying much attention, and went back to his previous seat on his own. Everyone continue. Everyone continue. Zhou Qianqian said with a smile. Qin Xiaowei once again became the atmosphere controller, and the atmosphere in the room slowly began to become active again. However, many people couldn't help but look towards the bottle of champagne. Yi Xian didn't speak, and they were too embarrassed to say anything. After the atmosphere recovered again, Zhou Qianqian walked to Yi Xian's side and said with a slight apology, Yi Xian, I'm sorry, I didn't expect to cause you so much trouble. Yi Xian smiled at her and said, It's okay, it's fine as long as it's resolved. But speaking of which, your director's son, his family education isn't very good. Zhou Qianqian sighed and said, There's nothing I can do about it. Our director is also difficult to deal with. I hope he won't trouble you again. By the way, should I explain things to our director? You are a diamond card holder. Yi Xian shook his head and said, Forget it. Just you knowing about this is enough. When Zhou Qianqian saw Yi Xian say this, she didn't say anything and nodded. Okay. By the way, take this bottle of red wine and share with everyone, Yi Xian said. Zhou Qianqian was stunned for a moment. She looked at Yi Xian, didn't refuse, and smiled charmingly, saying, Then thank you. Yi Xian waved his hand. When Zhou Qianqian took the champagne to share with others, those people's expressions towards Yi Xian changed again, with a slight hint of admiration. Yi Xian didn't pay too much attention to it and continued to drink alone. He wasn't familiar with most of the people. The only ones he was familiar with, Jiang Wanwan and Qin Xiaowei, were also sitting with Bai Yao and the others. After a while, Jiang Wanwan quietly ran to Yi Xian's side. Her pretty face was already flushed red. This little girl's tolerance for alcohol was terrible, and she actually had a little bit. At this time, she was clearly not completely drunk, but her eyes were already a bit hazy. She walked to Yi Xian's side and sat down with a thud, her body leaning softly on Yi Xian. What are you doing? Yi Xian was startled. He looked at Jiang Wanwan and said, This is in public. This isn't good. If you really want to do something to me, let's go home. Okay. If not, we can go to your car. Bah? Bah? Jiang Wanwan's hazy eyes cleared up a little. She glared at Yi Xian and said, You're such a pervert. Yi Xian smiled. Jiang Wanwan pouted her lips and asked in a low voice, Yi Xian, tell me honestly, what kind of person are you? It's one thing that you saved my dad, but you also have a diamond card from Xinhai Bank. And why is that Ahua so afraid of you? Are you involved in the underworld? Yi Xian smiled at her and said, Guess. If you tell me to guess again, I'll... She said this, seemingly not knowing how to threaten, and after thinking for a long time, she said, I won't talk to you anymore. As she spoke, she also pouted her lips angrily. Looking at her like this, Yi Xian's heart even sped up a bit, and he wanted to kiss her lips hard. However, considering there were a lot of people around, he had to restrain his inner thoughts. Actually, Yi Xian looked at Jiang Wanwan. When Jiang Wanwan heard Yi Xian's words, her eyes lit up slightly, thinking that Yi Xian was about to tell her. Yi Xian touched his nose and said, Actually, I am a reclusive master, one of the strongest men in this world. Jiang Wanwan looked disdainful, touched Yi Xian's hair, and said, You aren't bald? Stop pretending to be Saitama. Yi Xian smiled and sighed in his heart. Telling the truth always makes people disbelieve. At this moment, Chen Yining ran over all the way, helped Jiang Wanwan up, and glared at Yi Xian, saying, Yi Xian, what are you doing? Yi Xian was too lazy to pay attention to this guy. Chen Yining continued, Wanwan, I told you stay away from this guy. As she spoke, she helped Jiang Wanwan back to her seat. The atmosphere in the room was lively, and people would occasionally come over to talk to Yi Xian. After all, after what happened just now, they had tasted the world's top red wine. As time passed, people slowly began to leave. As for Jiang Wanwan, she had completely drunk herself into a stupor. Jiang Wanwan and the others had been playing until around midnight, before they walked out of Emperor KTV. They each called for a ride and left the KTV entrance. Before long, there were only a few people Yi Xian knew left at the entrance. Bai Yao hadn't been drinking. She got Jiang Wanwan into the car, then turned her head to look at Zhou Qianqian and said, Qianqian, we are leaving Jiangxing tomorrow. Remember to come to Linhai. Zhou Qianqian nodded and said, I'll definitely be there for my best friend's engagement banquet. Okay, then pay attention to your safety on the way home, Bai Yao said. Everyone left in their own ways. Because Bai Yao and the others were there, Yi Xian naturally couldn't hitch a ride with Jiang Wanwan. After Jiang Wanwan's car started, he jumped into a taxi and said, "Follow the car in front." He still had to be responsible for Jiang Wanwan's safety to the end. Just as they had just left, at the entrance of Emperor KTV, a woman in a red dress walked out. She looked at Yi Xian's taxi and frowned slightly. "I seem to have seen this person somewhere." Beside her, someone else followed and said, "Sister Rose, you look after things today. That Jiang Wanwan is completely drunk, and we've also confirmed the night watcher seems to have left. Let's try to capture Jiang Wanwan in one go today." "Go ahead." Red Rose nodded. To the side, two black sedans simultaneously pulled out, followed Yi Xian's taxi, and followed behind Jiang Wanwan's car. Lanxiang Garden, the most luxurious upscale residential area in Jiang City. A taxi stopped at the entrance of the complex. Yi Xian paid the fare and got out of the taxi. However, he didn't immediately go in. Instead, he looked back, then walked towards a nearby barbecue restaurant. At the barbecue restaurant, he casually ordered some food and, while grilling, subtly looked towards the entrance. At the entrance, two black sedans stopped. After a moment, a person got out of one of the cars, looked around, touched his nose, and then walked into the complex. A smile curled up on Yi Xian's lips. From the beginning, he had noticed two cars following him. He didn't know if the cars were following him or Jiang Wanwan. After all, during this period, he had offended quite a few people in Jiang City, such as Mao Yuxing, who had just left. It was normal for him to send people to follow him and then try to beat him up. And now, when one of the people from the cars ran in and entered the complex, Yi Xian knew that their target was actually Jiang Wanwan. He glanced at the car. Aside from the person who had already left, there were a total of 7 people inside. This meant that there were about 8 people following them this time. Yi Xian touched his nose and said to himself, "Zhichuyu and the others left for 2 days. It seems Hong Lian has noticed their departure and is planning to take action." He still didn't rush in. The person who went in just now was obviously going in to assess the situation. After about 7 or 8 minutes, he saw Zhou Rui and Chen Yining come out. Bai Yao and Qin Xiaowei seemed to have stayed with Jiang Wanwan. After seeing the two of them take a taxi and leave, he touched his nose and paid the barbecue restaurant owner, saying, "Boss, I'll come back later to pick it up." With that, he turned and walked into the complex from the entrance. He skillfully headed towards where he lived. Not long after, he saw the person who had gone in earlier come out. This person wasn't very tall, but he looked extremely sturdy, with a buzz cut. Normally, he would seem like a very honest type. Yi Xian touched his nose. After confirming there were no cameras around, he smiled slightly. As the two passed each other, he bumped into the buzzcut man. The buzzcut man's face flashed with anger, but he looked at Yi Xian and said, "Are you fucking blind?" When he looked up, he saw Yi Xian smiling at him. A sense of crisis inexplicably arose in his heart, and he wanted to leave immediately. But it was too late. Now there were only the two of them, and they were standing close. Yi Xian suddenly erupted, his terrifying aura instantly locking onto the buzzcut man. Before the buzzcut man could react, he felt something slam into his head, and everything went black as he immediately passed out. Yi Xian smiled, smoothly caught the buzzcut man, then hoisted him onto his shoulder and walked towards his residence. When he passed by Jiang Wanwan's place, he sensed a commotion going on inside, and even heard Qin Xiaowei's angry shout. "Jiang Wanwan, you better lie down on the bed and stay put." Yi Xian was speechless, figuring Jiang Wanwan was drunk and probably going crazy at home. He was actually a little eager to see what she was like when she went crazy drunk. But looking at the buzzcut man beside him, he abandoned the thought and dragged him back to his house. He threw the buzzcut man in the living room and opened the door to Yang Chang's bedroom. What he was about to do was better kept from Yang Chang. Yang Chang was already fast asleep, snoring loudly. Yi Xian walked beside him and tapped lightly on his neck, silencing the snoring and making Yang Chang faint. After completing everything, Yi Xian searched the buzzcut man, making sure he had no communication devices. He then sat down casually on the sofa and splashed the man's face with water. Splash! The buzzcut man jolted, suddenly opening his eyes. "Don't move. One more move, and you might die," Yi Xian said with a smile. The buzzcut man sneered, but the next moment, he suddenly felt an immense pressure engulfing him. His instincts told him that Yi Xian wasn't bluffing. The person in front of him was far too powerful. "Do you know who I am? How dare you attack me?" His first thought was to state his identity, To make Yi Xian wary, Yi Xian scoffed, his tone turning colder. He glanced at the buzz-cut man's tattoo and said, "Just some red trash from Honglian. I took care of one not long ago." The buzz-cut man's heart skipped a beat. He tried to calm himself down and carefully looked Yi Xian up and down. His expression changed slightly as he said, "You're the one who's been around Jiang Wanwan lately." They were going to target Jiang Wanwan, so they naturally did everything they could to monitor her. They knew about Yi Xian, which was no surprise. Huh. He took a breath and said, "Who are you? Are you a watchman?" "You could say I'm a watchman." Yi Xian smiled and looked at him. "You can also call me Former Zero." "Oh, right. You guys also had another name for me back then. I think you called me the God of Slaughter." "What? You're the one who disappeared 3 years ago." In that instant, the buzz-cut man felt his scalp tingle. Yi Xian, who had disappeared 3 years ago, the man who had terrified the entire underworld. The one their Honglian leader was still hiding from, just because they hadn't confirmed his death. He never thought Yi Xian was actually still alive, and now he was in his hands. He might not have faced Yi Xian directly, but he had heard countless stories about Yi Xian from those years. He had fallen into the hands of such a terrifying person. He felt like his whole body was out of his control, turning ice cold and his teeth clattering. What are you going to do?" he asked, staring at Yi Xian in shock. Yi Xian still had a smile on his face, and he let out a breath and said, "Let's talk about it. How many of you are there in Jiang City? And where are you? I've already learned some things, and if you don't tell me everything, you'll die immediately. Don't worry, I'm pretty good at killing people. I guarantee you won't feel any pain." Death. It was a terrifying thing for anyone. Honglian's assassins weren't the kind of people who were willing to die. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the buzz-cut man gritted his teeth and said, "There are 10 of us, but 2 of them died previously. Now there are only 8 left, and except for me, they're all in the cars outside." "It seems you're not being honest after all," Yi Xian said with a smile, getting up and walking towards him. As he passed, the knife hidden in the buzz-cut man's waist fell into his hand. There really are only that many people." The buzz-cut man was almost scared to death, and cold sweat poured down his forehead. Swish! Yi Xian didn't hesitate. With a flick of his wrist, the knife slit the buzz-cut man's throat. You! Anger flashed in the buzz-cut man's eyes, and then his whole body slowly collapsed to the ground. Yi Xian's voice sounded in his ear, saying, "Red Rose is clearly in Jiang City." The buzz-cut man was stunned, and then his breathing gradually stopped. Yi Xian smiled slightly and said, "Those 7 are all outside. It seems I can end this mission early." With that, he stood up, grabbed a lot of tissues to cover the buzz-cut man's neck to prevent blood from getting on the floor. He didn't clean it up since Yang Chong was knocked out and would likely sleep until morning. Then he stood up and walked out of the villa. As soon as he walked out, his expression changed slightly. He turned his head and looked into the distance. In the distance, under the lights about 100 meters away, a beautiful figure in a long red dress was standing under a streetlight, looking at Yi Xian from afar. Yi Xian chuckled, touched his nose and said, "Red Rose?" Under the dim yellow light, that red dress, that alluring figure, seemed to possess a unique kind of charm. Yi Xian's heart stirred slightly. He hadn't expected Red Rose to appear in this place. Moreover, he hadn't noticed her before, which meant she had clearly been following him for a while. As expected of someone in the top 10 of the assassin rankings, Yi Xian rubbed his nose, a smile then appearing on the corner of his lips. The top 10 of the underground assassin rankings were definitely masters with unique skills, and as assassins, tracking, concealing themselves, and delivering fatal blows at critical moments were all their forte. But facing an assassin ranked in the world's top 10, Yi Xian showed not the slightest hint of fear. He rubbed his nose and calmly walked over. Red Rose stood there, not retreating, but just smiling at Yi Xian. As Yi Xian approached, a trace of a smile appeared on her face. Having walked right up to Red Rose, Yi Xian stopped under the dim yellow light. His eyes slightly narrowed as he looked at her. "I was indeed mistaken," Red Rose said lightly. "When I saw you earlier, I felt that you seemed somewhat familiar, and now I remember we met on the subway at the airport." Even in the darkness, Red Rose still wore sunglasses. Seeing Yi Xian approach, she took off her sunglasses, her red lips slightly parted as she spoke. Yi Xian squinted, looking at her in the light. and then at the lights still on in the surrounding villas. He suddenly grinned. Your mind is quite sharp, knowing that night watchers operate in secrecy and wouldn't expose themselves. That was one of the night watchers' rules, not to kill in an exposed environment. Of course, Xin only admitted to being a night watcher. He didn't admit to being the former night watcher Zero. He had to keep that identity a secret. Red Rose said calmly, I didn't expect that after 3 years, you're still alive. Xin raised an eyebrow. Red Rose looked at Xin and calmly said, I just saw you attack Flathead. That sudden burst of momentum. There aren't many people in this world capable of that level, and considering your age, it's not hard to deduce. Xin chuckled, but the killing intent in his eyes was now undisguised as he said, Your mind is indeed meticulous. Having discovered my identity, you chose to expose yourself in the light so that others would see me, thinking I wouldn't dare to attack you. But since you know it's me, do you think I will play by the rules? Xin licked his lips and asked. Red Rose's expression suddenly changed slightly, and she quickly said, Zero, I'm here to talk about a collaboration. For example, we'll withdraw from Jiang City, and I'll help you draw out Helanshan. Haven't you always wanted to kill Helanshan? Xion's eyebrows twitched. Whether they withdrew from Jiang City or not was unimportant to Xion. He wasn't afraid either way. But Red Rose's words about helping him lure out Helanshan, the leader of the Red Lotus, did make Xion somewhat tempted. Give me a reason, Xion said calmly. You're part of the Red Lotus, Helanshan's right hand. Give me a reason to trust you. Red Rose exhaled. Firstly, after discovering you, I could have chosen not to expose myself at all. Secondly, and most importantly, I want to leave the Red Lotus. Xion looked at Red Rose in surprise, a faint smile playing on his lips as he said, Isn't the Red Lotus one of their dogs? That's why I want to leave. There aren't many people in this world who can help me, and even fewer who are willing to help me. Red Rose looked at Xion and said, And after you kill Helanshan and help me escape from the Red Lotus, I will tell you the secret about that iron box. Xion's expression shifted slightly. That iron box was one of his target missions 3 years ago. When Jichuyu left, she had already taken the iron box with her. The iron box was square and contained something that Xion didn't know. He wasn't interested in studying it, but hearing Red Rose's words made him curious. Deal, Xion said with a smile. When Xion said this, Red Rose felt a sense of danger that had been hanging over her suddenly vanish. She smiled completely, her face and body emitting a strong aura of seduction. She took a step forward. Xion instantly caught a whiff of fragrance. Red Rose placed her hand on Xion's shoulder, sliding it down slowly, while saying in a bewitching tone, As expected of the former night watcher Zero, if I had recognized you on the subway, I would have made sure you didn't escape my grasp. Of course, it's not too late now. I have a large room at the White Elephant Tower, interested in experiencing it. These words were incredibly seductive, and Xion couldn't help but swallow. He glanced to the side, and then his eyelids twitched violently. On the second floor of Jiang Wanwan's house, the lights were on, and in front of the second-floor French windows stood 3 slender figures, seemingly looking down at something. He quickly pushed Red Rose away, clearing his throat, and said, You're too old? I'm not interested in women over 30. Red Rose was stunned. Then her face showed a trace of anger. Xion coughed again and said, Now that we've reached a cooperation agreement, you had better withdraw from Jiang City overnight. Also, I don't want you to reveal the news that I'm alive to anyone, not even those closest to you. If anyone recognizes me, our cooperation will be terminated immediately. After a brief moment of anger, Red Rose calmed down again. Looking at Xion, No problem. Let's exchange contact information. I'll contact you again after I lure out Helanshan. After exchanging WeChat accounts, Xion frowned and said, Oh, by the way, take care of that flathead yourself. Red Rose frowned, but then nodded. Xion didn't linger. He headed toward the entrance, and looking at his back, Red Rose licked her lips. Dislike women over 30. Huh? Heh. One day, I'll sleep with you and make you never want to leave. With that, she took out her phone and made a call. Xion, of course, was going to the barbecue shop at the entrance to get the food. That would give Red Rose and the others time to dispose of the corpse. Just as he left on the second floor, Jiang Wanwan was still leaning on Qin Xiaowei. Her face was still flushed as she mumbled, "What are you looking at? What are you looking at?" Beside her, Qin Xiaowei was frowning, looking at the light in the distance. "Sister Bai Yao, that man just now, he looks like he accent. What's he doing here?" Bai Yao was looking down, her brow furrowed deeply, as if deep in thought. "He seems to be surrounded by many beautiful women. That woman he married was pretty too," Qin Xiaowei said, her tone tinged with a strange nuance. Bai Yao hadn't said anything. After a moment, she pulled Jiang Wanwan, saying, "Let's get Wanwan to sleep first. Never let her drink alcohol again. She's too much trouble." "No, I want to drink. I want to drink more," Jiang Wanwan said, her eyes hazy. Yi Xin went to the barbecue shop to pick up his order. By the time he returned to his room, the corpse was gone, and Red Rose and the others had left. Yi Xin placed the barbecue on the table and went to the bathroom to wash his hands. After washing up, he sat down. Now, all he could do was wait for news from Zhichuyu. Once he confirmed that all of the Red Lotus members had withdrawn from Jiang City, this mission would be considered complete. Once the Jiang City matter was resolved, he could go to Linhai and settle the events that happened back then. After eating the barbecue and tidying things up, he returned to the bedroom and fell into a deep sleep. The night passed without incident. The next day, he woke up as usual and leisurely strolled over to Dingxing Group, arriving at Jiang Wanwan's office at 9:50 a.m. Jiang Wanwan looked at Yi Xin and then pointed at the alarm clock, saying, Hey, you're late again." Yi Xin scratched his head. "You'll get used to it." Jiang Wanwan rolled her eyes, cursing inwardly. "What do you mean, I'll get used to it? You work here, okay?" Then, she said helplessly, "I really don't know what kind of person you are, so mysterious." "All right," Jiang Wanwan continued. "Senior Bai Yao and the others left early this morning. They returned to Linhai. But there's no rush. I'll be going over there this week. I'll go over beforehand before their engagement banquet and do some sightseeing too." Yi Xin nodded. Thinking about Bai Yao and Zhou Rui's engagement, his brow furrowed slightly. "Zhang Jinan, hand over the person, or the Xian High Bank will terminate all cooperation with your Dingxing Group." "Jiang Jinan, if you don't hand the person over to me today, Xinhai Bank will terminate all cooperation with Dingxing Group and will never lend you a single cent." Hearing this voice, Yi Xin and Jiang Wanwan both slightly frowned. Jiang Wanwan's brow furrowed slightly, and then she stood up abruptly, pushing open the door and running towards the source of the sound. Yi Xin also rubbed his nose and quickly followed. This floor was the floor where the company's management offices were located, and when they went out, there were already many people standing in the corridor. They all frowned, with a hint of worry on their faces. When Jiang Wanwan reached the door, her face also changed slightly. Yi Xin looked to a place not far away. There, Jiang Jinan was standing with a frown, and next to him stood two people. One was a bald, middle-aged man pointing at Jiang Jinan, and beside him stood a young man, who Yi Xin recognized as Mao Yuxing. He looked completely unscathed. In fact, after being dragged away by Ahua yesterday, Ahua didn't dare do anything to him. The son of the president of Xinhai Bank was not someone Ahua could touch. These days, people like them can bully ordinary people, but they have to think twice about those who are truly rich and powerful. It was not hard to imagine that the middle-aged man was probably Mao Yuxing's father, and also the president of the Jiangxing branch of Xinhai Bank, Mao Yuhan. Mao Yuhan was glaring at Jiang Jinan, saying, "Hand over that person named Yi Xin to me. He actually dared to bully my son. Right now, immediately." Jiang Jinan frowned and said, "I don't know how Yi Xin bullied your son." Mao Yuhan sneered and said, "Yesterday, at our company's Zhou Qianqian's birthday party, my son was slapped because of him. Today, I have already dealt with Zhou Qianqian, and now I am here to settle the score with him." Yi Xin frowned. He looked at Jiang Wanwan and walked forward, saying, "I am Yi Xin. I don't know how you plan to settle the score with me." In the corridor, almost everyone turned their eyes to Yi Xin at this moment. Yi Xin walked forward, less than 2 steps away from Mao Yuxing and his father. Mao Yuxing looked at Yi Xin and sneered, saying, "Dad, it's this grandson. It was because of him yesterday that I got slapped in the face, and I couldn't show my face in front of so many people." When Jiang Jinan saw Yi Xin come out, he knew that he didn't need to manage the matter anymore. Yi Xin should be able to handle it himself. Mao Yuhan sized Yi Xin up, and Yi Xin calmly said, "Whether he got that slap because he tried to frame me, I don't know if you're clear." He wanted to get Emperor KTV to open a bottle of top-grade red wine worth 2 million. And then it turned out to be a mistake, and he got slapped by someone from Emperor KTV. In fact, your son was the one who was constantly provoking me yesterday. So, what if he provoked you? Mao Yuhan sneered. My son was slapped in the face because of you, that's right, isn't it? Yi Xian laughed and said, no wonder you raise your son to be like this. How I raise my son is none of your business. Mao Yuhan sneered and looked at Jiang Jinan, saying, all right, now you can fire this person. We are all businessmen in Jiangcheng. As long as you fire him, we can still cooperate well. If you don't fire him, you know the consequences. You're being a bit unreasonable, Jiang Jinan said. Yi Xian has already said that it was your son who provoked first, and that slap was not from Yi Xian either. If you want to cause trouble, go to Emperor KTV. It's a bit too much to blame this on Yi Xian. Mao Yuhan raised his eyebrow and looked at Jiang Jinan, saying, so you plan to protect this grandson? Jiang Jinan, you're an old entrepreneur. Are you willing to sacrifice your company's future for this one person? You should think about it carefully. Mao Yuxing sneered, looking at Yi Xian and mocking him. Kid, how dare you challenge me? Do you think I'm a coward like Chen Fan? Yi Xian ignored him and looked at Mao Yuhan, saying, no, because your son is an idiot who got slapped, and now you want our company to fire me? What right do you have? What right? Mao Yuhan looked at Yi Xian and said lightly, listen clearly, I have more power and influence than you. I can control the life and death of many companies, and I'm the president of the Jiangxing branch of Xinhai Bank. Is that enough? His words were very arrogant, but everyone in Dingxing Group had no way to refuse. Indeed, Xinhai Bank's influence in Jiangxing was huge. This bank was a private bank, and they held a decisive position in Jiangxing. Most people also believed that it was not a good idea to offend him for the sake of one of Jiang Wanwan's assistants. Yi Xian took a long breath. Seeing Yi Xian take a breath, Mao Yuxing thought that Yi Xian was desperate. He couldn't help but lick his lips, and a mocking smile appeared on his face. You said you dealt with Zhou Qianqian? How did you deal with her? Yi Xian asked again. Humph, she didn't handle her personal life well, which caused a bad reaction in society, so she was demoted one level, Mao Yuhan said indifferently. Then he looked at Jiang Jinan again and said, I'll give you 3 seconds to consider. If the result doesn't satisfy me, you won't have a chance to beg me later. 3. After he finished speaking, he began to count down. Yi Xian sighed again, and then began to rummage in his pocket. When Mao Yuxing saw this, his eyes lit up slightly. He thought that Yi Xian was planning to take out his work ID and resign voluntarily. Beside him, an indignant look appeared on Jiang Wanwan's face, but she knew that she couldn't interrupt at this time. 2. Now, you are not the president of the Jiangxing branch of Xinhai Bank anymore. At this moment, Yi Xian said lightly. Oh? Mao Yuhan turned his head and looked at Yi Xian, just about to speak. Suddenly, he saw Yi Xian throw a deep blue card disc at him. The card hit his face with a crisp slap, and then the card fell to the ground. You dare! Mao Yuhan was instinctively furious when he saw that Yi Xian actually dared to throw something at his face. Then, he caught sight of the deep blue card at his feet, and his pupils suddenly constricted. Jia. Diamond. His body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Mao Yuxing was also scared stiff. He stared at the diamond card in shock, and then looked at Yi Xian in shock. How do you have Xinhai Bank's diamond card? Cold sweat suddenly appeared on Mao Yuhan's forehead. He said, that diamond card user that Zhou Qianqian was previously dealing with, could it be you? Only Zhou Qianqian knew that Yi Xian had a diamond card. Due to the issue of confidentiality, Zhou Qianqian did not publicize it. At that time, the president was planning to meet with Yi Xian, but Yi Xian left early. Therefore, Mao Yuhan did not know about Yi Xian. Later, this bank card never appeared again, so he thought that the diamond card user had already left Jiangxing. But now, Yi Xian took out the diamond card and threw it at his face. The entire top floor of Dingxing Group instantly exploded. During this time, they all knew that Jiang Wanwan had an assistant, and many of them had seen him. Yi Xian looked like a loser, and he usually dressed casually for work. But since this was the person their boss found, they couldn't say anything. Now, this person actually took out a diamond card and threw it at the president of Xinhai Bank. Looking at the increasing amount of sweat on Mao Yuhan's forehead, Yi Xian calmly said, I don't need to tell you how I got the diamond card, and you are not qualified to know. but the authority of the diamond card is valid. I can transfer any amount of funds within 100 billion yuan from any branch of Shanghai Bank. At the same time, I also have the authority to dismiss bank presidents below the provincial level. So, now, you are not the president of Shanghai Bank anymore, Yi Xin said with a smile. The faces of Mao Yuxing and his father turned pale in an instant. The floor where the management of Dingxing Group was located fell into silence. Everyone's eyes were filled with astonishment as they looked at the somewhat ordinary young man in front of them, their faces displaying confusion. They couldn't seem to understand why such a young man would possess a diamond card from New Sea Bank. The Mao family father and son, who had been clamoring just moments ago, now had pale faces and trembling lips, wanting to say something, but unable to. Not many people knew that Yi Xin possessed a diamond card. In Jiangcheng, all counted, there were only 4 people: Zhou Qianqian, the former New Sea Bank security guard, and Peng Hai. Even Zhang Jinan was filled with shock. As someone aware of the existence of the Night Watch and the underground world, he knew very well what a New Sea Bank diamond card meant. It wasn't something that could be obtained just with money, nor was it something that could be obtained just with power. It had to be determined by New Sea Bank itself, and then issued externally. Moreover, once issued, it could be enjoyed for generations. In other words, when you received a diamond card from New Sea Bank, your entire life and the lives of your descendants would be very good, as long as New Sea Bank didn't collapse. Since New Sea Bank was established, only 9 diamond cards had been issued. These people had mostly made outstanding contributions to New Sea Bank. And now, such a young man actually held such a card, which shocked everyone, especially Mao Yuhan and his son. After a while, Mao Yuhan wiped the sweat from his face, swallowed his saliva, and looked at Yi Xin, saying, "I'm sorry, Mr. Yi. We didn't know beforehand that you were the diamond card user." As he spoke, he pulled Mao Yuxing, saying, "Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Yi." Mao Yuxing's body trembled. He was clear that everything he had now was given to him by his father's position as the branch manager of New Sea Bank in Jiangcheng. He might not be as wealthy as those rich second-generation people, but he lived more freely than them. If his father lost his position as branch manager, it would mean he had nothing left. Thump! At this point, he didn't care about face anymore and knelt down before Yi Xin, saying, "I'm sorry, Yi Xin, I'm really sorry. I didn't know you had a diamond card. Otherwise, I would never have opposed you." At this point, he really felt that Yi Xin was a plague. Yi Xin was a plague, and no one who provoked him had a good ending, from Han Shuo before, to Tao Dingyun and Lan Xing, and now it was his turn. "Yes, Mr. Yi, it was all just a misunderstanding," Mao Yuhan said. "You have a magnanimous heart. Speaking of which, this is all Zhou Qianqian's fault for not telling us that you were a diamond card user. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had this misunderstanding." Yi Xin narrowed his eyes and looked at Mao Yuhan, asking, "The branch manager of New Sea Bank is for you to manage, not for you to flaunt your power with. If I didn't have this diamond card today, and was just an ordinary person, I'm afraid you would use your connections to make it impossible for me to get by in Jiangcheng, wouldn't you? Such impressive authority." As he spoke, he sneered. "Zhou Qianqian kept it a secret because I told her to. Also, you can go back to New Sea Bank and pack your things. Furthermore, you're being dismissed. Once it's reported to your higher bank, they will send someone to investigate your assets. Good luck to you." Mao Yuhan's face changed drastically. He wanted to say something, but at this time, Zhang Jinan smiled slightly at him, and then shouted in a certain direction, "Security." The Mao family father and son, who had just been pointing at and cursing Zhang Jinan, were dragged away by the security guards. After they left, Yi Xin picked up the bank card from the ground. Zhang Jinan also said to the surroundings, "Okay, everyone go back to work, disperse." After everyone dispersed, Zhang Jinan saw Yi Xin looking at him. He was slightly taken aback, then said, "Is there something?" Yi Xin nodded. "All right, then you come to my office." Zhang Jinan looked at Jiang Wanwan, saying, "You go back to your office and work." Jiang Wanwan pouted and looked at Yi Xin again, saying, "Look at how impressive you are." Yi Xin smiled and went back to the office with Zhang Jinan. Zhang Jinan looked at Yi Xin and said, "Indeed, a hero emerges at a young age. So young, yet you possess a diamond card from New Sea Bank. It was just good luck." Yi Xin touched his nose. He didn't need to say too much to Zhang Jinan about the origins of this bank card. Jiang Jinan didn't ask any further questions. He sat down, poured Yi Xan a glass of water, and placed it on the coffee table, asking, "What's the matter?" Yi Xan didn't touch the water. He looked at Jiang Jinan and said, "Jiang Wanwan's crisis should be resolved." "Really?" Jiang Jinan was delighted. Yi Xan nodded, saying, "It should be true, but we still need to observe for a few more days. Once it's completely confirmed, I'll let you know." Jiang Jinan's joy was completely undisguised. In the recent period, he could be said to have been living in constant worry. But now, it seemed that everything was about to end, and good news was coming one after another. The Lan family was now facing the crisis of bankruptcy, and he was constantly thinking of ways to acquire the Lan family's assets. In the future, it was likely no one in Jiangcheng could match him. And now, the big rock that was Jiang Wanwan was also about to be settled. For him, Jiang Jinan, there was no better news. However, he was someone who had seen a lot of trials and tribulations. After a brief moment of excitement, he returned to his calm and looked at Yi Xan, his brow furrowed slightly, and said, "So, after everything is over, will you leave Jiangxing?" "I probably will after I've dealt with things here," Yi Xan said with a smile. Yes, his memories had now recovered. He was still a night watchman. Although the requirements from the night watch were for him to stay in the city, to cooperate with missions, he couldn't possibly be confined to just Jiangxing. Moreover, he still had his own matters to deal with in Linhai. The accusation of rape might not mean much to him, but it was incredibly important to his parents. He wanted to prove his innocence, and those who had framed him back then had to pay the price. Jiang Jinan sighed, looked at Yi Xan, and said, "Then how is your relationship development with Wanwan? As long as you're willing, you can become my son-in-law at any time." "Here we go again?" Yi Xan rubbed his forehead. He gave a few vague answers and then fled from Jiang Jinan's office as if he were escaping. The next 3 days were quite calm. On the fourth day, Yi Xan's phone finally rang. It was Zhe Qiyu calling. Yi Xan answered the phone and said, "The call was slower than I expected. It seems the Night Watch's intelligence network is getting worse and worse. I've received the news for several days now, but I've been busy lately." Zhe Qiyu snorted and said, "How did you do it? You managed to get the Red Lotus people to withdraw in such a short time." "I just made a deal with Red Rose," Yi Xan said with a smile. Clearly, Zhe Qiyu had confirmed to him that Red Lotus had indeed left. "Made a deal with Red Rose? You better think it over." Zhe Qiyu's tone was somewhat solemn. "I know my limits. Don't worry. How are things on your end?" Yi Xan asked. "We should be returning to the Night Watch in a while, but Lu Yang was injured." Zhe Qiyu's tone was slightly serious. Yi Xan's expression shifted slightly. As the new Zero of the Night Watch, Lu Yang's strength must be quite outstanding. For him to be injured, it meant that Zhe Qiyu's mission this time was probably quite difficult. "If you need help, give me a call. I'll be there, no matter where you are," Yi Xan said seriously to the phone. Zhe Qiyu obviously ignored Yi Xan's words and hung up directly. Looking at the phone, Yi Xan breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Wanwan's matter was finally completely resolved. "It's about time to tell Jiang Jinan I'm resigning," Yi Xan smiled. It seemed he hadn't even been working for a few days. Beep, beep, beep. At this moment, Yi Xan's phone rang again. He picked it up and looked. It was Yi Gang calling. "Hello." Yi Xan answered the phone and asked, "Yi Xan, come to the company." Yi Gang's tone was somewhat serious. In the office of Dingxing Group, Jiang Wanwan said angrily, "Yi Xan, this guy, is becoming more and more undisciplined. It's already past 10, and he still hasn't come to the company. I think he really doesn't want to work anymore." While organizing documents, she said, "I was even planning to take him on a company-funded trip to Linhai, but he's late again. Then I won't take you." With that, she slumped onto the sofa, saying powerlessly, "She has a diamond card from Xan High Bank. She seems richer than me and doesn't care about this job at all." Thinking about all of this, she inexplicably felt a little irritated. At this moment, the door to her room was pushed open, and Jiang Jinan walked in, smiling as he looked at her. "Yi Xan hasn't come, and you're angry? Do you like Yi Xan?" Jiang Wanwan was stunned for a moment. Then her fair face turned completely red as she said in a spoiled tone, "Dad, what are you talking about? It's time for my daughter to get married. I think Yi Xan is pretty good. If you're interested in him, take the initiative. It's easy for a woman to chase a man, especially since my daughter is so beautiful." Yi Xan definitely wouldn't be able to resist. Zhang Jinan said. I'm ignoring you. Jiang Wanwan turned away. Her face flushed. All right, I'm just teasing you. How's the work handover going? Zhang Jinan asked. Almost done. Jiang Wanwan nodded. Zhang Jinan pondered for a moment, then walked over to Jiang Wanwan and said, when you go to Bai Yao's engagement banquet this time, don't get involved in their affairs. The grudges between those wealthy families in Linhai are not something we can get involved in, understand? I know, you've been saying that for days. Jiang Wanwan pouted. There's also another matter. It's about Yi Xian. Don't go snooping around. Zhang Jinan said. You can see that Yi Xian is a low-key person and doesn't like people knowing about his affairs. For example, everything about him in Jiangsheng, don't mention it to anyone when you get to Linhai, including Bai Yao and the others. Oh, I don't even care to talk about his business. And this guy has a bad reputation in Linhai. If I say he's my assistant, I'll probably get a lot of strange looks. Zhang Wanwan said. Well, that's good. Be careful on the road. Zhang Jinan instructed. I know, I'll be leaving in a while. Xiao Wei and Sister Qianqian are already waiting for me in the lobby downstairs. Zhang Wanwan said. On the other side, at the entrance of the six-story building of Shengshe Company, Yi Xian appeared. The security guard at the door quickly said respectfully, Hello, boss. Yi Xian nodded at him, entered the company, and headed straight to the general manager's office on the sixth floor. After knocking on the door, he pushed it open and saw He Gang pacing back and forth. What's wrong? Yi Xian asked. He Gang sighed. Two things. One is your mother-in-law. She's been bringing people to the company to make trouble every day recently. I used to have the security guard send her away, but today she came again, and this time she brought a lawyer. Yi Xian was speechless. This by Lian Xiang was really persistent. He usually knew that Yang Chong would talk about the company matters with him every day when he went home, but since it hadn't bothered him, he didn't care. He didn't expect Bai Lianxiang to shamelessly hire a lawyer, trying to divide up the shares of a Shengshe company. In fact, if Bai Lianxiang and her daughter hadn't done so many outrageous things to him in the past 3 years, hadn't forced him into a dead end at the time of the divorce, he wouldn't have minded giving them the Shengshe company. Yi Xian had never been a petty person, but the actions of this mother and daughter were simply too much, not worth giving to them. What's the second thing? Yi Xian rubbed his nose, not in a hurry to go see Bai Lianxiang, and asked. The second thing is a problem with the company. We've run into big trouble, He Gang sighed. Oh? Yi Xian frowned and asked. Isn't the company taking over business from Dingxing Group? We should be thriving. The company's business is indeed booming, but our company does logistics. Although we deliver all over the country, the main route is still between Jiangxing and Linhai. But yesterday, the rent for the location we leased in Linhai suddenly tripled, He Gang sighed. After tripling, it's impossible to operate on that route at all. Yi Xian didn't understand much about this. He frowned deeply and said, if they want to raise it, we can just find another location. That's true, but I've contacted several large logistics companies over there, and none of them are willing to cooperate with us. It's difficult to find other warehouses in a short period, He Gang sighed. Actually, I roughly know the reason. The largest logistics company in Linhai is called Kuaiyun. Zhang Jinan used to cooperate with them, and now they probably think we're stealing their business, so they've joined forces to target us. Yi Xian frowned, then pondered and said, I happen to be going to Linhai soon. Send me the information of the company we're cooperating with. I'll go and resolve this issue. He Gang was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, Okay. When you get to Linhai, I'll have someone connect with you. Yi Xian nodded, then stood up and said, All right, let's go see Bai Lianxiang now. He Gang sighed. You were really unlucky to have such a mother-in-law and woman before. Yi Xian smiled, without saying more, and walked towards the conference room next door. Inside the conference room, it wasn't just Bai Lianxiang alone. Lin Qingxue and Lin Xian were both there. In addition, there was a middle-aged man with a briefcase and glasses, who was probably the lawyer Lin Qingxue and Bai Lianxiang had hired. Seeing Yi Xian come in, a hint of resentment flashed in Bai Lianxiang's eyes. Yi Xian didn't pay much attention to it. He walked to the opposite side of the four people and sat down, looking at them. He hadn't seen them for a few days, and Lin Qingxue did look much more haggard. She clearly hadn't been sleeping well recently. It had only been such a short time. Yet the difference between the high spirits when she divorced Yi Xian and her current haggard appearance was like heaven and hell. Mr. Yi, hello? The man looked at Yi Xian with a hint of arrogance in his voice and said, I am Xiao Yu, the lawyer representing Lin Qingxue. I suspect that you secretly accumulated a lot of wealth during the marriage. In fact, this is the couple's joint property during the marriage. This is the lawyer's letter we've drafted. Please take a look. With that, he tossed a document over to Yexan and said, Mr. Yi, based on your previous introduction, you used to work on a construction site and don't know much about the law. You might be legally illiterate. I'm a professional in divorce lawsuits, and my clients usually get a higher return than they expect. So my suggestion is to settle this privately. You should give 50% of the shares of Shengshi Group to Miss Lin Qingxue otherwise. Are you out of your mind? Yi Xian interrupted him directly. Xiao Yu frowned and said, Mr. Yi, please watch your words. Yi Xian looked at him with disdain and said, First of all, this Shengshi company of mine was bought with premarital property, and it has nothing to do with this mother and daughter. Secondly, if you want to go to court, go ahead, contact our company's legal department. I'm too lazy to waste my breath with you. With that, he stood up, intending to leave. He really didn't want to see this mother and daughter anymore. Yi Xian, do we really have to make things like this? At this moment, Lin Qingxue spoke, looking at Yi Xian, tears streaming down her face. Yi Xian chuckled, turning his head to look at her, his eyes showing no pity, and said indifferently, Make things like this? Have you ever thought about why things have become like this? If you mother and daughter weren't so harsh, if you weren't so ruthless at the time of the divorce, what if I just gave you the Shengshi company? Yi Xian scoffed and said, A small Shengshi company, I don't even care about it. I only bought it because I was bored and just bought it on a whim. If you had any dignity at all, you wouldn't be making trouble at the company every day. Yi Xian chuckled. I haven't retaliated against you. The fact that I left you the house is already as much as I should have done. Lin Qingxue couldn't help but cover her face upon hearing this. Bai Lianxiang's face turned from green to white. He didn't even consider the 2 billion valued prosperity company worth his attention. It was just something he bought casually out of boredom. Every single word was a slap in Bai Lianxiang's face. At this point, they didn't think Yi Xian was lying, and Yi Xian's actions proved it. They had been making trouble here every day, but Yi Xian didn't care at all. If he really cared about this company, he wouldn't have completely ignored it. The more they thought about it, the more complicated their feelings became. How much they had wanted to kick Yi Xian out back then was how much they regretted it now. If only they had been a little nicer to Yi Xian in the past 3 years. If only they hadn't been so ruthless during the divorce. Yi Xian might have really given them the company, and they could have become rich overnight, one of the wealthy in Jiang City. But there were no ifs, and now they got nothing, only the house was left. They even lost the source of income from Yi Xian working on a construction site. For Lin Qingxue and her daughter, who hadn't worked for years, they really didn't know what to do. Lin Xian, who was beside them, also kept sighing. She felt like she had lost the biggest opportunity of her life, an opportunity to rise to the high society. Bai Lianxiang looked at Yi Xian, gritted her teeth, and said, I will make him regret it. I will definitely make him regret it. Xiao Yu looked at them, coughed, and asked, So, are you still going to sue? Sue, why wouldn't we sue? Bai Lianxiang's eyes flashed with resentment. She couldn't stand that the person she had abused for 3 years was now on top of them, living better than them. She sneered and suddenly thought of something, saying, Oh right, Yi Xian still has some things at home. When we moved to the new house, it seems like they were placed at Qianqian's place. So we didn't throw them out during the divorce. Lin Qian frowned and suddenly remembered something, saying, You mean that tattered black clothing and those 2 long and short sticks wrapped in cloth? Yi Xian walked out of the meeting room, not caring much anymore. Since he was going to leave Jiang City, the chance of meeting Lin Qingxue and her daughter again was practically zero. Even if he returned to Jiang City, they wouldn't be able to find him. He went to the Human Resources Department and instructed Yang Chang a few things. The main thing was to tell Yang Chang that he would be leaving for a while and let Yang Chang stay in the villa without worries. He also reminded him not to fall for his ex-wife's tricks. To some extent, for Yang Chang, his ex-wife was much more dangerous than Lin Qingxue and her daughter. After all, Yang Chang was not the current Yi Xian. He was still too honest. Of course, with the increase in income and the different levels of people he was meeting, Yang Chang's horizons were also gradually widening. As for letting Yang Chang join the night watch, Yi Xian was still considering. Yang Chang's age was a major issue. After giving his instructions, He walked out of Prosperity Company. He then took out his phone, found Jiang Zhenan's phone number, and dialed, saying, "Hello, Uncle Jiang." "EXNA," Jiang Zhenan said with a smile. "What is it?" "The matter here has been successfully resolved. It has been confirmed that Jiang Wanwan is completely safe. I can be considered to have completed my mission, so I plan to resign," EXIN said with a smile. "Ah, what a pity," Jiang Zhenan sighed, not knowing what he was lamenting. "You have helped me twice, once saving my life, and the other protecting my daughter's safety," Jiang Zhenan said seriously. "Perhaps my assets and strength are nothing to you, but I still have to give you a promise. In the future, if you ever need my help, Jiang Zhenan, even if I lose everything, I will not hesitate." "You're being too serious," EXIN said with a smile. But he still felt a little touched. In these 3 years, there weren't many people who had moved him. Yang Chong was one, and now Jiang Zhenan was another. "Okay, by the way, Wanwan has already gone to Linhai," Jiang Zhenan said. "If possible, you can tell her about your resignation in person." EXIN nodded and said, "Okay, no problem." Hanging up the phone, EXIN let out a breath, booked a plane ticket online, then went to the mall to buy a decent set of clothes to change into. He went back home and packed a few things, then carrying his backpack, he headed towards the airport. Regarding clothes, although he didn't care much about dressing up, he was going to see his parents this time, so dressing a bit nicer would make them feel at ease. When he arrived at the airport, it was already 1 in the afternoon. He collected his ticket, went through security, and then found a place inside the airport to eat something casually, quietly waiting to board. Jiang City was about 2 hours away by flight from Linhai City. EXIN bought a first-class ticket. At 3 in the afternoon, he boarded the plane smoothly, and after finding his seat, he sat down. Gradually, more and more people boarded the plane. "Beautiful Annie, be careful. This beautiful lady. Let me help you put your luggage up." At this moment, a voice came from EXIN's ear. Hearing the word beautiful, how could EXIN resist looking? He turned around and saw a young man with dyed yellow hair, dressed like a Korean oppa, enthusiastically helping 2 women put their luggage up. Naturally, EXIN's gaze fell on the 2 women. When he looked over, the 2 women also noticed him, and they were both slightly stunned, a hint of excitement flashing in their expressions as they said, "It's you." One of the women was a beautiful middle-aged woman, and the other was a short-haired girl. It was the 2 people EXIN had rescued at Jubao Hall, Chun Mei Xian and Chen Shi. Unexpectedly, they had met on the plane. "What a coincidence," EXIN said. The beautiful woman, Chun Mei Xian, smiled and said, "Yeah, I didn't expect such a coincidence. Speaking of which, I've been waiting for you to send me a WeChat, telling me when you would be free. But you never contacted us. Are you going to Linhai?" EXIN nodded and said, "Yes." "That's great. I'm quite familiar with Linhai. You can't run away today. After we arrive in Linhai, I'll treat you to dinner," Chun Meixian said. Chun Shi beside her also looked expectant. EXIN touched his nose, thought for a moment, and then nodded. "Okay." Beside them, the young man dressed like a Korean frowned, then lowered his head to look at EXIN and said, excuse me, I have the window seat." EXIN looked at him and proactively moved out of the way. The young man sat down. Chun Meixian and Chun Shi's seats were right next to EXIN, separated by an aisle. After sitting down, they chatted casually. The young man beside them kept trying to interrupt, but he couldn't get into EXIN's conversation, making him feel a little displeased. While they were talking, the plane began to slowly taxi, preparing for takeoff. At this moment, the young man next to EXIN nudged his arm, saying, "Hey bro." EXIN turned to him and asked, "What is it?" "It's just that after we reach cruising altitude, let's switch seats," the young man said with a smile. "That's too much trouble, forget it." EXIN shook his head. The young man's brows furrowed again as he said, "Well bro, everything has a first-come, first-served basis. These 2 beauties, I saw them first. You're chatting with them so happily. I'm a bit unhappy. Your happiness or unhappiness is none of my business." EXIN cursed inwardly, then looked at the young man and said, "So? You saw them first, and they're yours now. If you're going to Linhai, I think you should learn about the people of Linhai first," the young man said. "Information is very developed now, and my information is easy to find online." There was a slight hint of threat in his words. EXIN looked at him with interest, then shrugged and said, "Sorry, I don't have any impression." A flash of anger crossed the young man's eyes as he said, Fine, I'll introduce myself then. My surname is Zhang, the Zhang of arrogant. My surname is Zhang, the Zhang of arrogance. He smiled lightly, a man wearing makeup, which made Yi Xin feel a little disgusted. Coupled with his self-satisfied smile, Yi Xin thought he wasn't really that arrogant, but more like he deserved a beating. He continued, I think you should have heard of my name. I'm Zhang Yu. Yi Xin scratched his head, glanced at him, and said, Never heard of you. You. Zhang Yu's expression froze. Then he smiled slightly and said, After you get off the plane, you can search for me online. No interest. Yi Xin waved his hand, no longer paying attention to this person. Beside him, Chen Meixian and her daughter's expressions shifted slightly, as if they had heard the name before. Chun Shi even looked enlightened, but didn't care much. Yi Xin didn't want to bother with him either. But seeing Yi Xin like this, Zhang Yu felt an anger rise in his heart. He looked at Yi Xin and said, Fine, since you don't want to search on Baidu, then I can introduce myself. I'm a small celebrity on the internet. In Linhai, many wealthy and powerful people are considered my friends, such as Zhou Rui of the Zhou family, Bai Qi of the Bai family, and Lin Zicken of the Lin family. I think you should be familiar with these people. Yi Xin was slightly surprised. He actually knew all these people. Zhou Rui was a given. Bai Qi was Bai Yao's older brother, a year older than Yi Xin. This guy was a mixed martial artist and very protective of his younger sister. Any man who got close to her would get beaten up by him. Back when Yi Xin was close to Bai Yao, Bai Qi was very hostile towards him. Later, after the incident with his cousin, Yi Xin was nearly skinned alive by Bai Qi. Of course, Yi Xin's impression of Bai Qi was still pretty good. As for Lin Zicken, he was from the same Yi family as Yi Xin. But unlike Yi Xin, who was from a collateral branch, Lin Zicken was from the main lineage and the first in line to inherit the Yi family's vast business empire. They had met a few times. Lin Zicken was very arrogant and always looked down on Yi Xin for being from a collateral branch. Seeing Yi Xin's slightly surprised face, Zhang Yu's face began to show a hint of smugness. Then he said softly, So, do you understand? Give me your seat. And those two beauties are also the ones I saw first. Don't compete with me. Yi Xin said speechlessly, They are quite powerful, but what does their power have to do with you? And even if you yourself are very powerful, what does that have to do with me? After we get off the plane, we'll all go our separate ways, and no one will know anyone else. Beside them, Chen Shi seemed to have heard it and couldn't hold back her laughter. This made Zhang Yu's face turn pale, then green. He gritted his teeth, glared at Yi Xin and said, Fine, kid, you've got guts. Yi Xin was too lazy to bother with this guy. After the plane leveled out, he closed his eyes and slowly drifted off to sleep. At the same time as Yi Xin was traveling to Linhai, in Jiangqing, at Lin Qian's home, Lin Qian's father was dragging out a large woven sack. It was clear that it contained a lot of things. The things you left at our house when you moved are all here, he said. Bai Lianxiang and Lin Qingxue nodded. With the combined effort of several people, all the contents of the bag were dumped out. Inside, there was mostly a collection of odds and ends. These were all my dad's things. Lin Qingxue thought of her father, her eyes slightly reddening, and said, The doctor said back then that if my dad had sent Yi Xin to the hospital a little later, Yi Xin probably would have died. That guy is a white-eyed wolf. He forgot about us once he got rich, humph. Bai Lianxiang cursed. He doesn't even think about who saved his life. She didn't consider her own issues, and in her heart, she truly believed that Yi Xin was a white-eyed wolf. After rummaging around for a while, Lin Qian suddenly said, Is it these things? Inside, they found a special black backpack with 2 clasps on it, and attached to the clasps were 2 cloth-wrapped objects, one long and one short. Lin Qian took the objects down and unwrapped the cloth strips little by little. As the contents inside the cloth strips were revealed, surprise appeared on their faces. These look like 2 knives. Lin Qingxue gulped. They had never paid attention to Yi Xin's things. If Yi Xin hadn't suddenly gotten rich after regaining his memory, they wouldn't have thought about digging these things out. Lin Qian picked up the short one, which was only short in comparison to the other one. This knife was still nearly 80 centimeters long. She grasped the handle and pulled the knife out. Clang! The knife, which hadn't been unsheathed for 3 years, once again revealed its edge. A bit heavy, Lin Qian pulled the knife completely out, feeling it a bit heavy, then placed it on the coffee table. Crack. However, the moment the blade touched the coffee table, everyone was stunned. Without Lin Qian exerting any force, the knife directly embedded itself into the coffee table, then pierced through the entire table. So sharp, everyone was shocked. How could Yi Xian possess something like this? Just who is he? Lin Qingxue gulped. It's a treasure. Bai Lianxiang's eyes lit up. It can definitely sell for a lot of money. Beside her, Lin Qian frowned and said, why didn't Yi Xian think of taking it? Did he forget? In fact, it wasn't that Yi Xian forgot. It was that Yi Xian didn't even know his weapons were still at the Lin's house. He had always thought his weapons were lost. The Night Watch's weapons were all custom-made, and Yi Xian's 2 knives were the 2 sharpest knives in the world. If they were auctioned in the underground world, they would be priceless. Back when he was injured and rescued by Lin Qingshue's father, he was taken to the hospital, and the items he had on him were collected by Lin Qingshue's father, who never mentioned them to Yi Xian again. As for the iron box, Yi Xian had held it tightly in his hand. Even after losing consciousness, the doctors couldn't take the box from his hand until Yi Xian woke up. Therefore, after regaining his memory, he still remembered the iron box. As for the other items, he thought they were lost during the chaos of the battle. There's also a black piece of clothing, but it's a little tattered and covered in dried blood. Lin Qingxue found a black piece of clothing with many cuts. This was Yi Xian's former combat uniform. The cuts on it were evidence of just how badly Yi Xian had been injured. Just what kind of person is this Yi Xian? Lin Qian looked at Bai Lianxiang and Lin Qingxue and said, Qingxuejie, Annie, why don't we call the police? Yi Xian naturally didn't know that the Lin family was studying the items he had left at their house. He was fast asleep on the plane. Aside from the small episode at the start, nothing else happened during the trip. After an unknown amount of time, Zhang Yu, next to him, who was still angry at being choked by Yi Xian, poked Yi Xian, waking him up. Yi Xian frowned and looked at him, asking, what's wrong? Kid, not many people dare to be so impolite to me. What you said earlier made me very unhappy. Zhang Yu's expression wasn't good, and because of his agitation, the thick powder on his face looked like it was about to fall off. Yi Xian, who was annoyed by men who acted effeminately, frowned and said, so what? Humph. Dare you give me your contact information? Zhang Yu sneered and asked. Brainless. Yi Xian glared at him and closed his eyes again. Zhang Yu was furious, but since they were on the plane, he couldn't lash out. Beside him, Chen Shi, hearing the two's conversation, flicked her short hair, looked at Yi Xian, and smiled broadly. In her hands, she was holding something that looked like a book. If one looked closely, it was made up of a stack of drawings. After another while, the plane slowly touched down in Linhai. Yi Xian stretched. Chen Meixian beside him asked with a smile, is someone coming to pick you up? No, Yi Xian said. That's perfect. Someone will be coming to pick me up later. You can come with us. It's almost time for lunch. Let's just go straight to a restaurant. Chen Meixian said. Yi Xian nodded. The 3 of them got off the plane, walked through the passage, and headed towards the outside of the airport. Behind them, Zhang Yu followed, looking at Yi Xian's back, his face flashing with displeasure. Stepping out of the airport, looking at the city that had become somewhat unfamiliar to him, Yi Xian closed his eyes, took a deep breath, then opened them again and murmured, 9 years later, Linhai, I've returned again. Linhai City, his hometown, was where he had spent 18 years of his life. Now, at 27, he had been away from Linhai for over 9 years. These 9 years had brought too many changes for Yi Xian. In fact, sometimes he was even grateful to those who had framed him 9 years ago. If not for them, he probably wouldn't have joined the Night Watchers and wouldn't possess his current abilities. Seeing Yi Xian sigh, Chen Meixian smiled slightly and said, are you from Linhai? Yi Xian smiled slightly and said, yes, I was born here, but I've been gone for a very long time. Oh, Chen Shi, who was carrying a drawing board, looked at Yi Xian curiously and said, then are you back this time for a family visit or for work? Family visit. Yi Xian's heart stirred slightly. Was it considered a family visit? In Linhai, besides his parents, he didn't seem to have any close relatives. He thought for a moment and said, I guess it's both. Chen Meixian smiled and said, speaking of which, I still don't know what Mr. Yi does for a living. Yi Xian rubbed his nose and said, I don't have a job right now, just an unemployed drifter. Chun Mei Xian and the other person were slightly surprised. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked over and said to Chun Mei Xian, President Chun. As he spoke, he naturally took the suitcases from Chun Mei Xian and Chun Shi, saying, the car is waiting outside. Should we go back to the company first? Chun Mei Xian shook her head and said, I'm going to treat my friends to a meal first. The middle-aged man was taken aback and quickly said, President Chun, you don't know, the company has been in chaos since you left. They know you're coming back to Linhai today and are all waiting for you to return to take charge. Chun Mei Xian frowned. Yi Xian smiled slightly and said, It's okay. If you have something to do, go ahead and get busy. I'll be in Linhai for quite some time, maybe even settle down here. We can have a meal together another time. And what happened before was nothing to worry about. It was just an act of helping someone in need. Chun Mei Xian looked embarrassed and said, You're right. I'm sorry. Then how about tomorrow? We'll meet again tomorrow evening. Yi Xian nodded and said, No problem. Okay. I'll contact you on WeChat then, said Chun Mei Xian. Yi Xian nodded. After watching Chun Mei Xian and her daughter leave, he turned around and walked towards the taxi stand. Behind him, Zhang Yu stood there with a mask on, his face gloomy as he stared at Yi Xian's back. After a moment, a voice called out, Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu looked over. Zhou Rui was standing there in the crowd. He quickly went over and said, Brother Rui. Tisk tisk, how's the task I gave you going? Zhou Rui asked. All done, Zhang Yu said proudly. Good. Zhou Rui nodded with satisfaction and said, Let's go. I'll take you to meet the beauties of Jiang City. You gotta put on a good show for me later. After all, you're still considered a celebrity. Brother Rui, you have no idea, there are so many beautiful women in Jiang City. I even met a couple of beauties on the plane, but that jerk ruined it for me. It pissed me off. Zhang Yu pointed to Yi Xian, who was already far away. Zhou Rui looked and frowned. Hey, that back looks like Yi Xian. Then he shook his head. He didn't believe that Yi Xian would dare to return to Linhai. In his opinion, Yi Xian had finally found a decent job in Jiang City. And Yi Xian's reputation in Linhai was really bad. Coming back would only be inviting trouble. Let's go. He put his arm around Zhang Yu's shoulder and said, Damn it. Why are you putting on makeup like a woman? It's a bit nauseating. What can I do? The young girls like it now. With my K-pop style, I can easily pick up girls, Zhang Yu said proudly. And it's easier to attract female fans. Yi Xian successfully hailed a taxi after waiting in line. After getting in, he said, Four Seasons Flower Garden. Four Seasons Flower Garden was the name of a residential area, and it was also where his parents lived. Even though he was a member of the Night Watchers, Yi Xian had always kept track of his parents' whereabouts. After what happened to Yi Xian, his parents, like him, were also removed from the Yi family and fired from the company. All the properties under his father's name were also taken back by the Yi family. Under the Yi family's enormous influence in Linhai, it was very difficult for his father to find work. However, after Yi Xian joined the Night Watchers, things changed. A company proactively contacted Yi Xian's father, offered him a very high salary, and his parents' lives were back on track. The only difficult thing was that Yi Xian couldn't tell his parents about being in the Night Watchers. So, in his parents' eyes, he was still in prison. An hour later, the car stopped at the entrance of the residential area. After paying, Yi Xian stood at the entrance, feeling a little nervous and excited. After all, he hadn't seen his parents for 9 years. He took a deep breath, entered the residential area, asked the security guard about the specific location, tightened his backpack, and walked into the complex. Building 5, Room 504, Four Seasons Flower Garden. Yi Xian walked out of the elevator and looked at the door of 504. As he approached, he found the door was slightly ajar. He moved closer, and voices came from inside the room. Yi Jinggan, you're being a bit unreasonable, a voice said from inside. No matter what, you're also from the Yi family, right? You're the vice president of Hanyu Group. Signing such a contract should be within your authority. Moreover, cooperation between the two companies would also benefit you. Yi Jinggan was the name of Yi Xian's father. I really can't help, Yi Jinggan sighed. And after what happened back then, you had the family remove our family from the family tree. Wasn't the removal because that kid Yi Xian assaulted a young woman? The voice sneered. Yi Jinggan, I'm talking to you nicely here. You have to sign this contract, whether you want it or not. If you don't sign, I'm telling you, you won't have a peaceful life in Linhai. I'll find people to harass you every day. Yexan knew who the person in the house was. After the incident, the person who proposed removing their family from the family tree was called Yi Yunsheng. This person was also a member of the Yi family's collateral line. He used to work under Yi Jinggan. After Yi Jinggan was removed from the family tree, he became the biggest beneficiary, successfully taking over the company managed by Yi Jinggan. After speaking, he sneered again and said, "If it wasn't for the annual performance assessment within the family and my performance wasn't good enough, would I come to you for help? I'm trying to talk to you nicely, and you're still unwilling. Don't push your luck." Yi Jinggan sighed and said, "Yi Yunsheng, don't go too far. For the past 9 years, I've already been hiding, not competing, and I've also been removed from the family tree. Why do you have to be so cruel? Don't waste my time. Will you sign it or not?" Yi Yunsheng seemed to be a bit impatient. He sneered and said, "If you don't sign, I can guarantee that neither you nor your wife will have a good time. I remember your wife also has asthma, right?" "You." Yi Jing'an's voice had a hint of anger. "We won't sign." At this moment, Yi Xian walked to the doorway, his voice filled with endless coldness. As the voice rang out, the people in the living room looked toward the door at the same time. Yi Xian. Inside the room, Yi Jing'an's body trembled violently. Yi Xian looked at his father. His hair had already turned gray. Clearly, he had been under tremendous psychological pressure for the past 9 years. But he was still holding up the family. Looking at the wrinkles on his father's face, Yi Xian ignored the other middle-aged man in the room. He put down his backpack, his body trembling slightly. Facing Yi Jing'an, he slowly knelt down and said, "Dad, I'm back." Yi Jing'an's eyes instantly became moist. He disregarded Yi Yunsheng, and his eyes turned red instantly, tears streaming down his face. Then he walked to Yi Xian, helped him up, wiped his tears, and without saying too much, he patted Yi Xian's shoulder and said, "It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back." "Oh? Weren't you supposed to be serving a life sentence? How did you get out? You didn't escape from prison, did you?" Yi Yunsheng, who was sitting on the sofa in the room, spoke at this time. Then he thought of something, looked at Yi Xian, and chuckled as he asked, "Was it you who said you wouldn't sign just now?" Yi Xian wiped his moist eyes, looked at Yi Yunsheng next to him, and said, "Word by word, just now, I seem to have heard you threatening my dad. Is that right? Did I just hear you threaten my father?" Yi Xian's eyes swept towards Yi Yunsheng, his gaze devoid of any emotion. His pupils were filled with coldness. This made Yi Yunsheng, who was sitting on the sofa, feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, and he couldn't help but tremble. "Ah!" Yi Yunsheng's voice stuttered. Yi Xian's gaze made him feel too terrified. Yi Jing'an saw this scene. His face changed slightly. He thought that Yi Xian had spent 9 years in prison, and since he had just come out, he was worried that if he acted violently again because of what had just happened, he would end up back in prison. He quickly said, "Just go. This contract can't be signed." Yi Yunsheng wanted to threaten him again, but under Yi Xian's gaze, he didn't dare to speak. He picked up his briefcase and stood up. As he passed by Yi Xian, Yi Xian's cold voice rang in his ear again. "If you dare to send people to cause trouble, you'll bear the consequences." Yes, he knew, and could imagine, what kind of scorn his parents had endured during these 9 years. In the past, when he was a night watchman, he couldn't come back. There was nothing he could do. But now, he was back, and he wouldn't let his parents suffer even the slightest bit of grievance. Yi Yunsheng swallowed and walked past Yi Xian. Seeing him leave, the cold, murderous feeling on Yi Xian disappeared. He put down his backpack and looked at Yi Jing'an. "Dad, I'm sorry. I made you worry for 9 years." Yi Jing'an was also in tears. He sniffed and said, "It's good that you're back. You don't know, in these 9 years, your mother and I went to the prison to see you countless times, but we couldn't see you even once. I was okay, but your mother was always heartbroken. But now that you're back, it's all good." Yi Xian's nose felt a bit sore, and he looked around saying, "By the way, where's Mom?" "Your mother went to your aunt's place. It's your aunt's birthday today. I was supposed to go with her, but Yi Yunsheng called me and said he had something to talk about, so I got delayed." Yi Jing'an said, "It's just right. You can go with me and meet your aunt and them." As he spoke, he sighed. "Ever since your incident happened, the people of the Yi family have broken off all contact with us. Only your mother's relatives haven't shunned us, and they've been in touch all along." His mood recovered a lot. He patted Yi Xian's shoulder and said, "Let's go. I'll take you there." Yi Xian nodded, threw his backpack onto the sofa, and went out the door with Yi Jing'an. Yi Jing'an's annual income was still good. He had bought a villa and had a nice car. After getting in the car, Yi Jing'an kept telling Yi Xian about what had happened in the past 9 years. It was as if he had endless things to say. Yi Xian listened quietly. In fact, he mostly knew about a lot of things. Although during his time as a night watchman, he couldn't meet his parents, he had always kept an eye on them. Soon, the car drove into a residential area. After parking, the father and son walked towards a building. As soon as they reached the bottom of the building, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly turned towards a certain direction. There, a young man in his 20s was walking out of the residential area with his head down, looking dejected. Yi Xian's eyes lit up slightly. Yi Xian knew this person. This was his childhood friend, his best buddy, Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei wasn't from a wealthy family, but he had a very good relationship with Yi Xian. They had known each other since kindergarten and were classmates all the way to high school graduation. After graduating from high school, Yi Xian was admitted to Linhai University, while Jiang Wei's grades were relatively poor, and he was only admitted to an ordinary university in another province. When Yi Xian went to prison, the two also lost contact. After 9 years, Jiang Wei hadn't changed much in appearance, but he seemed to have been turned away, looking dejected. "Dad, you go to Aunt's place first, I'll go over later," Yi Xian said. "Oh?" Yi Jing'an was stunned for a moment, then nodded. "Your aunt is in building 7, 7-8. You can come over later. I'll go ahead and tell them about your return." Yi Xian nodded. After saying goodbye to his father, he ran towards Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei walked all the way to the entrance of the residential area. He was still holding 2 gift-like items in his hand, and he was now standing on the road at the entrance of the residential area, seemingly hailing a taxi. "Jiang Wei." Yi Xian's lips moved slightly, and he called out, "Oh?" Jiang Wei responded and turned his head. When he saw Yi Xian, the dejected feeling on his face instantly disappeared. Then his pupils widened, and he said with delight, "Holy crap, Yi Xian!" The joy on his face erupted instantly. Seeing this, Yi Xian smiled. Even though it had been 9 years, and even though he still carried the name of a rapist, Jiang Wei was not afraid or disdainful when he saw him. All he felt was excitement. This was Yi Xian's best friend, his best brother. Jiang Wei put the gifts on the ground, walked up to Yi Xian, and punched him in the chest, saying, "Holy crap, you suddenly disappeared before. I asked some of the classmates who were close to you, and they all said you were caught and imprisoned for raping a woman. But speaking of which, what the hell happened?" Jiang Wei asked, looking Yi Xian up and down. "You don't suspect me?" Yi Xian asked, surprised. "I know the smell of your farts. You're the type who has a wandering eye, but no guts. You wouldn't dare do something like rape," Jiang Wei said with a grin. He coughed and said, "It's a long story. I don't know the specifics, but the only thing I can say for sure is that I was framed." "So you spent 9 years in prison for nothing?" Jiang Wei asked, frowning. "I was taken away as soon as I entered prison, and then I entered a mysterious unit. 3 years ago, I lost my memory due to a mission, and I only recently recovered it," Yi Xian said seriously. Jiang Wei was stunned by what Yi Xian said. After listening to Yi Xian, he said speechlessly, "You're kidding me." Yi Xian sighed inwardly. He was telling the truth, but this guy didn't believe him. But he was still very happy. After not seeing each other for 9 years, there was not a trace of unfamiliarity between them. Looking at the gifts in his hand, Yi Xian frowned and asked, "What about you? I saw you looking dejected just now. Did you have trouble with work? Did someone refuse your gifts?" "What gift?" Hearing this, Jiang Wei sighed. "I was going to see my father-in-law, but I was kicked out." "Kicked out?" Yi Xian asked, surprised. "What happened?" "It's all about money," Jiang Wei sighed again. "I've been dating my girlfriend since our 3rd year of college. It's been 6 years now. You know, my parents are both workers and they don't have much money. When I was in school, my grades weren't too good, and after graduating, I found a very ordinary sales job. After 5 years of saving and cutting back, I finally saved some money, and with the help of my parents, I managed to come up with a down payment for an apartment in Linhai. I figured, now that I had a house, I could talk to my girlfriend's family about marriage. But their conditions are just 2. At this point, Jiang Wei shook his head. Yi Xian frowned. "What are their conditions?" "First, the house must be under my girlfriend's name. Jiang Wei said. That's okay. I really love my girlfriend, but they're now demanding a betrothal gift, and it's 1 million. Yi Xin was stunned. 1 million in betrothal money was too much for an ordinary person. Why is it so much? Yi Xin asked, surprised. She has a younger brother, Jiang Wei said. I guess her family wants to buy a house for her brother, so they want to ask me for 1 million. Anyway, the situation now is if I don't give 1 million, forget about marriage, and just break up with my girlfriend. What did your girlfriend say? Yi Xin asked. Speaking of this, Jiang Wei sighed even more. She's also speaking for her family, saying that she wants to spend the rest of her life with me. And if I'm not even willing to pay 1 million, it means I don't love her enough. Doesn't she know about your family situation? Yi Xin asked, frowning. She knows, but she still says the same thing. And she said that her family is already introducing her to other potential partners. If I can't come up with 1 million, we'll have to break up because of reality, Jiang Wei said, looking dejected again. Yi Xin was speechless. This was a total support your brother type of girl. Hearing Jiang Wei's words, Yi Xin was speechless. As a live-in son-in-law who had been bullied for 3 years, he felt that his 3 years of experience were miserable enough. But now, compared to Jiang Wei, he felt that Jiang Wei was really unlucky. He frowned and said, What about her younger brother? What does her younger brother think? Her younger brother? Jiang Wei curled his lips and said, Don't even mention it. He's lazy and loves to gamble. But there's nothing to be done. He's the only son in the family, and he's been spoiled since he was a child. There's nothing that can be done about it. Then he looked at Yi Xin and asked, Yi Xin, give me some advice. What should I do? Yi Xin touched his nose and said, Has your girlfriend not considered your life after marriage? If you borrow 1 million, after you get married, the mortgage plus the 1 million in debt, wouldn't you both have to repay it together? Has she not considered these? Jiang Wei said dejectedly. I guess she doesn't want to marry me either. She just wants to make me back down. But we've been together for 6 years. I love her very much, and I can feel that she loves me too. It's just that this situation now. Yi Xin sighed and said, Jiang Wei, to be honest, I think you can break up. Calm down and analyze your own situation carefully. Even if you give them 1 million this time and get married, then what? Your girlfriend is obviously indulging her younger brother. Her younger brother is a gambler and doesn't work. He's just a bottomless pit. In the future, you'll not only have to support your own family, but also their whole family. Supporting your parents is one thing, but you also have to support this younger brother. His marriage, childbirth, everything will have to be on you. Yi Xin calmly analyzed for Jiang Wei. A conflicted look also appeared on Jiang Wei's face. He was an ordinary person, and being forced to this point, he had long thought of breaking up. However, it was obvious that he really liked his girlfriend. After all, they had been together for 6 years, and the feelings were there. Of course, the reason Yi Xin asked him to break up was that he felt that Jiang Wei could find a better woman than his current girlfriend in the future. From Jiang Wei's reaction to Yi Xin when they first met, Yi Xin had already made up his mind that he would help Jiang Wei, and at the very least, he wouldn't let Jiang Wei worry about money for the rest of his life. What you said makes sense, Jiang Wei sighed and said, It's just that I'm still a little reluctant. Jiang Wei. Just at this moment, a voice rang out at the entrance of the residential complex. Yi Xin and Jiang Wei turned their heads to look. At the entrance of the complex, 2 people were walking over. One was a middle-aged man, and the other was a girl. Jiang Wei said in a low voice, She's my girlfriend. Her name is Fong Li, and the other person is her father, Fong Zhou. Yi Xin's eyes narrowed slightly. He had thought that Fong Li should be a beauty that could bring down a city, but after looking at her, she was just a woman of above-average looks. Compared to the goddesses like Zhiqiuyu and Zhang Wanwan, who he interacted with, Fong Li was really difficult for Yi Xin to take seriously. At this time, the two walked over. They looked at Yi Xin, and Fong Zhou looked at Jiang Wei and said, Jiang Wei, Fong Li's getting older, and she can't be delayed any longer. If you can't come up with this money, then let's not waste each other's time and break up. Beside him, Fong Li's expression looked calm. Obviously, they chased after them just to break up with Jiang Wei, and it was also the result that Fong Li had considered. Jiang Wei's face changed slightly. He looked at Fong Li and her father, sighed, and said, You guys are forcing me too hard. In fact, if we got married normally, I would also be filial to you. Although my income is not very high now, in Linhai City, it's considered above average. So then we Let's just break up. After he said these words, Yi Xin could feel that he seemed to be drained of all his strength. When Fong Li saw that Jiang Wei actually said that, her face also changed slightly, but she quickly returned to her calm state. Don't blame us or Xiaoli. You can only blame yourself for being useless and not being able to give Xiaoli anything. Fong Zhou looked at Jiang Wei and said, all right, let's just part ways amicably from now on, and no one should bother each other. Jiang Wei gritted his teeth and nodded. Yi Xin raised his eyebrows slightly, and the corner of his mouth twitched and said, the cost of getting married now is too high. Anyone who doesn't know would think they're selling a daughter. Jiang Wei was angry, but his personality had been beaten down by reality. Now, hearing Yi Xin say this, he did not interrupt him. After all, he actually felt the same way in his heart. Fong Zhou looked at Yi Xin and said, who are you? What does it have to do with you? Yi Xin touched his nose, patted Jiang Wei, and said, okay, Jiang Wei, there's nothing to be sad about. If you break up, you break up. There will be a better one next time. As long as you have money, you can find any kind of woman. Fong Li frowned. Fong Zhou sneered and said, you also know the premise is having money. If he had money, he and Xiaoli would have gotten married long ago. He barely managed to scrape together a down payment, and it's just a small 2-bedroom apartment. Forget it, Xiaoli, don't think too much about it. This kind of man is not worthy of you. Let's go back. The blind date your aunt introduced to you has a much better family background. You can meet him tomorrow. A good family background doesn't necessarily mean they'll look at people from your family, Yi Xin sneered. Fong Li frowned. She turned her head to look at Jiang Wei and said, Jiang Wei, what does your friend mean? Does he have to make things difficult for everyone? If you were more ambitious, would we have ended up like this? That's right, if you're useless, don't blame us. Fong Zhou also echoed. Jiang Wei seemed to be afraid of this woman, and he didn't dare to say anything. Yi Xin patted Jiang Wei, and then smiled and said, okay, don't dwell on it. Isn't it just about making money? Tomorrow, come work at my company. I'll give you an annual salary of 5 million. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Wei was stunned. He thought that Yi Xin had just returned to Lin Hai, and he shouldn't have much money. He was probably just saying this to help him save face. He silently looked at Yi Xin with gratitude in his heart. Fong Zhou and Fong Li, who were about to leave, stopped in their tracks. Fong Zhou turned his head to look at Yi Xin and said with disdain, you have a company? And you're going to give him an annual salary of 5 million? Who doesn't know how to brag? Fong Li also said mockingly, why haven't I ever heard that he is such a rich friend? Yi Xin smiled and said to Jiang Wei, bank card. The way to deal with Fong Li's family was naturally to make them regret it on the spot. When Jiang Wei heard Yi Xion's words, he didn't know what Yi Xion was up to. However, he still obediently took out a bank card. Yi Xion took out his phone, quickly entered the bank card number, and then said to Jiang Wei, I'll take you to work at the company tomorrow. Let me prepay your salary for the year first. Ding! At the same time, Jiang Wei's phone rang with a text message. Jiang Wei looked confused and took out his phone. However, the next moment his pupil suddenly shrank slightly, and he said, Yi X, you really transferred 5 million to me? Are you crazy? Yi Xin smiled and said, prepayment, just come to work tomorrow, and your salary for this year is gone. Who are you trying to fool? Fong Li sneered, then stepped forward and snatched Jiang Wei's phone. Then, she looked at the phone, and then her face suddenly changed as she looked at Yi Xian and said, you really transferred 5 million to him. Yi Xian chuckled and said, why would I lie to you? Is there anything about you worth me lying for? Starting tomorrow, Jiang Wei will be one of the rich people in Lin Hai. Beside her, Fong Zhou also looked at the phone, and then his face became uncertain. This shock was too great for Jiang Wei. He had never expected that Yi Xian was not joking with him at all. At this time, he was still a little out of it, and after a brief moment of astonishment, Fong Zhou's face broke into a smile as he said, Jiang Wei, you have money now, so the betrothal gifts shouldn't be a problem for you. You and Xiaoli have been together for so many years. Why don't you go back? We can discuss picking a date to have the wedding. Yi Xian was stunned. He had only wanted to make Fong Zhou and Fong Li regret it, but he didn't expect that Fong Zhou would actually be so shameless. Jiang Wei took a deep breath. He gave Yi Xian a grateful look, then looked at Fong Li and her father and said, let's forget about it. We've already broken up. Give me back my phone. Encountering such a thing, Jiang Wei felt angry. He had dedicated 6 years, only to be defeated by reality. Now, the other party, who just a second ago said he wasn't good enough, suddenly wanted to reconcile after seeing he had an extra 5 million. Jiang Wei found it ridiculous. In that instant, he truly saw the true colors of this family. He calmly looked at Fong Li and said, "We've already broken up. Give me back my phone. Let's go our separate ways from now on." Fong Li's expression changed slightly. She had thought she had Jiang Wei under her thumb. She thought all she had to do was beckon, and he'd come running back. Hearing this, she looked at Jiang Wei and said, "You really don't love me at all." Jiang Wei laughed and shook his head. He stepped forward, snatched his phone back, and sighed, "I don't love you. These 6 years, I gave you my heart and soul. You wanted the house in your name? I agreed. You wanted that million, just to buy your younger brother a house. I really couldn't produce it. In that situation, you didn't budge an inch. I simply didn't have that kind of money. Now you do," Fong Li said. "Jiang Wei, let's get married properly." Jiang Wei laughed, and as he laughed, tears began to flow. He looked at Fong Li and said quietly, "Just now my heart turned cold. Utterly cold. You're not marrying me. You just want to marry money." With that, he turned his back. Fong Li wanted to say something, but Yi Xin raised his eyes and said, "All right, you guys go. Now, it's you who isn't good enough for my brother." The faces of Fong Zhou and his daughter changed slightly. Yi Xin, however, put an arm around Jiang Wei's shoulders and said, "Don't bother with people like that. Let's go." He then directly pulled Jiang Wei away from the entrance of the residential area. They went to a deserted spot, and Jiang Wei sighed. "Yi Xin, thank you just now. But I understand now. After what just happened, I feel a lot better." Yi Xin patted him on the shoulder and said, "Don't be tied down by women. It's good that you see things clearly." "Yeah." Jiang Wei rubbed his teary eyes. He had clearly invested a lot in this relationship. He took out his phone and said, "Give me your bank card. I'll transfer the money to you." Yi Xin smiled and said, "What are you thinking? Did you think I was joking? I was serious. I'll take you to work tomorrow." You really have a company?" Jiang Wei asked, astonished. Yi Xin nodded and said, "Why would I lie to you? And I wasn't lying just now either. I haven't been in prison at all these past few years." Jiang Wei looked suspicious. He felt like a tidal wave had crashed in his heart. Yi Xin knew that it would be difficult for him to digest this all at once. For ordinary people, suddenly having 5 million was like a huge pie falling from the sky. He smiled and looked at Jiang Wei, saying, "Don't overthink it. Add me on WeChat and give me your phone number. I still have some things to do and can't stay with you any longer. I'll contact you again tomorrow." Okay. Jiang Wei took out his phone. After exchanging phone numbers and WeChat information, Yi Xin smiled at the bewildered Jiang Wei, then turned and headed back to the residential area. He needed to give Jiang Wei some time to process things. Back in the residential area, he went straight to his aunt's home. At the door of the house, his father had left a door open especially for him. Clearly, there were many people at his aunt's house. There was a lot of noise. "Hey, Jingyan, it's not that we mean anything by it. It's just that Yi Xion's past offense was really a bit. You should call him and tell him not to come for now, with so many people here." The person speaking was Yi Xion's uncle, Chao Jin. Yi Xion's mother's family had 3 siblings. His mother was the second child, named Chao Yun. Then there was another younger sister named Chao Rong, who was Yi Xion's aunt. The one who had spoken was Yi Xion's uncle. "That's right, second sister." Immediately following, Yi Xion's aunt's voice rang out. "You know, Yi Xion was my favorite back then. We never imagined that he'd end up on the path of crime. It's also my birthday today, and the whole family is here. It's a good thing Yi Xion is out of prison, but once he comes here, how are we supposed to interact with him?" Third sister. At this moment, a weary voice rang out. "Yi Xion was definitely framed. We all know what kind of person he is. How could he have done such a thing?" Bang! Right at this moment, the door suddenly closed. Chao Jin's voice came out again, saying, "Second sister, Jingyan, it's true that we have some prejudice, but Yi Xion's incident, it implicated all of us back then. That incident in Linhai was quite a big deal. We were connected to Yi Xion, and it caused me to lose my job at the time. You know that? Now that Yi Xion is back, that's a good thing, but for us it's not necessarily the case. Anyway, you should call him and tell him not to come for now." That's right, it caused us to lose a lot of face. Inside, a series of voices could be heard. Yi Xin stood there, his brow slightly furrowed. He had expected that when he returned to Lin Hai, his relatives and friends would have prejudices against him. He just didn't expect that after 9 years, these prejudices would still be so deep. Yi Xin was really framed, and even if it was true, it's been 9 years. Can't you give him a chance to start over? Yi Jing An's voice sounded. Jing'an, look at everyone's attitude. It's not just what we're saying. It's true that he did something wrong back then. Chao Jin's voice followed. Chao Rong frowned and said, second sister, you should call him. How about this? Today there are a lot of relatives here, so it's really not convenient. How about this? Tomorrow I will personally go visit him, and I'll properly find him a job, okay? Although your brother-in-law is a president, he doesn't have any control over personnel matters. Outside the door, Yi Xin listened to their conversation, his expression somewhat complicated. After a while, under their persuasion, his phone finally rang. He sighed and smiled as he said, "Hello, Dad." Yi Xin. Yi Jing'an's voice was a bit melancholy. "Dad, I might not be able to come today. I ran into my childhood friend, Jiang Wei, the one I've known since kindergarten, and he insisted on dragging me out to eat. I couldn't refuse," Yi Xin said with a laugh. He didn't want to put pressure on Yi Jing'an. Hearing this, Yi Jing'an breathed a slight sigh of relief and said, "All right, then after you finish eating, go home early. I'll eat at your aunt's place later, and take your mom back too. You don't know, your mom was so happy to hear you were back." Yi Xin nodded and said, "Okay, I'll hang up now." With that, he hung up the phone. He looked at the door of the room, sighed, and turned to walk towards the elevator. Leaving the residential area, Yi Xin walked onto the street. Looking at the huge Lin Hai, he didn't even know where to go. "I have to hurry, otherwise these prejudices will continue to surround me," Yi Xin said. He didn't care about the contempt from his uncle and others, but he didn't want his parents to bear this pressure either. He hailed a taxi and said, "To a bar." "Which bar?" the driver asked. "Just find one," Yi Xin said. The driver gave him a knowing look and started the car. Half an hour later, on Lin Hai's bar street, the car stopped. The driver smiled and pointed outside, saying, "This should be one of the best bars in Lin Hai." Yi Xin took a look. The name of the bar was Blazing Fire. Yi Xin paid the fare, got out of the car, and walked into the bar. However, it was only a little after 7 in the evening, and there weren't many people in the bar yet. Yi Xin entered, ordered a booth, and sat down alone. He also ordered a lot of alcohol and started drinking by himself. On the bar's platform, a beautiful woman with a striking appearance stood, holding a guitar, singing some lyrical songs. As time passed, the crowd began to grow. The girl singing ballads stepped down, and then a DJ came on stage. Heavy music started playing, and people began swaying to the rhythm on the dance floor. The whole bar seemed to have awakened, with countless young men and women bursting with hormones. They were jumping and dancing. Yi Xin chose to observe coldly, not participating, just calmly drinking his wine, glass after glass. In fact, Yi Xin couldn't get drunk. He just wanted to drink after hearing his relatives' prejudices against him. Plop! Just then, a girl in a black dress suddenly sat down at his booth. She took a glass from the table and poured some of Yi Xion's wine into it. Without a word, she immediately downed the entire glass. "Miss, I think that's my wine," Yi Xion said, raising his eyes to look at the girl. The sight made Yi Xion slightly surprised. This girl was surprisingly beautiful. Unlike the other women in the bar, most of whom wore heavy makeup and revealing clothing, she didn't even have makeup on. Her black dress completely covered her figure, revealing nothing. Hearing Yi Xion's words, she just glanced at him and said, "I'll pay you later. And aren't you men all the same? Don't you all just covet my body? Once I'm drunk, it'll be a perfect opportunity for you." She spoke impulsively, as if she were in a bad mood. Yi Xion smiled, not paying too much attention. He was just making a casual remark. After pouring one glass, the woman seemed to feel it wasn't enough and started chugging directly from the bottle. After taking a big gulp, she looked at Yi Xion and sneered, "Men are all useless." Yi Xion ignored her rant, sitting there alone. Thus, their booth developed a rather strange atmosphere. Yi Xion and the girl in the black dress sat opposite each other, not leaning close. They each drank their own wine, without any conversation. The girl would take a few sips, and then curse about how men were no good. Yi Xian guessed that she had just broken up with someone. However, he didn't pay much attention. He figured that once he finished this, he could go home. After a while, a few people hurriedly approached the booth. One of them quickly came up to the girl in the black dress and said, "Fei Fei, I finally found you." The girl, called Fei Fei, seemed to have a somewhat dazed look. Clutching the bottle, she looked up at the young man in front of her and cursed, "Will you just get lost?" "Fei Fei, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry, I was wrong." The man quickly said, "Even if you don't forgive me, you can't just come to a bar and drink with a random guy." With that, he looked at Yi Xian, and then his expression changed slightly. "Yi Xian?" Yi Xian looked up. He felt like the man in front of him looked familiar. After a moment, he finally recalled the man's name. Zhou Ji, a member of the Zhou family of Linhai, the same family as Zhou Rui, although he was just a collateral relative. In the family, his status was like heaven and earth compared to Zhou Rui. Even as a collateral branch, he was still better off than ordinary people. He and Yi Xian had been high school classmates. In high school, he had also pursued by Yao, and Yi Xian had a better relationship with her back then. The two had always been at odds. A few days ago, Rui Ji mentioned that you were out of prison and in Jiangcheng. I didn't quite believe it. After all, someone sentenced to life imprisonment should stay in prison forever. But now you're actually back in Linhai. Zhou Ji looked at Yi Xian and sneered. Hearing this, Yi Xian frowned deeply. He glanced at Zhou Ji and said, "I'm not in a good mood. Don't bother me." "Humph," Zhou Ji sneered. "Fei Fei is my girlfriend. What did you put in her drink? Are you trying to get yourself back in jail again?" "Who I drink with is none of your business." Fei Fei, who was called by that name, seemed to have regained some clarity. She pushed Zhou Ji away and said, "You and I have already broken up. Get lost, you scum." Zhou Ji was pushed back a step. He clenched his fist, twisted his neck, and looked at Yi Xian. "Yi Xian, not bad. You just came back to Linhai, and you're already trying to seduce my woman. You've already been kicked out of the Yi family. Do you think I'm still afraid to touch you like I was before?" "Guys, hold him down for me," he said to the people he had brought. Just then, a waiter approached and said, "Mr. Zhou, this is Flowing Fire. If you have any grievances, please settle them outside." Zhou Ji frowned. His face changed between pale and livid, seeming to be wary of something. He gnashed his teeth and glared at Yi Xian. "Kid, you're lucky." With that, he went to the woman and said, "Fei Fei, let's go. Don't come to a place like this alone." Fei Fei pushed him away again, and then she suddenly leaned closer to Yi Xian, grabbing his arm and whispering, "Help me. I'll cover all the drinks." Zhou Ji frowned when he saw this. He looked at Yi Xian deeply and said, "Yi Xian, let go of my hand." Yi Xian held his wine glass, ignoring him. Seeing Yi Xian's appearance, Zhou Ji's face flashed with anger. He stepped in front of Yi Xian and slapped him across the face, yelling, "Did you not hear me when I told you to let go?" Slap! Yi Xian wasn't in a good mood to begin with. Now that Zhou Ji had made a move, there was no way he was going to tolerate it. He directly threw the wine glass at Zhou Ji, the wine splashing on Zhou Ji's face. Then, he grabbed Zhou Ji's arm. At this moment, the waiter appeared again. He seemed to have seen such scenes many times before and said to Yi Xian, "Sir, this is Flowing Fire. If you want to fight, please go outside." Yi Xian looked at the waiter and said, "He made the first move. Am I not allowed to defend myself? But this is the Flowing Fire bar. I don't care if you're defending yourself. As long as you fight, there will be consequences for the ones fighting." The waiter said calmly, his tone full of threat. "Oh," Yi Xian said nonchalantly. A smile appeared at the corner of the waiter's mouth. No one dared to fight in the Flowing Fire bar. However, just as he finished speaking, his pupil shrank slightly. He saw that Yi Xian, who had been sitting, broke free from the black-clad woman. Then he suddenly stood up, released Zhou Ji's hand, and slapped Zhou Ji right across the face, saying, "Get lost." Zhou Ji felt a burning pain on his face. He staggered back a few steps and was caught by the people he had brought with him. Zhou Ji covered his face, glaring at Yi Xian. "You dare hit me? I think you really don't want to live anymore." Nearby, the waiter looked coldly at Yi Xian and said, "Sir, I remember I just reminded you that there would be consequences for fighting, right?" Yi Xian glanced at him and said, "He attacked first. I just gave him one slap in return, that's all." The waiter sneered, took out his walkie-talkie and said, "There's trouble at booth 7. Bang! 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 As soon as the words fell, the sound of footsteps rang out. More than a dozen people instantly rushed towards them. At the same time, their commotion attracted a lot of attention. Oh, isn't that our Gigi? Causing trouble and flowing fire? Do you think that just because Zhou Rue is backing you, you can show off in front of me? A man with a crew cut and a leather jacket walked out of the crowd, looking at Zhou Ji with a half-smile. Zhou Ji's expression changed slightly when he saw this man. The waiter quickly walked over and said, "He's the one who started the fight." The man looked at Yi Xian, first slightly stunned. Then a cold sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. TSK, Yi Xian. Bai Qi was just saying to me the other day that he was going to bring people to Jiangxing to find you. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself right to our doorstep. Bai Qi was Bai Yao's older brother, the first in line to inherit the Bai family. Obviously, after Zhou Rue returned to Linhai, he told Bai Qi about Yi Xian being in Jiangxing. Because his younger sister had been defiled, Bai Qi had always wanted to take action against Yi Xian. He had been unable to when Yi Xian was directly taken to prison. Obviously, 9 years in prison hadn't satisfied Bai Qi's hatred. Now they figured Yi Xian was out of prison and they wanted to continue the revenge. Brothers, drag him out. We'll beat him first and then find out what happened. The crew-cut man chuckled. Oh, yeah, call Chi-Ji and tell him to come over. Say we caught Yi Xian. Nearby, the girl called Fei Fei seemed to have fully sobered up. Her face was pale. She never expected things would escalate this way. Inside the bar, many people were now looking towards Yi Xian and his group. Yi Xian was surrounded by over a dozen people. His expression was calm, but the black-skirted girl beside him had a slight change in her expression and quickly said, "This is a misunderstanding." Misunderstanding? There's nothing to misunderstand. Take him away. The buzz-cut man sneered, glancing at Yi Xian. Yi Xian didn't recognize this person, not even a single impression. As for why this man knew him, he could roughly guess. Since Bai Qi wanted to hire someone to teach him a lesson in Jiangxing, even to attack him, he would have naturally shown his subordinates his photo. He slowly let out a breath and looked at the buzz-cut man, saying, "I said he attacked first. Does it matter who attacked first now?" The buzz-cut man chuckled, looking at Yi Xian. "There's a road to heaven you don't take, yet you barge into hell without a door. You defiled my brother Qi's sister, and you dare to come to my brother Qi's territory? You're a typical example of someone who doesn't know the meaning of death. Drag him away." Instantly, several people approached Yi Xian. Opposite Yi Xian, Zhou Ji's face revealed a gloating expression. Yi Xian looked around. There were too many onlookers. His brow furrowed. Night watchers acted discreetly, usually not making a move in public. The previous times Yi Xian had acted against Lan Xing, he had been confident that they wouldn't reveal what happened. But now the situation was different. In front of a crowd, revealing any display of martial prowess would be a violation of the Night Watcher's rules. He frowned slightly and restrained himself. "Don't touch me. I'll walk on my own," Yi Xian said, looking calmly at the two people who had approached him. "Hey kid, you've got some attitude," one of them, a burly man, said, his mouth curling into a grin after hearing Yi Xian's words. "I insist on touching you. What can you do about it?" As he spoke, his hand reached out to grab Yi Xian. At that moment, Yi Xian grabbed his finger, and with a twist of his wrist, he forcefully bent the man's finger downwards. Ah! In the next instant, the burly man let out a huge scream. In public, he couldn't use supernatural abilities, but ordinary martial arts were still fine. Everyone was surprised that Yi Xian still dared to fight under such circumstances. The buzz-cut man licked his lips and said, "You dare to fight back? Interesting. No wonder you've been in the slammer. Let go." The others quickly surrounded them, shouting. Yi Xian's eyebrows twitched slightly, and with a light push of his wrist, he shoved the man back. He spoke again. "I'll go with you, but don't touch me. Whoever touches me dies." "You." The large group of people were naturally unhappy that Yi Xian dared to talk to them like that. At this moment, the buzz-cut man waved his hand and said, "Let him walk himself. We'll have some fun with him when we get to a place where no one else can see." A faint smile appeared on Yi Xian's face. Someone led the way, and as Yi Xian was about to step forward, the black-skirted beauty named Fei Fei quickly said, "You can't go with them. They'll beat you to death." This woman was still loyal. Yi Xian looked at her, smiled slightly, but didn't respond. He followed the group out of the bar. through the back door. The black-skirted beauty's face showed anxiety, but she was also somewhat helpless. She wanted to follow, but she was also afraid. At this time, Zhou said with a smile, Fei, be good, okay? I was really wrong. Can we go back first? This EXIN guy deserves it. I don't know how you found him, but this guy is a rapist. 9 years ago, Bai Exin of the Bai family was defiled by this bastard. Bai Chi is a shareholder of this bar. He won't have an easy time falling into Bai Chi's hands, and he deserves it. It's all your fault. You scum. The black-skirted beauty screamed, then ran toward the bar door without looking back. At the door, she stopped and paced back and forth. Zhou also ran out with his people, trying to persuade her earnestly. But the black-skirted beauty ignored him completely. She knew that this was all her fault. She wanted to wait at the door, so if EXIN was seriously injured later, she could take him to the hospital immediately. EXIN was led by more than a dozen people through the back door of the bar. Behind the bar was a relatively open space. After they went out, as soon as the back door opened, one of the men behind EXIN shouted, There were too many people earlier, and we didn't want to affect the bar's business and image. You actually dared to attack me. As he was speaking, he jumped from behind and kicked at EXIN. In EXIN's eyes, a cold light suddenly flashed. He slightly dodged, his right hand reached out, grabbed the leg that was kicking him, and pulled it. The leg of the man kicking EXIN was pulled straight, and his whole body split into a split. Ah! He didn't have that kind of flexibility. He let out a huge scream. Damn you! The others, seeing that EXIN still dared to fight back, started shouting angrily. Don't rush! At this time, the buzzcut man said cheerfully. The group of angry men quieted down. The buzzcut man sneered, took a step forward, and looked at EXIN. Let me introduce myself. My name is Peng Xin Kuan. You can call me Brother Kuan. Not bad moves. It seems you've learned a thing or two in prison these past few years. The buzzcut man sized EXIN up. EXIN stood there, looking calmly at the buzzcut man. He didn't answer him. Instead, he said, Are you sure you want to attack me? What else? The buzzcut man asked with a grin. EXIN scanned everyone, shrugged his shoulders, and said, Okay, I'm not in a good mood anyway. Maybe a fight will make me happy, but only 13 of you. I'm afraid that's not enough. Peng Xinkuan looked at EXIN, his eyes narrowing slightly. Then he lit a cigarette and took a few steps back. He waved his hand forward and said, Go ahead and fight, don't kill him. Just make sure he's recognizable. Brother Chi should be on his way. The dozen or so men grinned savagely. EXIN let out a breath, and a smile appeared on his face as well. Do it! In an instant, one of the men shouted, and instantly someone rushed up to try to grab EXIN. Behind them, Peng Xinkuan had a cigarette in his mouth and his hands in his pockets, looking like he was about to watch a good show. In front of him, 13 people were surrounding EXIN. He could only see the crowd moving around and couldn't clearly see what was going on inside. Only screams were coming out from time to time. Ah! 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 In the middle, facing more than a dozen people, EXIN moved like a slippery fish. It was almost impossible for these dozen or so people to touch him. Bang! 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 EXIN's eyes were cold. He dodged and attacked. These burly men were considered good fighters among ordinary people. But now, in front of EXIN, they were like little kids. EXIN's punches landed on flesh. In just a few minutes, fewer and fewer people were standing. Behind him, the cigarette in Peng Xinkuan's mouth was stuck. He even forgot to take a drag. He just stared in shock at what was happening in front of him. Bang! Suddenly, the last man was punched in the abdomen by EXIN. He was thrown into the air and landed heavily on the ground in front of Peng Xinkuan. EXIN clapped his hands and looked at Peng Xinkuan, saying, I told you. That wasn't enough, right? Peng Xinkuan swallowed, his pupils contracting. He looked at EXIN in shock, then asked in a trembling voice, How? How is this possible? One person taking on more than a dozen? Was this some kind of movie? At this moment, he suddenly saw that EXIN in front of him was walking towards him with a smile on his face. Peng Xinkuan, who managed the scene at the Flowing Fire Bar, was considered a knowledgeable person. He had seen people fight one against two or three, but this was the first time he had ever seen someone fight against more than a dozen. What was most crucial was how fast it happened. Looking at the dozen or so people on the ground, as well as the guy who had done the splits earlier and was now sitting on the ground in a split position, cold sweat began to break out on Peng Xinkuan's forehead. EXIN, Have you thought this through? This is the flowing fire bar, and Brother Chi is already very unhappy with you. You still dare to make a move? This matter is definitely not over. Even if you were still in the Yi family, Brother Chi would not be someone you could provoke, let alone now that you are no longer in the Yi family. Peng Xinkuan wiped the sweat from his forehead. Yi Xian walked up to him, looked at him with a smile, and then took out his cigarettes from his pocket, pulled one out, lit it himself, and said, "So, you're saying you're allowed to beat me to a pulp as long as you recognize the people. But I'm not allowed to hit you, right?" Hearing this, Peng Xinkuan's scalp tingled. "This is the rule of the flowing fire bar," Peng Xinkuan said with a cold smile. "I did underestimate you. I didn't expect you to be so good at fighting, but you actually dared to make a move against the people of the flowing fire bar? Yi Xian, you just returned to Linhai. Don't think you can survive here. Are you threatening me?" Yi Xian exhaled a puff of smoke, blowing it towards Peng Xinkuan's face. Seeing Yi Xian say this, Peng Xinkuan subconsciously thought that Yi Xian was still a bit scared. He nodded and said, "You can understand it that way. So, Bai Chi still isn't willing to let me go," Yi Xian said, exhaling a smoke ring. "Then I'll give him a welcome gift." Bang! In the next instant, he exerted force, grabbing Peng Xinkuan's neck. Peng Xinkuan only felt a huge force coming at him. He couldn't resist at all. In an instant, he was pressed down by Yi Xian and slammed hard against the nearby wall. Peng Xinkuan's face was directly pressed against the wall, and in an instant he was bruised and swollen, his nose bleeding profusely. He collapsed onto the ground. His eyes were still filled with disbelief. Yi Xian squatted down in front of him, looked at Peng Xinkuan, and said indifferently, "Hey, I already said I was in a bad mood, but you just had to provoke me again and again. Why bother?" With that, he stubbed out his cigarette and looked at Peng Xinkuan, saying, "Oh, right, tell Bai Chi that I was framed in that incident back then. I'm only explaining this once. Whether he believes it or not is his business. If he still wants to target me, like sending people like you to deal with me, I'll take them all on. But also, he has to bear the consequences of dealing with me." With that, Yi Xian stood up, pushed open the back door of the bar, and stopped at the doorway, saying, "Oh, right, you can tell him he can interpret my words as a threat. Since he was back, since he was going to investigate the truth, then Yi Xian would show his fangs. The flowing fire bar should not expose him. If others knew that a group of people from the flowing fire bar were beaten up by Yi Xian alone, then the rules set by the flowing fire bar, not allowing fighting inside the bar, would become nonsense. After Yi Xian left the back alley, it was a while before the people on the ground began to get up one after another. None of them were unscathed. Most of them were bruised and swollen. Damn it! Peng Xinkuan also recovered, wiping the blood from his face, and cursed with a gloomy expression. Since he started following Bai Chi, no one in Linhai had dared to touch him. Over the years, Yi Xian was the first person to beat him so badly. He had trained in Sanzhou, and he and Bai Chi met because they learned Sanzhou together. But in front of Yi Xian, he had no power to resist. "Let's go back first," he said through gritted teeth. Yi Xian didn't care so much. Having returned to Linhai, he had already guessed that he would encounter a lot of trouble. Bai Chi, of course, went without saying. Zhou Rui would definitely make things difficult for him, and the same was true for the Yi family. Coming back, this path might not be easy, but that was for the former Yi Xian. For the current him, what were these Linhai aristocratic families worth? He went into the bar, paid the bill, and headed towards the door. Just as he reached the door, a surprised voice rang out. "You're actually okay?" It was the black-dressed beauty who spoke. Beside her, Zhou Ji and the others were still standing there. Seeing Yi Xian come out unscathed, Zhou Ji and his group's faces were full of disbelief. Yi Xian rubbed his nose, glanced at the black-dressed beauty, and then said, "You seem to be looking forward to me getting hurt?" "I didn't mean that," the black-dressed beauty said quickly. Yi Xian waved his hand, and then took out his phone, found the Alipay payment code, and said, "Give me the money. You said earlier that you would pay half the price of my drinks. The total was 5,326, so give me 650. The black-dressed beauty was stunned for a moment, and then silently took out her phone. "Yi Xian, are you even a man? Fei drinking your drinks is doing you a favor. Now you're asking her for money. Don't you think that's too low?" Zhou Ji said with a cold snort. Yi Xian didn't bother to pay attention to this guy, and just looked at the black-dressed beauty. The black-dressed beauty scanned her phone, paid, and at the same time introduced herself, saying, My name is Chun Fei." Hearing that Chun Fei actually introduced herself to Yi Xian, Zhou Ji's nose was almost twisted in anger. He looked at Yi Xian and said, "Yi Xian, are you sure you want to steal my woman? I have no interest in your affairs," Yi Xian said indifferently. Saying that, he opened the door of a taxi that was stopped outside and directly got in. "He doesn't even have a car, yet he's acting all high and mighty with me," Zhou Ji said disdainfully. But he didn't take any action. Yi Xian was taken to the back by the flowing fire bar and came out unscathed. This was the first time this had happened since the flowing fire bar opened. In fact, the reason why he had been wary after being scolded by the waiter earlier was because the flowing fire bar had a reputation. People who fought in the bar would be taken to the back, and when they came out again, none of them would be unscathed. He didn't know how Yi Xian managed to do it, so he didn't dare to act rashly. Watching Yi Xian leave, he turned back to Chun Fei and said, Fei, let me take you home. Can you just get lost?" Chun Fei gave him a cold look and said, "We've already broken up, and there's no possibility of us getting back together. You cheated, and with more than one person. You're such a John. Compared to that guy, you're just too weak." Saying that, she also opened a taxi door and got inside, leaving only Zhou Ji standing there with a face that was constantly changing, grinding his teeth and saying, "Yi Xian." Half an hour later, in the flowing fire bar, a burly man with a slicked-back hairstyle, wearing a suit and tie, around 30 years old, walked into the bar. After entering, he went straight to the bar's office area. He pushed open the door of an office and smelled a strong scent of alcohol. Then he saw more than a dozen people in the office, wiping their faces with alcohol, occasionally accompanied by whimpering sounds. The worst was a person sitting on the sofa, his legs spread apart, trembling slightly, occasionally letting out a chilling moan of pain. "Didn't you say you caught Yi Xian? What's the situation now?" "Yes, the person who came was the first heir of the Bai family, Bai Qi. Where's A Kuan?" He looked around and soon saw Peng Xin sitting in an office chair, his head bandaged with several bandages. A look of anger flashed across his face as he said, "Who did this?" "Yi Xian." Peng Xin's tone was not good, with a hint of embarrassment. Indeed, it was a bit embarrassing to say that such a large group of people were defeated by one person. Looking at Bai Qi's increasingly dark face, Peng Xin said through gritted teeth. He also said that he was framed in the previous matter, and he's only explaining once. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. If you want to deal with him, he'll take them all on, but you have to bear the consequences of dealing with him. He also said that it's a threat. After hearing this, Bai Qi's face turned pale and then blue. And then he slapped the table, gnashing his teeth and cursing, "Good! A rapist who defiled my sister actually dares to threaten me. If I don't peel his skin off, then I'm not a Bai." At the same time, in the best restaurant in Linhai, several people were sitting inside. Inside the restaurant, there were more than 10 people: Zhou Rui, Bai Yao, Zhang Wanwan, Qin Xiaowei, Zhou Qianqian, and Zhang Yu, whom Yi Xian had met on the plane, were all sitting at the table. In addition, there were a few other young people who had all come to welcome Zhang Wanwan and the others who had come from Jiang City. However, Zhang Yu looked a little disheveled at this moment. His face was full of water, the area around his eyes seemed to have been hit, and his eyes were swollen and red. "Don't you even look at what kind of trash you are, a small internet celebrity, acting all high and mighty in front of us." Zhang Wanwan pointed at his nose and said, "You actually dared to touch Sister Qianqian." Yes, before this, Zhou Rui had said he would introduce him to some beauties, and he had immediately taken a liking to the relatively mature and intellectual Zhou Qianqian. And while toasting her, he had accidentally brushed against Zhou Qianqian's thigh. This had been caught by Qin Xiaowei. With Qin Xiaowei's temper, how could she tolerate it? In the heat of the moment, she had directly attacked Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu had taken a punch. After Zhang Wanwan found out, she had also splashed a cup of tea on his face. Zhou Rui watched this scene, frowning slightly and said, "Wanwan, aren't you guys going a bit too far?" Zhang Yu did act wrongly, but the reason for it was that he was admiring Qianqian. It was indeed a bit frivolous, but no matter what, he's my friend. Treating him like this, aren't you guys giving me a little too little face? Zhang Wanwan frowned and said, "Then I wonder what Senior Zhou Rui intends to do." Zhang Yu sneered, wiping the tea off his face and said, "Jiang Wanwan, right? The daughter of Jiang City's richest man. But you remember, this is Linhai. What can a small Jiang city's richest man count for in Linhai? Beside them, Bai Yao, who had been silent, raised her eyes, looked at Zhou Rui, and said coldly, "Make him get lost." Zhou Rui frowned. Zhang Yu was stunned. They didn't seem to expect that Bai Yao would suddenly speak up. "Yao Yao." Zhou Rui looked at Bai Yao. Bai Yao didn't back down. She said faintly, "These are all my friends and besties. Your bunch of cronies should show some respect. Although my Bai family seems to be declining, protecting a few of my friends isn't a big problem. If Zhang Yu doesn't get lost today, then our engagement will be canceled." Zhou Rui frowned, but then he put on a smile and said, "Oh, don't be angry, don't be angry. It's true that my brother did something wrong. All right, you guys can chat first. I'll take my brothers out to play a bit." As he said this, he winked at the others. At the table, several men stood up and left the private room. After they left, Jiang Wanwan cursed, "What a bunch of trash." Bai Yao was silent. After a moment, she raised her head and asked, "By the way, how has Xian been at your company lately?" Jiang Wanwan pouted and said, "How else could he be? He's still late every day. I was originally planning to bring him along this time, but this morning I waited until after 10 o'clock, and he still hadn't come to the company. It pissed me off." Bai Yao frowned and said, "Does he not cherish his job opportunity? He doesn't need a job at all. Actually, he is with Xinhai Bank." As she said this, Zhou Qianqian tugged at Jiang Wanwan, and Jiang Wanwan reacted and said, "Anyway, forget about that guy. My dad really likes him, so he probably won't fire him. Do you think he will come to Linhai?" Bai Yao suddenly asked. Jiang Wanwan and the others all showed expressions, looking at Bai Yao strangely. Beside them, Chen Yining curled her lips and said, "What would he come for? Seeing that kind of person is an eyesore." Hearing her words, Qin Xiaowei frowned and said, "Actually, Yi Exan is quite a nice person. Do do do." Just at this moment, Bai Yao's phone rang. She picked up the phone, glanced at it, answered the call, and said, "Hello, big brother." The call was from Bai Qi. "Hello, Yao Yao, let me tell you something. Yi Exan has come to Linhai. You stay away from this kid. If he dares to come looking for you, call me immediately. This kid must still have feelings for you. I reckon he will ruin your engagement banquet with Zhou Rui." Bai Qi said, "Your engagement banquet cannot have the slightest mishap. Do you understand?" "What?" Bai Yao's voice revealed a trace of shock. "Yes, he just arrived at my bar, and he's already had some conflicts with my employees," Bai Qi said with a sneer. "I understand." Bai Yao let out a breath. After hanging up the phone, no one noticed that a hint of joy flashed in Bai Yao's eyes. And then she looked at everyone and said, "Yi Exan has come to Linhai." "Oh?" Everyone else in the restaurant looked at her in surprise. When Yi Exan returned home, his parents had also returned. Chao Yun, seeing Yi Exan, was so happy that she couldn't stop her tears from flowing. She pulled Yi Exan to chat, and they chatted until 1 a.m. before reluctantly going to rest. Nothing happened overnight. When Yi Exan woke up the next day, it was already after 10 a.m. After a simple wash, he made a phone call to Jiang Wei. The phone was answered instantly, and on the other end, Jiang Wei cursed, "I'll be damned. Why are you only calling me now? I even thought I was having a dream, and I've slapped myself several times." Yi Exan chuckled. "Where am I going to work?" Jiang Wei asked on the other end of the phone. "Hanyu Group," Yi Exan said calmly. "Hanyu? Hanyu Group?" Hearing this name, Jiang Wei stammered. Indeed, Hanyu Group in Yinjing was also not inferior to the group industries under those top families. And the most important thing was that Yi Exan owned 70% of the shares of Hanyu Group, and the other 30% were owned by Zhichuyu. Yi Exan's father also worked here, but in order to make his father's work easier, from the time his father joined the company, he had ordered the people here not to arrange any work for Yi Jingan. The current head of the company was a former member of the Night Watch, but he had suffered an extremely serious injury in a mission and lost an arm. Unable to bear the workload of the Night Watch any longer, he had left the Night Watch. At the request of Yi Exan and Zhichuyu, he had taken over the management of this company. And Yi Exan was the most mysterious chairman of this company. Of course, the reason why Yi Exan was going to Hanyu Group was not only to have Jiang Wei work there, but also to use Hanyu Group's capabilities to find out what exactly had happened with the logistics company. He tidied up briefly and then went out. Half an hour later, he arrived at the entrance of Hanyu Group on time. Zhang Wei was already waiting there. Damn it, brother, are you kidding me? You were in prison for 9 years, and you come out and tell me that you're the boss of Hanyu Group? You're screwing with me. Zhang Wei ran over when he saw Yi Xian and scolded him. Yi Xian said speechlessly, I told you, I wasn't in prison. Why don't you believe it? Yi Xian, don't mess with me. Hanyu Group is one of the biggest companies in Linhai, with industries all over the place and a market value of over 100 billion. Zhang Wei still found it hard to believe. Oh, don't worry, from today onwards, you'll be working here. Do you see this office building? Starting today, you'll have a huge and luxurious office on top. Yi Xian patted Zhang Wei on the shoulder and said, Oh, don't joke around, let's go. Zhang Wei still felt that Yi Xian was playing a prank on him. This was completely beyond his expectations. Just at this moment, a car suddenly stopped in front of them. Then, the car window rolled down, and a head poked out from the passenger seat, calling out in suspicion, Zhang Wei. Yi Xian also turned his head. At this time, Yi Xian moved slightly. There were 2 people in the car. In the passenger seat was a woman, and in the driver's seat was a bespectacled, refined-looking man. Yi Xian knew both of them. They were his high school classmates. The man was their class monitor called Sun Su, and the woman was their class beauty, named Su Wen. When Yi Xian saw them, they also saw Yi Xian. Su Wen said in surprise, Yi Xian, you're actually out of prison? Wasn't it said that you were sentenced to life imprisonment? Yi Xian frowned. In the driver's seat, Sun Su opened the car door and got out, looked at Yi Xian and Zhang Wei, and said with a smile, You guys, are you planning to come for a job interview at our company? Our company only hires students who have graduated from 985 universities. Because Zhang Wei thought he was coming to work, he dressed very formally in a suit and tie. This made Sun Su think they were there for an interview. Yi Xian and Zhang Wei both frowned. Before they could speak, Sun Su continued, How did you guys get the interview notice? Logically, our company shouldn't be choosing people from schools below 985 for interviews. But since we're old classmates, and you're here for interviews, I naturally have to give you some consideration. I'm in a small management position at Hanyu Group now. I have a little influence, and my annual salary is in the millions. I'll go say hi to them. Then he looked at Yi Xian and said, However, Zhang Wei might be okay, but Yi Xian, you. Having been in prison, it's really unlikely you'll get into our company. Yi Xian and Zhang Wei were both speechless. Did we ask you? You just revealed all our secrets yourself. It's just showing off. Yi Xian chuckled inwardly, then said, No, I'm not here for an interview. I'm just accompanying Zhang Wei. Oh. Sun Su nodded and said, I see. Zhang Wei didn't want to hear this guy showing off, so he quickly changed the subject and asked, Is Su Wen working here too? From the looks of things, it seems like you guys are something special. A smug look appeared on Sun Su's face, and he said, Yes, Su Wen used to work here. I won her over, and we've been married for a year now. Kid, you're something else? Zhang Wei punched Sun Su in the chest and said, You actually snagged one of the 2 flowers in our class. In high school, there were 2 flowers in their class, who were both the class beauty and the school beauty. One of them was Su Wen, and the other was naturally Bai Yao. Sun Su frowned, patted the spot where Zhang Wei had hit him, and then looked at Yi Xian and Zhang Wei and said, Good luck with your interviews later. I'll go say hi and get the interviewer to take good care of you. If you can get into our company, as long as you pass the probation period, your salary will definitely be higher than your previous jobs. Of course, whether you can climb to my position depends on your ability. Inside the car, Su Wen seemed to have thought of something and looked at Yi Xian and said, Bai Yao is getting engaged. Did you know? Zhang Wei was stunned and looked at Yi Xian in surprise. In high school, because Yi Xian and Bai Yao were very close, many people thought they might end up together. Before Yi Xian could speak, Su Wen continued, That's right, you just got out of prison. You probably didn't know. It's with the young master of the Zhou family, Zhou Rue. They're a match made in heaven, a perfect pairing. Sun Su also nodded and said, Indeed, I didn't expect one of the 2 flowers in our class to be taken by someone else. By the way, their engagement banquet is set for Saturday. Bai Yao's family has invited many of our high school classmates. Over 20 people are coming. Bai Yao will also be there herself. We plan to get together on Saturday. I'm organizing it at the Zhongyue Grand Hotel. You two should come too. Zhang Wei and Yi Xian Both frowned at the same time. Sun Tzu said with a smile, "Don't worry, no one will mind that you're not doing well now. We're all old classmates, and if Jiang Wei doesn't pass the interview today, you can grab a drink with old classmates over there. Maybe someone who's doing well will introduce you to a job or two." "Okay, we'll go then. It's been a while since I've seen them," Yi Xian said, rubbing his nose. "All right, I still have documents to submit, so I'll go in first." Sun Tzu nodded and said. After getting into the car, he thought of something and said, "All right, we're going Dutch. The average cost per person is probably around 3,000. You've all been working for a few years. You should be able to afford that. Remember to bring money." Then they started the car and drove towards the company. Seeing them leave, Jiang Wei finally cursed. "That jerk, what's he showing off for?" However, Yi Xian's ears were picking up the conversation between Sun Tzu and Suwon. Suwon said, "This Yi Xian actually got out of prison, but he was kicked out of the Yi family, and looking at his clothes, he's probably doing terrible. Yi Xian's grades were pretty good back then, and he had a good background, but what does it matter? He's a rapist. He'll only be on the lowest rung of society for the rest of his life. He's not on our level, and we won't be associating with him." Sun Tzu said disdainfully. "Jiang Wei actually came to our company for an interview." Suwon said, "He's not actually going to get into our company, is he?" "Don't worry, I'll talk to the interviewer later. Hanyu Group isn't a place where just any riffraff can get in," Sun Tzu said again, disdainfully. Yi Xian rubbed his nose, a slight smile curving his lips. He looked at Jiang Wei next to him and said with a smile, "He just showed off and mocked us. Aren't you angry?" "How should I put it? I'm just really annoyed. I don't know who he thinks he is," Jiang Wei cursed. "But there's nothing we can do. Who told him to be doing so well now? A small manager at Hanyu Group, the salary is pretty high. We really can't compare." Yi Xian grinned and said, "What if you become his supervisor, or even 2 levels above him? Do you think he'd be even more angry when he sees you?" Jiang Wei's whole body shuddered and he said, "Brother, don't mess with me. Were you actually lying to me? Where am I going to work? I even quit my job yesterday." Yi Xian smiled, then pulled out his phone, found Jichuyu, and made a call. Since he brought Jiang Wei here, he would be embarrassed if they were blocked by security again. So he decided to have the highest authority at Hanyu Group come down to meet him. The veteran who manages Hanyu Group was named Lei Bin. Because of the accident 3 years ago, Yi Xian had lost his contact information. Soon, the call was connected, and on the other end, Jichuyu asked, "What is it?" "I miss you," Yi Xian coughed and said. "I'll hang up if you don't talk about the matter." On the other end of the phone, Jichuyu snorted coldly and said, "Well, what about, give me Lei Bin's number?" Yi Xian quickly said. Jichuyu snorted again and said, "You went to Linhai?" "Yeah." Yi Xian nodded. "Remember to investigate the matter of number 2. We'll send 2 people over there to cooperate with you," Jichuyu said. Yi Xian nodded and said, "Understood." After speaking, he hung up the phone. Soon, Lei Bin's phone number was sent to him. Yi Xian dialed again. Next to him, Jiang Wei's pupils contracted slightly. He looked at Yi Xian with a strange and shocked expression. He knew Lei Bin. In all of Linhai, how many people didn't know this one-armed entrepreneur, the president of Hanyu Group? At the same time, his heart sank slightly. If Yi Xian really knew Lei Bin, he probably wouldn't need to ask someone for his phone number. Yi Xian ignored him. Soon, he called Lei Bin again. The call was answered quickly, and a strong voice came out saying, "Hello." "Hello," Yi Xian said. "Guess who I am?" On the other end of the phone, after a brief moment of stunned silence, an excited voice suddenly shouted, "You're actually still alive. Where are you?" "I'm downstairs at Hanyu Group," Yi Xian said with a smile. Beep, beep, beep. Immediately after, the call was hung up directly. Next to him, Jiang Wei was speechless. He looked at Yi Xian and asked, "What do we do next?" "Just wait. Wait for Lei Bin to come down to pick us up," Yi Xian said with a smile. Looking at Yi Xian's confident expression and eyes, Jiang Wei began to doubt his life. He still couldn't believe it, but when he thought about the 5 million Yi Xian transferred to him yesterday, he felt both annoyed and hopeful. If he could work at Hanyu Group, his parents would feel proud. After about 3 minutes, Jiang Wei's pupils contracted slightly. He saw in the distance a middle-aged man in a suit, rushing like a wild horse towards the entrance, or rather, directly towards them. It was none other than Lei Bin. Nearby, a few security guards also looked over curiously. They didn't expect the company's president to come out. Laban rushed in front of Yi Xian. In Jiang Wei's astonished gaze, Laban stood straight in front of them, a meter away. His eyes were red at this moment, tears streaming down his face. In the shocked gazes of everyone, Laban raised his only right hand, gave a standard military salute, and at the same time, said in a low voice, for all those who were breathing. At the massive gates of the vast Hanyu group, Yi Xian and Jiang Wei stood. Across from them, 7 or 8 security guards curiously watched. They saw the president of Hanyu Group, the current chief executive, trembling and weeping in front of 2 young men. For the people of Hanyu Group, they all knew that Lei Bin wasn't the company's owner. He was just the executive. However, the company's real owner had never appeared. They didn't even know what the owner looked like. Therefore, for the people of Hanyu Group, Lei Bin was the highest authority. And now, this highest authority was facing a young man, giving a standard military salute while murmuring, "For everything that breathes." Yi Xian smiled slightly, then grinned, and together with Lei Bin said, "Where the blade points, the heart follows." Then they both paused and simultaneously said, "No retreat in battle." This was the slogan of the Night Watchman, a motto they would shout before executing missions, before setting out, during training. They hid in the darkness, guarding the peace of this world. After speaking, the smile on Yi Xian's face grew even brighter, while Lei Bin rushed over and gave Yi Xian a fierce hug, whispering, I knew it. There's no way you'd just be done for like that. You're the most bastardly person I've ever met, a scourge that lasts 1,000 years. I knew you wouldn't die so easily." Yi Xian chuckled. Beside him, Jiang Wei was stunned, his mouth wide open, his jaw almost dropping to the ground. What was going on? Yi Xian really knew Lei Bin, and they had a very good relationship. "Let's go to your office and talk. I've got something to discuss with you this time," Yi Xian said. "Okay," Lei Bin responded. As he spoke, he looked at Jiang Wei and asked, "And who is this?" "My childhood friend. I'm having him work here," Yi Xian said. "Annual salary of 5 million. We'll talk about the specific job later. Let's go up first." "Anyway, this company is yours. You can do as you please," Lei Bin said, chuckling. Beside them, Jiang Wei felt like he was about to faint. What the heck was going on? Hanyu Group, one of the biggest corporations in Linhai, comparable to those of top families, was actually Yi Xian's. Wasn't he arrested and imprisoned? And he was just a member of the Yi family's collateral line before, his environment only slightly better than that of ordinary people. "Stop spacing out. Let's go into the company," Yi Xian said. Jiang Wei was pulled by Yi Xian and dazedly walked into Lei Bin's office. After they sat down, Yi Xian said, "Does your company have a guy named Sun Tzu?" Lei Bin nodded. "Yeah, there's someone like that. I think he's a marketing supervisor in the marketing department. Why?" "Nothing. Just make Jiang Wei's position 2 grades higher than his," Yi Xian said. Lei Bin nodded and looked at Jiang Wei. "That's not a problem." At this point, Jiang Wei's brain finally started working. He quickly said, Wait, Yi Xian, what exactly is going on? How are you the boss of Hanyu Group? My brain is a mess." Lei Bin laughed. He understood that for ordinary people, this situation was indeed very difficult to comprehend. Yi Xian let out a breath, looked at Jiang Wei, and said, "I told you before, those 9 years I wasn't in prison. I joined a secret organization, an organization that protects the peace of this world. I am Yi Xian." At this moment, Lei Bin coughed lightly. The Night Watchmen were very secretive. Ordinary people didn't know about them. They couldn't let ordinary people know. Yi Xian smiled. "It's okay. I plan to bring him into the Night Watchman." Lei Bin was slightly stunned at first. Then a hint of envy appeared in his gaze as he looked at Jiang Wei. Yes, Yi Xian planned to bring Jiang Wei into the Night Watchman, although he was a bit older. Including Yang Chong, Yi Xian had this intention as well, but Yang Chong had a child, and was still in school. He had too many worries. But Jiang Wei was different. Jiang Wei didn't have children right now. His worries were relatively less. For the next half hour, Yi Xian and Lei Bin together told Jiang Wei about the Night Watchman. After listening, Jiang Wei still felt like Yi Xian was speaking gibberish. After all, the content Yi Xian was saying was too shocking for him. He felt that it was impossible for the world to have such people. Finally, after Yi Xian picked up a metal object from Lei Bin's office and broke it in half with his bare hands, Jiang Wei completely believed it. However, he was still in a daze. Yi Xian knew he needed time to digest this. He patted Jiang Wei on the shoulder and said, "Don't mention these things to anyone, including your parents and your closest relatives." "I know, but it's still too unbelievable." Jiang Wei breathed out. Yi Xian nodded. "It's okay. You go back and digest it first. Come back for onboarding next Monday. I have something to discuss with Lei Bin." Jiang Wei nodded. "All right, I'll go back first. Damn it, all of this feels like a dream." Yi Xian rubbed his nose. After Jiang Wei left, Yi Xian turned to Lei Bin and said, "Have you found anything these past 3 years?" Yes, Yi Xian had always wanted to prove his innocence. After Lei Bin came to Linhai and took over Hanyu Group, he had been asking Lei Bin to investigate, but since Yi Xian had lost his memory and disappeared for the past 3 years, Lei Bin hadn't been able to contact him. "I haven't got any concrete evidence, but according to my investigation, I'm afraid it's related to your father." Lei Bin sighed. "Your father was considered capable in the Yi family, but he came from a collateral line. Some people in the Yi family didn't want to see him climb up. And your dad's company had just swallowed a piece of meat from the Zhou family. After that, the incident with your rape happened." Yi Xian's eyes slightly flickered as he said, "So you're saying someone might have wanted to take down my dad, and I became the pawn?" "This is just my speculation based on the investigation, and there are several families involved. It's complicated, and I don't have any evidence." Lei Bin spread his hands and said, "By the way, be careful if you want to investigate this matter. In recent years, the Zhou family has developed extremely rapidly. I suspect they have a lot of connections with the Red Lotus." Yi Xian let out a breath. "I understand. One more thing. Does Hanyu Group have any business dealings with the Zhou family now?" Yi Xian asked. "There used to be." Lei Bin pondered, "But later, after I noticed that they might be connected to the Red Lotus, I cut off the cooperation. And now there are several areas where we're in competition." Yi Xian licked his lips and said, "Okay, in the next day or two, go head-to-head with them, including some of the projects they're still doing. Go steal them. It doesn't matter if we make money. Just make them lose money." Lei Bin shrugged and said, "Sure, the company is yours anyway." Yi Xian smiled. "By the way, don't let my dad know this company is mine." "Got it," Lei Bin said with a smile. Yi Xian nodded. "Okay, I'm going to head out first. I'll call you if anything comes up." Walking out of Hanyu Group, Yi Xian looked around. Then he took a breath and began to recall the situation when it happened. It happened during the winter vacation of his first semester in college. He clearly remembered that that afternoon happened to be a gathering of the Yi family. Everyone in the family was there. At that gathering, he had drank some wine and became a bit dizzy. Normally, with Yi Xian's tolerance for alcohol, it was impossible for him to get drunk from that little bit of wine. Thinking about it now, someone must have drugged him. When he woke up, he was lying on a bed in a hotel with Bai Xian, and it was very clear that the two of them had had relations. In fact, even today, Yi Xian felt like he had lost out a bit. That was his first time, and he hadn't even felt anything. What a loss! At that time, Bai Xian was already awake and dressed. She cried and ran out of the room. After Yi Xian got dressed, Bai Xian didn't know where she got a kitchen knife, but she charged back into the room and chased after Yi Xian for 3 blocks. The matter became a big deal. The police were called to control Bai Xian. Next, the Bai family was furious, and Yi Xian was sued, jailed,